All right, March the 30th, 2025. I'm Chad Crilly, and this is the beginning of long-form severe weather coverage on an enhanced risk day where multiple severe thunderstorms, including the possibility of strong to long-track tornadoes for the next couple of hours, very damaging wind gusts in excess of 70 to 80 miles per hour, and some big hail are all possible. So let's start first with the bigger picture and talk about what's happening now across parts of the Midwest, where there's a tornado watch in effect until this evening for much of Indiana, eastern parts of Illinois, as well as far eastern Missouri. And a new tornado watch will likely be issued within the next hour or so. That'll include areas further to the southwest, so likely much of the boot heel of Missouri into northeast Arkansas, western Tennessee, and southwest Kentucky. The Storm Prediction Center has a mesoscale discussion out for that area. A few different clusters of storms that we're tracking, already some supercell thunderstorm development that's starting to take place. So take a look. We have a line of thunderstorms that is now racing east across parts of eastern eastern Illinois, about to move into western Indiana. This line has winds that are now pushing 70 plus miles per hour. There's also been a little bit of rotation along that line and one tornado warning already this afternoon. As you work your way southwest into southern Illinois and into eastern Missouri, you do have supercell thunderstorms that are starting to develop. That'll probably be our main area of concern in terms of a tornado threat heading into the rest of this afternoon and early this evening, where our squall line that is now moving through eastern Illinois, about to push into western Indiana, is more than likely to produce, yes, some QLCS-type spin-up tornadoes, but the bigger issue will definitely be the potential for some damaging wind gusts as opposed to a tornado threat. So we are streaming live now on TikTok. We're also on YouTube and on Twitter as well, and so we're going to take some time to go over the latest data, show you what's happening, and then from that point forward, go right into our severe weather coverage. And from time to time, I'll answer some questions and then go back into the coverage and just kind of bounce back and forth and go with the flow and show you what's happening. So first of all, I think the most concerning area of severe weather, at least for right now, is the intense squall line that is moving through eastern Illinois. You can check out the numerous severe thunderstorm warnings that we already have in place along and ahead of this squall line that stretched from roughly Effingham all the way northward to near Lafayette, Indiana, about to approach Danville, Illinois, and then into about the Wolcott area of Indiana as well. And that whole warning is due to this line of storms. And check out the warning tag here. We do have the possibility of winds up to 70 miles per hour, and there's a considerable damage tag on this line of storms because of the very high wind gusts and, of course, the potential as well for a little bit of a low-level rotation in there, enough so where there is a tornado possible tag. So that's what's happening with this northern line, and you can also see the movement with the line generally is off to the east and northeast there. So let's go ahead and grab the text from the National Weather Service on the most intense part of the line, which is now about to cross over from eastern Illinois and then work into western Indiana. And in this area, again, you more than likely have winds that are pushing up to 70 miles per hour, if not a little bit higher. We can sample those in just a second. But regardless, here's a text from the National Weather Service in Indianapolis. They've issued a severe thunderstorm warning here for Fountain County, northwestern Park County, as well as Warren County and Vermilion County until 3:45 because of 70 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Obviously, the more concerning part of this storm is going to be the 70 mile per hour wind gust, and that's why we do have the considerable damage tag up here. Look at how quickly storms are moving as well this afternoon, at least along this line to the northeast at 65 miles per hour. So that is really quickly, at least compared to some of the storms that we saw last night out in Oklahoma and Texas that were only moving at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. So this line of storms that's coming out of eastern Illinois, about to move into western Indiana, is more than likely going to be coming up on you pretty quickly, and there isn't going to be a ton of time to prepare. So here's a track on this whole area of thunderstorms that we're watching right now, and we'll put the track out pretty far because of just how fast these storms are moving, and then show you some approximate times of arrival into Williamsport here in the next 12 minutes, Attica in the next 14 minutes, that is Attica, Indiana, Roberts in the next 22 minutes, Green Hill in the next 24 minutes, moving into Lafayette, Indiana in the next half hour or so. Battleground in 37 minutes, Ash Grove 39 minutes, into Yemen in the next 48 minutes, Flora 53 minutes, getting to Miami Bend, Indiana in 68 minutes, as well as onward in 71 minutes. So that is after the next hour or so. But obviously in an environment like today, on an enhanced risk day, when you just have this line of storms that's starting to intensify, it is going to continue through this afternoon into this evening, moving across Indiana, and eventually pushing into parts of western Ohio, and that will become an overnight severe weather risk that we're watching. Sampling some of the wind gusts in here now, we're turning on velocity, and velocity, again, is a product that can tell us a couple of things. It shows us how fast the winds are blowing, but also if there's any rotation, and right now, there may not be a ton of rotation in here, or at least not enough to have the National Weather Service issue a tornado warning. This whole area does have a tornado possible tag on it, which essentially means that the rotation is not strong enough, like I said, to issue a tornado warning, but they are seeing some low-level rotation, and so they're keeping an eye on it, is pretty much what they're telling us. And if the rotation intensifies anymore, they may issue a tornado warning. There might be a little bit of broad, low-level rotation here south of Danville, Illinois, closer to Georgetown, moving east, about to cross over state line into Indiana, near Perrysville, Indiana, and Eugene, Indiana. No evidence at this time of a tornado on the ground with this, but still, it is rotation that is strong enough where the Weather Service has issued that tornado possible tag, the National Weather Service, out of Indianapolis. We're sampling some wind gusts now in this line that's moving east, and we're going to go down and talk about the supercell thunderstorms that are developing across central into southeast Missouri. So let me show you just a couple of samples here from Doppler radar in terms of the wind gusts in this line. And definitely you have winds that are pretty far above severe criteria. Here is 76 mile per hour wind gusts out near Potomac, Illinois along the line. So that is going to cause some big problems. You also have some severe wind gusts here out near Danville, above 60 miles per hour, 65 miles per hour. And then even heading north along this line, as you get out towards spots like Beaverville, you have wind gusts that are near 60 miles per hour. So definitely good reason for the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for, again, this entire line of thunderstorms that is stretching from roughly the Chicagoland area, but the part of the line that gets severe is once you get out towards spots like Milford, Illinois, stretching down to Danville, all the way down to Paris, and not quite into Terre Haute. The line will be passing through Terre Haute, but the severe part for now is staying just to the north. So that's what's happening with the big line of storms that is moving across Illinois into Indiana. Let's talk about the supercell thunderstorms that are developing now across parts of Missouri. And we'll go ahead and turn on our St. Louis radar site to show us a better idea of what's happening with these storms. So a couple of things for right now, these aren't necessarily, at least to me, looking like complete textbook supercells, but regardless, you have storm clusters that are starting to take on some supercell characteristics south of St. Louis, out near Waterloo, near Festus, DeSoto, and those are severe warned, and then almost more of a classic supercell looking structure across southern Missouri out near Houston and Licking. So let's first start with the storm south of St. Louis out near Waterloo, where there's a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect right now for north central Randolph, southeastern St. Clair counties. In effect here through, it looks like they have this warning until 3 o'clock, and that's for 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And this part of our severe threat today, where we have the supercells in Missouri getting into far western, southwestern Illinois, storms are moving a little bit slower. They're moving off to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So you do obviously have spots like Red Bud that's about to be impacted by some wind and maybe some small hail. New Athens on the Illinois side, Fayetteville on the Illinois side as well. It's going to get some gusty winds and maybe a little bit of small hail in here as well. So let's track this for you and show you where it's headed, moving northeast at about 35 miles per hour. And again, we are tracking a storm cluster here, several different areas of thunderstorm activity and some broad level severe wind gusts in this cluster as well. Into Red Bud in the next 4 minutes, Fayetteville in the next 29 minutes, out into the Stone Church area in 41 minutes, New Memphis 45 minutes, into Covington in the next 61 minutes. That's on the Illinois side, and then pushing into New Menden within the next hour or so. So that's what's happening with the storm cluster that is about to cross over from Missouri into Illinois, where you do have maybe a few pockets of wind gusts near 60 miles per hour and some small hail in there. Those storms will probably strengthen a little bit more too. Another more classic looking supercell storm now that is east of Nashville, Illinois, and west of Mount Vernon. That's impacting spots like Ashley, Richview, and Irvington. This one also a baseline severe storm with quarter-size hail, winds up to 60 miles per hour. The warning in effect for another 13 minutes or so. And then taking us down into southern Missouri, we'll turn on Springfield radar to get a better view of these storms. Like I said, somewhat of a more classic looking supercell structure, almost that bean look to it here. That is to the east of Raymondville, Missouri, approaching the Sunklands Conservation Area, so kind of a rural area here, but we'll be crossing along Highway 19 in the next little while. This one has some big hail, like I said, more likely because of the fact that it is a standalone storm. It has some supercell characteristics, so you do have some ping pong ball size hail in there and winds up to 60 miles per hour. I think the part of the storm that's going to be more concerning, at least for right now, within this supercell is the area that has the large, very large hail, the ping pong ball size hail in that purple or lavender shaded area east of Yukon near Raymondville, again approaching the Sunklands Conservation Area, so somewhat of a rural area, but very near the small town of Hartshorn, Missouri, and we'll have to watch this area for some intensification. The hail size may get a little bit larger, and then eventually, depending on what happens, there could be the possibility of some rotation developing as this heads into a somewhat favorable area with plenty of low-level wind shear. This storm is moving to the east here at 50 miles per hour, so interestingly enough, these storms moving east-northeast at about 30, and then the storm here out near Houston, Missouri, east of Houston, Missouri, is moving at about 50 miles per hour and almost due east to northeast on that as well. So here's a track on it as it moves to the east-northeast at 50 miles per hour. Ping pong ball size hail possible in Round Spring, Timber, 21 minutes. This is, again, in southern Missouri. Into Bunker in the next 37 minutes. West Fork in 44 minutes. Into Glover in the next 70 minutes. So this could be one of our long track supercells that we end up seeing today. And then obviously now we're starting to get more severe thunderstorm warnings and more supercells that are beginning to pop up as you work your way south to southwestward. So now a severe thunderstorm warning that's out here across northern Arkansas. This severe thunderstorm warning is in Marion County and Boone County until 3 o'clock with some quarter-size hail, maybe some pockets of quarter-size hail and some stronger wind gusts with the thunderstorm cell that's approaching Harrison. I think this storm also has the potential to be one of our long-track supercells today approaching Harrison, Arkansas. It is a standalone storm. Other than a couple of showers to the south, the inflow is mostly undisturbed, and you can see that bean shape or hook that's starting to appear on the radar right there back to the west and southwest of Harrison. And so this storm is moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. So here's a track on that. Northern Arkansas storm moving to the northeast at 40, approaching spots like Grub Springs in the next 10 minutes, Harmon in the next 29 minutes, into Monarch in the next 41 minutes, and approaching Dodge City in the next 42 minutes. Lakeway, Arkansas in the next 45 minutes. So that is the situation. We just had kind of an overview of all the severe weather that we have taking place that stretches from near Chicago now all the way down into parts of northern Arkansas. I think that there are several storms in here, especially the storms developing across southern Missouri and northern Arkansas that have the potential to be supercell thunderstorms and be long track through today. Those may drop tornadoes eventually. So let's start to go through some of your comments now as we kind of just did a broad scale overview of what's happening with the severe weather that's out there right now. And I'm going to go back through some of these comments and try to catch up a little bit and answer some of the questions that I see. If I see multiple questions about the same spot, I'll do my best to answer some of those questions as well. A question about how O'Fallon is looking. So right now, most of the thunderstorms that are developing that are severe are south of St. Louis and O'Fallon, but in St. Louis, you do have some pretty hefty storms that are about to roll through right now. These are non-severe. In fact, east of O'Fallon is some of the heaviest rain and maybe even some small penny-sized hail in this cluster of showers and thunderstorms. It's moving away from O'Fallon, but closer to St. Louis. Those storms are not severe right now, but they are getting pretty strong, and so we'll see if those continue to strengthen, get stronger, and maybe eventually we'll see a severe thunderstorm warning issued down the line. Questions about storms in Ohio. So right now, Ohio does not have any active watches or warnings in place, but there's a big line of thunderstorms that's about to move into western Indiana, and eventually that line will move east into central and eastern Indiana, moving into Ohio, western Ohio first later tonight, so after dark tonight, and then eventually kind of plowing through the rest of the state later tonight to tomorrow morning with mainly a damaging wind threat, but certainly the potential for a couple of spin-up tornadoes in there as well. A question about what East Texas is expecting tonight. So I think our severe weather threat is going to be now through the next few hours across East Texas, maybe ramping up closer to 4 or 5 o'clock. Isn't a super high threat relatively compared to the rest of the risk area, but there could be a few supercell thunderstorms that are maturing as they move east of East Texas into western Louisiana later on today, and the biggest concern with those would be the possibility of some large to very large hail and maybe some damaging gusts. Let's see more questions now about, Rolla, Missouri, and there are severe thunderstorms that are developing south and east of Rolla. In fact, notice where those storms are at the moment. They're just several miles south of I-44, south of St. Robert, south of Rolla. These are severe storms. They're supercell thunderstorms. They're already producing some big hail, and they're going to continue to mature. But I do not expect any more severe weather to the west of those storms. So I would say an extremely low threat for storms tonight and through the rest of this afternoon, really, in Rolla, northward, Osage Beach, Eldon, Jefferson City. The chance of strong to severe storms is going to be pretty low from this point forward, so looking good. How's it looking in Nashville, Tennessee? So Nashville is going to be in line for severe weather later tonight. There's not a near-term risk, so not expecting anything to happen here over the next couple of hours, but as we approach, say, dark tonight and then after sunset, there's going to be a line of thunderstorms that's going to fill in. We're going to lose a supercell thunderstorm threat as we go deeper into this evening, and then we're going to get a big line of storms that'll move across West Tennessee first, then into Nashville, and those storms that we see moving into Nashville after dark tonight are going to be capable of producing some significant wind gusts up to about 70 miles per hour or higher. The chance of a brief spin-up tornado is there as well. A question about how it's looking here in Bloomington, Indiana. So we can take a peek now at Bloomington and the rest of Indiana. Indiana is at a better risk for a near-term severe threat. Reason being is because we have a big line of storms that is now severe from roughly Chicago all the way down to about Effingham, and that line of storms is continuing to fill into the south as well. So Bloomington, I would keep your eye out over the next hour or so, maybe less than that even, for a line of storms approaching your area. Those storms, depending on if they can fill in to the south of Terre Haute, down through and west out to Effingham and Centralia, if that line of storms can fill in, it'll definitely move through Bloomington over the next hour or so and produce some damaging wind gusts, possibly 60 to 70 miles per hour, and the potential as well for some small hail, and we can't rule out, at least in the vicinity of southern Indiana, a brief spin-up tornado. How's it looking for Michigan? So Michigan actually, and we can turn on our day one outlook from the Storm Prediction Center and turn off just for a second the watches and warnings that we have in place. And notice the risk area has expanded a little bit for the rest of today and into tonight. So now the greatest risk of severe weather goes from roughly Bay City, Michigan. That's an enhanced risk, the risk level 3 out of 5, anywhere in this darker shaded orange. That actually goes all the way south here into parts of East Texas. So from Tyler, Texas out to about Lufkin is where we have that enhanced risk in place as well. So big, broad area of severe weather today, big, broad, enhanced risk level 3 out of 5 in that orange shaded color. This does include Michigan, at least a part of it, central to southern Michigan, roughly from Bay City down through Detroit. And the concern there is going to be for upscale growth with this line that you see. So the line may fill into the north as well over the next few hours. And there could be a pretty potent line of thunderstorms moving through southern Michigan through Detroit later this afternoon and this evening. The biggest concern are for wind gusts 60 to 70 miles per hour and the potential for a couple of brief spin-up tornadoes in there as well. But wind in Michigan is going to be the overarching issue. At least through tonight. A question about central Arkansas, and then more questions about Indiana that I'm seeing as well. So let's talk central Arkansas for a second. So this is going to be an area where right now you don't have any severe weather. In central Arkansas, there are storms that are developing to the north of you near Harrison. And it is possible, and in fact likely, I would say, over the next couple of hours, we do see additional thunderstorm development from roughly Fort Smith back south out towards Idabel, Oklahoma, Paris. And so as these storms kind of start to fill in, there is a chance of more supercells. Those will head east into central Arkansas, Conway, Little Rock, Batesville, down to Pine Bluff, Arkadelphia. And those supercell thunderstorms will be capable of all hazards here over the next few hours as they approach Arkansas, including the chance of very damaging wind gusts, big hail, big time hail, possibly exceeding 2 inches, and yes, a tornado threat as well. Would Kansas be okay? Yes, there's no risk of severe weather today in Kansas. Peoria, Illinois. So let's kind of head back up to Illinois now. And Peoria is in pretty good shape. Most of the severe weather is going to form east and southeast of Peoria. You have the big line of storms now moving out of eastern Illinois into western Indiana. A couple of more thunderstorm cells that are popping up out to the south of you near St. Louis and O'Fallon. Those are not severe at the time, but very low risk for severe weather for the rest of the day today, at least in Peoria. It's going to be east of there. So hopefully that answers that question. How's Joplin looking? Joplin is looking fine for today. Storms will be east of you, pretty far east of you. In fact, you have to go east of Springfield to find storms that will be developing out there today. Let's see, more questions about Indiana. So let's kind of take a closer look at Indiana as a whole right now. And I'm going to turn off the day one outlook for just a second. And I'm going to turn back on our watches and warnings that are valid right now. And so here's where we stand. There is a tornado watch here for much of the state of Indiana until 8 o'clock. So here is the state of Indiana. You have a tornado watch that's valid through 8 p.m. for this entire zone shaded in yellow. Within that tornado watch, we have a pretty nasty line of thunderstorms now that stretches from Chicago south to Cedar Lake, Illinois, about to cross over from Illinois into Indiana. In fact, in some parts of the line, it has already moved into Indiana, western Indiana, Goodland, Fowler, Oxford, Attica. This line is capable of producing winds in excess of 70 miles per hour. It is about to move into Rockville, into Terre Haute, all the way down to about Sullivan. You have that line that'll be impacting you as well. Right now, no active tornado warnings within the line, but definitely some winds that are going to be damaging 70 plus miles per hour, and the threat for some small quarter-size hail in there as well. Northeast Ohio and Western Ohio, Dayton, Ohio. Let's talk Ohio for a second here. So right now, again, in Ohio, there are not any active watches or warnings that are in place. You do not have a tornado watch, a severe thunderstorm watch, any kind of warnings. However, there are going to be storms developing later this afternoon and this evening, mainly after about 5 o'clock into western Ohio first, and then moving into central Ohio after dark, eastern Ohio past midnight. And the biggest concern for the entire state of Ohio, doesn't matter if you're north, south, east, or west, is going to be the potential of some damaging wind gusts as a line of storms move through. So if you're curious about what type of storm mode, it is going to be a line of storms that first enters western Ohio this afternoon and this evening. The potential for damaging wind gusts first, in excess of 70 miles per hour, then the threat of a brief spin-up tornado, and this line will be moving extremely quickly. So straight line wind damage is a good possibility. Not really seeing a huge overall supercell threat for Ohio. You have to kind of track back westward and southwestward to find an increasing supercell threat and a greater tornado risk. But yes, the threat for damaging winds, including all of Ohio here. And as we turn on our day one outlook, for just a second, you can see the enhanced risk, the risk level 3 out of 5, is kind of split right down the middle across central Ohio. And it includes Columbus, Delaware, up through Tiffin. And the reason why we have the enhanced risk across central and western Ohio is because the line of storms that moves through later this evening is probably going to be at its strongest first across western Ohio and then central Ohio before we start to see a gradual weakening trend later tonight across eastern Ohio as we begin to lose a little bit of instability out there. So again, severe threat absolutely there today for Ohio. The biggest concern is going to be for the possibility for damaging straight line winds and then a slightly lower tornado risk in there as well. Let's take a look. Questions about how's it looking for Dayton, Ohio, and then another question about somebody saying they're in Owensboro, Kentucky, driving into central Ohio. Should I leave tonight at 6 p.m. or tomorrow at 4 a.m.? You're probably going to be better off leaving tomorrow at about 4 a.m. or after that when thunderstorms have already cleared through. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of a dicey drive. It'll slow you down for sure, being in and out of the rain a little bit. Western Kentucky tonight, and then a question about Michigan. So starting first with the Western Kentucky situation, this is going to be a spot in Western Kentucky that there's at least a little bit more concern for tornadoes here this evening. I think that there is a slightly higher corridor today of tornado potential that runs from roughly southeast Missouri and northeast Arkansas through western Tennessee into southwest Kentucky. And the reason why is this area that I've circled in pink, that includes Cape Girardeau, Carbondale, through Jonesboro. Those are spots that are more likely to be impacted by supercell thunderstorms. Those are the standalone storms that produce a really big hail and tornadoes as compared to areas further north where there'll be a straight line moving through. And because of that, we have the best overlap of ingredients for supercell thunderstorms and tornadoes there across northern to northeast Arkansas, southeast Missouri, into western Kentucky, southwestern Kentucky, Paducah included in that through this evening. And after dark tonight, those storms hopefully will start to lose a little bit of steam. But, sometimes we get something called a low-level jet that'll kick in after dark, and that's when you usually see some more explosive growth in thunderstorms. We'll see that could be an issue overnight tonight. Somebody said they have a truck that they're driving from Greenville, South Carolina to North Carolina. Can I travel in about an hour? Yep, 2 thumbs up for that. No problems there. A question about Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania does have a severe weather risk that goes from tonight into tomorrow. Here's the day one outlook by the Storm Prediction Center. And we'll see if we can get that to turn on. But there it is. So as you get into Pennsylvania, you do have a risk for severe storms overnight tonight, roughly across the western half of the state. So Pittsburgh up to Meadville, all the way up to Erie, there's a risk level 2 out of 5 that is defined as a slight risk by the Storm Prediction Center. And that's because, again, we'll have a line of storms moving through later tonight across western Ohio. We're talking probably closer to 5 to 6 in the morning, so almost by sunrise tomorrow morning, we'll have that line pushing through, and that risk kind of carries over and moves east after tonight and the severe weather risk area heading into Monday shifts through the rest of central and eastern Ohio, as we still have the risk level 2 out of 5 for Monday for the rest of the state. So it is a severe weather risk that carries from late tonight and then into tomorrow across Ohio. Still at this hour here, 2:37 Central, we do not have any active tornado warnings, but we're still monitoring the line of really powerful thunderstorms moving into western Indiana, and then also the supercell thunderstorms that are developing out across western Illinois, southwest Illinois into southern Missouri and northern Arkansas. So keeping an eye on those. More questions here about Elkhart. Let's see. I saw Elkhart, Indiana, and Indiana as a whole. So Indiana is the hot spot for severe weather. It's where we have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. And we also have a potent line of storms moving through. So let's look at this really quickly, and then I'll get back to your questions. Is Memphis getting any bad weather? Let me answer that one quickly. Yeah, Memphis is going to be a spot later tonight here as we get through about 7, 8 p.m. that could definitely be in the zone for supercell thunderstorms, including the potential of large damaging winds, big-time hail, and the potential, yes, for tornadoes in there as well. As far as Indiana is concerned, so notice how we have a tornado watch anywhere in yellow. So if you're familiar with your state, you know by looking at Indiana in the map here, if you're on a tornado watch or not. It's anywhere that's in yellow that is a tornado watch that's in effect through this evening for the possibility of a few spin-up tornadoes along a line. Also some wind gusts. That's the biggest concern. Wind gusts 70 to 80 miles per hour. Check out the massive line of thunderstorms that now stretches from roughly Chicago, southeast of Chicago near Gary, all the way down to about Terre Haute and even back southwest there into east central Illinois. You have a massive line of storms that is about to close in on Lafayette, Wolcott, and this whole area probably has wind gusts that are pushing 70 to 80 miles per hour. In fact, along that line, you do have some pockets here of considerable tags from the National Weather Service with winds up to 70 miles per hour. So once you get winds up to 70 miles per hour, that's going to be the type of wind that begins to knock down power lines. It also starts to kind of impact some shingles on roofs a little bit. Definitely causes some more widespread issues with tree damage. So more than anything, as this powerful line of storms works through western Indiana, you're going to have some big problems when it comes through into wind, and 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts in here possible. We can sample some of this from the weather site the NextRad weather site here out in Indianapolis, and along that line you definitely have some wind gusts that are pushing like I said, 70, maybe a little bit higher than that, 80 miles per hour in spots. Kind of a weird spot for radar coverage right now, but I'm confident that we have some pretty intense winds that are moving through western Indiana, and numerous, obviously, severe thunderstorm warnings from Chicago all the way south to Effingham, Illinois, and across western Indiana. Here's how things look right now in Chicago. There is a severe thunderstorm warning. This does include parts of Cook County, and it is for winds up to 70 miles per hour. So this is from the National Weather Service in Chicago. They're saying the northern end of this line, this big line that we've been looking at, is definitely severe, and the warning itself is in effect until 3 o'clock. That's another 20 minutes for for eastern Will, southeastern Cook, and northwestern Lake counties for 70 mile per hour wind gusts, and the storm is moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. So coming into Chicago really soon, weather's probably going to get pretty bad in Chicago itself, downtown Chicago. Weather's going to get pretty rough here in the next little bit. Here's a track on the storms that are producing winds up to 70 miles per hour. Again, they're moving to the northeast here at about 55 miles per hour into downtown Chicago. So here is Evergreen Park in the next 5 minutes, Stony Island in the next 11 minutes. You definitely have some strong wind gusts now that are approaching Burbank, down through Oak Lawn, through Chicago Ridge, now crossing over Interstate 294, moving into Evergreen Park. And this area here, this cluster, definitely has wind gusts 60 to 70 miles per hour. We can turn on velocity here, maybe give us a slightly better idea of some of these wind gusts here. And boy, look at that. There might be some small hail coming into Chicago too. The tag does have hail less than an inch, but there might be some quarters in here near Evergreen Park. As we turn on our velocity, again, velocity is a product that shows us how strong the winds are. And you do have a pretty serious situation now coming into Chicago, the south side of Chicago. As we look at estimated radar wind gusts here, you're going to see some pretty high numbers. So there's 50, 60 miles per hour out near West 79th Street. Winds that are going to be probably pushing in excess of 60 miles per hour near Forest Hill, and then certainly south of there as well, east of Blue Island along Interstate 57. Winds 50 to 60 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour wind gusts here to the west of Dalton as well. So this is the corridor with the highest wind gusts in terms of the Chicago area. It's where I'm circling right now, and it's coming up to the I-94 corridor where I-94 splits to Interstate 57 and Interstate 94, another area that's being impacted by extremely high wind gusts in here. So rough situation for Chicago. Luckily, it is a Sunday afternoon, so there might not be quite as many people out on the roadways in Chicago as compared to a Monday afternoon. But regardless, it is still a big time issue when you have winds that are approaching 70 miles per hour coming into an extremely populated area. I want to take a look here for a second at the skyline from downtown Chicago. And see if we are able to perhaps pick out any features. Looking back to the west, perhaps, and if we may be able to see a shelf cloud coming in. I bet it's a pretty scary look in downtown Chicago right now, especially the south side of Chicago. Broader picture shows the big line of storms moving through right now, western Indiana. This is where we have the highest problems. And wind gusts, like I said, along this entire line from Chicago all the way down to about Terre Haute, up to 70 miles per hour. That entire line may not necessarily be severe where we're reaching those winds to 70 miles per hour, but regardless, in there you definitely have some high to very high wind gusts. So here's a look now at downtown Chicago, and you can see a little bit of a shelf cloud that's starting to approach from the, it looks like south. So south of Chicago, you have the very eerie and dark skies here. Almost looks like perhaps some modest clouds out here out ahead of this main line as it starts to come in. A lot of traffic here out near Lake Michigan. And that entire area of severe thunderstorms with the 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts going to be impacting downtown Chicago momentarily within the next 25 to 30 minutes. And the possibility, like I said, of some intense wind in there, absolutely, but also maybe some small hail and enough of a severe threat where I do think there could be some tree damage in there too. So that's kind of the bigger picture in terms of what's happening with our line of storms that we just covered from Chicago down through Indiana. And then you do have more supercell thunderstorms that are starting to pop up and intensify now to the south of St. Louis. And it's interesting, you know, a lot of the modeling and some of the data that we had here from the high resolution rapid refresh showed perhaps a little bit more in the way of isolated thunderstorm activity, more in the way of supercell thunderstorms south of St. Louis. Pretty quick upscale growth into somewhat of a line here across eastern Missouri and western Illinois. Almost trying to fill back into our main line across western Indiana. So seeing maybe a bit less in the way of supercell thunderstorm development here in this area than initially expected. A little bit more in the way of growth into a line, which if that continues to be the case, then we'd be facing a slightly lower tornado risk for the rest of this afternoon and this evening, and then a slightly higher wind risk. But I do still think there's a pretty substantial tornado threat here across northern Arkansas, West Tennessee, where storms will stay isolated the longest. In fact, a new tornado watch now is coming out. This has just been issued. This was issued at 2:30. So brand new tornado watch. This includes much of north central Arkansas, into northeast Arkansas, southern Illinois, southwest Indiana, western Kentucky, southern into southeast Missouri, and west Tennessee until 11 p.m. tonight. And look at the wording from the National Weather Service on this. They say a few tornadoes likely with a couple intense tornadoes possible, as well as winds up to 70 miles per hour, and the possibility of hail up to 3 inches in diameter. So very large hail possible tonight across northern and northeast Arkansas, west Tennessee. The tornado watch does include Memphis as well. So that's going to be the area with the highest concern for tornadic activity. And then 3-inch hail is going to do damage to just about everything it touches. So I'm going to go back through now and answer some of your questions. And like I said, throughout the live today and into tonight, what we'll do is just kind of bounce back and forth between looking at your comments and then covering the severe weather that's ongoing. And maybe as I cover some of that severe weather, it'll answer your question. If not, obviously, feel free to keep asking in the comments and I'll try to get to it. Is Memphis getting any bad weather? I think that comment's old from a while ago. But yes, absolutely. Memphis is in the risk zone for severe storms tonight. And like I said, a new tornado watch that has just been issued that includes Memphis, that goes into tonight and does specifically mention the possibility of some intense tornadoes and hail that could reach up to 3 inches in diameter. Doesn't mean that is going to 100% happen in Memphis itself, just in the vicinity, conditions are favorable for that kind of weather. A question about Evansville, Indiana. And as we kind of work our way back into Indiana, notice obviously you do have your intense line of thunderstorms that's north of Evansville right now. And it stretches from Chicago all the way down now. It's a broken line with some embedded supercell structures to south of Rolla, Missouri. So at the moment, there's no severe weather in the immediate vicinity of Evansville, but the weather will be deteriorating here later this evening. More than likely, you're going to have some severe thunderstorm warnings impacting your location here within the next several hours, probably closer to about 6 o'clock or so. And the biggest concern there is for the possibility, I think, of wind and maybe a couple of tornadoes, but winds that could be significant, pushing up to 70 miles per hour. Chicago, question about Chicago. We just talked about Chicago, and we'll do it again because the weather is looking really ferocious now in downtown Chicago. And notice how you have the line that is continuing to fill in to the north. So very bad weather in Chicago at the moment. The worst part of the storm is likely just a few miles to the south and southwest of downtown Chicago near Fuller Park, impacting spots like Bronzeville here, Kenwood, the University of Chicago. And here comes the really high wind and the possibility of hail into the South Loop, near South Side, Dearborn Park, Grant Park, getting into Soldier Field, the Field Museum of Natural History, an extremely populated area where now you have winds up to 70 miles per hour and a tornado possible tag from the National Weather Service. Oh boy, look at this. This is a live look now at downtown Chicago. And here comes the very intense rain, blinding rain into Chicago. And then in addition to the blinding rain, you have the winds that are 70 miles per hour or greater. So that entire line that's now coming through Chicago might not necessarily have the winds that are 70 miles per hour widespread across the entire line, but definitely embedded in there. And look at really closely, if you can see, you actually have the rain moving from left to right across the screen here. That is the rain bands that are being carried by that wind, and now traffic kind of coming to a standstill in downtown Chicago as this line comes through. We'll stick with this for just a second because I think it's going to be interesting to watch some of the trees in here. Not in bloom yet, but they're still going to be shaking around quite a bit here in Chicago. And again, this is a look at downtown Chicago. We've lost the skyscrapers that we saw just a moment ago that were right about there as the heavy rain comes through and the visibility starts to decrease as well. A question about Cincinnati. How bad is Cincinnati going to be? Overnight tonight, you'll have a line of storms that'll be pushing through Cincinnati, probably while you're sleeping tonight. So I'd make sure that you have a way or multiple ways to receive warnings. The greatest concern is going to be for the possibility of damaging wind gusts up to 70 to 80 miles per hour and the chance for a couple of brief spin-up tornadoes in there as well. Let's see. More questions about Cleveland. Cleveland, your risk is not going to come until probably the overnight hours tonight, closer to about the pre-dawn hours tomorrow morning. So let's say between 5 and 7 a.m., I think. And you too will be at risk for some intense wind gusts. And some of those winds could get up to 60 to 70 miles per hour, maybe not quite with the intensity as areas further west. But regardless, damaging winds a possibility there in Cleveland, and maybe a brief spin-up tornado in the vicinity. There's Chicago. Again, live look at downtown Chicago as an intense line of thunderstorms moves through, and we have winds that are moving into Chicago, especially the south side of Chicago, that are 70 plus miles per hour in here, and then also some small hail and a little bit of rotation as well. So we'll keep an eye on the situation in Chicago. Looks actually now like the heaviest rain has moved offshore into Lake Michigan. But let's spend our attention talking about what else we have ongoing out there, and still no active tornado warnings at the moment. So far today has been a day, at least in the Midwest and into the Mid-South, where we've only had one tornado warning. That was out near Champaign, Illinois, and that happened several hours ago. So I'm looking back through some of your questions. I know there's quite a few of them. Jackson, Tennessee. So right now, Jackson is right on the periphery of our tornado watch area. And eventually, just because you're not in a tornado watch right now, I would suspect later this evening, as storms get closer to you, a tornado watch will be issued for Middle Tennessee, including Nashville, including Jackson. That's going to come later this afternoon, later this evening. But Jackson is in one of the spots that could be impacted by supercell thunderstorms coming out of eastern Arkansas. And there is the chance of large to very large hail, as well as the possibility of tornadoes. And when I say large hail, some of the hail approaching West Tennessee, including Jackson, could get near 3 inches in diameter. That might sort of be the exception, but that's the ceiling for today's hail. And then the Weather Service also mentioning the possibility, the Storm Prediction Center mentioning the possibility of a couple of spin-up tornadoes in there as well. More questions now about what's taking place here across a lot of questions about Indiana and how Indiana is doing, and for good reason, because of the line of storms that's moving through. Louisville, Kentucky is at risk for severe weather tonight. It is likely going to come along a line of thunderstorms, and the biggest concern as we get closer to sunset and beyond in Louisville is going to be the threat of damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour and a brief spin-up tornado possible, maybe a little bit of quarter-size hail in there or bigger, but definitely across western Kentucky, it is going to be the concern for damaging winds above all else. Let's see. Talking now about our line of storms that continues to move through. Check it out. A big severe thunderstorm complex here that stretches from, like I said, Chicago all the way down to parts of northern Missouri. And there are wind gusts within this line that are up to 70, maybe a little bit higher than that, 70 miles per hour. Lots of considerable damage threat tags in here because of the threat of, again, those winds up to 70 miles per hour. And whenever you start talking wind up to 70, that's when you start seeing a lot of damage to trees, also to likely some power lines in there as well. More questions about both Columbus and Toledo, Ohio. So here's Ohio, here's Columbus, and here's Toledo. And notice how right now there are no active watches and warnings. But if you look out to the west of you, you have this big line of storms that is severe right now. And it will continue all through this afternoon, all into tonight, moving eastward and at least maintaining its strength and maybe getting a little bit stronger too as it works through Indiana. And eventually it'll impact both Toledo and Columbus. With a line of storms like that, you're going to have the possibility of damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, maybe some spots higher than that, as well as the threat of some quarter-size hail and also a brief spin-up tornado or two can't be completely ruled out along the line. But the greatest concern for tonight in both Toledo and Columbus is not for tornadoes. It is for the possibility of very high winds. So hopefully that answers that question, and we can keep talking about Ohio as well. West Tennessee, definitely at risk for severe weather tonight. That's one of the spots that I'm more concerned about strong tornadoes above all else. You do have a tornado watch now that's issued for parts of West Tennessee until 11 o'clock. That includes Union City down to Brownsville and Memphis. And you do have supercell thunderstorms that are developing here out across northern Arkansas near Mountain Home. Right now, these are just producing quarter-size hail and winds to 60 miles per hour. The environment out ahead of these storms is a little bit better for organization, with some big to very gigantic hail near 3 inches in diameter and a strong tornado threat into West Tennessee through this evening and into tonight. So yeah, West Tennessee, definitely a spot that is going to be at risk for severe weather. Questions about Alabama, just going to be Alabama. No active watches or warnings in Alabama at the moment. Your severe weather threat is going to come overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning. And sort of like areas to the north, it's going to be a big line of storms that enters the northwest corner of Alabama first, then into central Alabama, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Gadsden. And eventually, by tomorrow morning, it's not going to be until after sunrise tomorrow morning, impacting southeast Alabama, Dothan, spot south into the Florida Panhandle, Panama City. Biggest concern through the entire state of Alabama is damaging wind gusts. The best chance of damaging wind gusts here in Alabama late tonight and more so tomorrow morning is going to be across the far northwest corner of the state, including both Florence and Huntsville. But storms after sunrise tomorrow might reinvigorate themselves a bit here across far southeast Alabama into western parts of Georgia as well. But at least in the near term, there is no threat of severe weather in Alabama over the next several hours. More questions about Chicago. The weather will start to improve in Chicago over the next 10 to 15 minutes. You're going to notice the skies will get a little bit less dark. The rain may taper down in intensity. And I would say that once we get this entire line of thunderstorms offshore into Lake Michigan, the severe weather threat for Chicago will be over. Northern Kentucky is going to be at risk for damaging winds later tonight above all else. So you have this line of storms. This whole line of storms that we're watching is going to cover just a ton of real estate as it marches east overnight tonight. And tonight will be a night where northern Kentucky, including Cincinnati, including Owenton, Georgetown, and southern Ohio, going to be at risk here for strong damaging winds above all else. That'll be the greatest concern, is for damaging winds. The tornado threat there in northern Kentucky is elevated, but it is not super high, at least comparatively to some other risk areas. Southern Illinois is now at risk for severe weather in the immediate future, depending on where you are. So let's turn on our radar site from out in St. Louis and see if we can get a good image from there. And you do have several storm clusters. These don't honestly look to me, maybe this one, but aside from that, these to me honestly don't look like classic supercell thunderstorms. These are almost more storm clusters. But you do have several storm clusters that stretch from roughly Marshall all the way down to Louisville, into Salem, Centralia, Nashville. And so there are 4 storm clusters that continue to move to the east at this point, and a little bit northeast as well through central into southern Illinois. Those will kind of propagate east too and southeast over the next few hours, a bit more. But depending on where you are in southern Illinois, there could be severe weather in your vicinity and moving in pretty soon too. Evansville, Indiana. So here's Evansville. We're close by. Evansville is under a tornado watch, and it's in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. So tornado watch for Evansville until 11. Notice as we turn on Doppler radar in your area, you're mainly dry. There are a couple of pop-up showers around, but there is an organizing area of thunderstorms. Notice the several storm clusters that we have here back to the west and northwest of Evansville that stretch across central into southern Illinois that we just talked about a second ago. By the time these clusters get to you in Evansville, I have a sneaking suspicion that they're going to be more so of a solid line working through Evansville here this evening, and that would put the greatest risk of severe weather, particularly damaging wind gusts, straight in line with you. So more than likely, you're going to have warnings in Evansville later tonight. And again, the biggest concern will be for some damaging wind gusts. Cape Girardeau, Missouri. So Cape Girardeau is another spot too that maybe I'm a little more concerned about for a severe weather threat than some other spots in our risk area today. Notice why. Looking at Cape Girardeau, dry for the moment, but you do have these storm clusters forming to your west and northwest. Those are in the vicinity of Farmington right now, also in the vicinity of Nashville, Illinois. And these may stay semi-discrete for the next few hours as they start to work in your direction. For right now, they're sort of moving straight north-northeast, but they'll start to sag to the south eventually. And any one of these, if it can stay semi-discrete, would be capable of producing large to very large hail and the potential for a few tornadoes tonight in the vicinity of Cape Girardeau. So if I were you, I would be paying pretty close attention to the weather and maybe staying close to a shelter too through your Sunday afternoon and Sunday evening here until that threat clears out a little bit later tonight. Indianapolis, Indiana, and then Chicago. Chicago weather's getting better really soon. In fact, the severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire, and I'm comfortable with saying that your severe weather threat in Chicago is done for the day. Indianapolis, can't say the same. Check it out. You have big clusters of storms that are now continuing to organize to your west, and then also southwest. So you have sort of two main areas that we need to watch out for that could impact Indianapolis. And one of those is, like I said, directly to your west and northwest. It's this line that right now is only producing winds to 60 miles per hour. Probably not along the entire line. You might have some pockets in here of winds up to 60. This is moving north-northeast, so Lebanon would be up next, and then Frankfurt. Right now, this line is also starting to fill in, maybe or try to fill in back to the southwest a little bit near Greencastle. So I would suspect that in Indianapolis, you'll have thunderstorm activity and maybe severe weather, with the greatest concern being for damaging wind moving into the metro within the next hour or less. So we'll be watching Indianapolis as one of our big cities that we need to pay attention to pretty closely. Belleville, Illinois. So right now, it does look like severe storms have moved through your area, and I'm comfortable with giving Belleville, Illinois, almost the all clear from severe weather. Your threat is rapidly decreasing. It is definitely not as great as areas to the southeast. You might have some shower and thunderstorm activity in your vicinity, but I don't think that there's going to be a ton in the way of severe weather for the rest of the day today, which is great news. South Bend, Indiana is one place that we do have, answering that question about South Bend, that is actually in an imminent threat for severe weather. A severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for South Bend. Here's a text from the National Weather Service. They have a severe thunderstorm warning out for St. Joseph County, northwestern Pulaski County, as well as northwestern Marshall, LaPorte, and Barron County until 5 o'clock, and we're concerned about winds along this line of thunderstorms up to 60 miles per hour and possibly some very small hail, although the hail size is less than quarters. Also, there may be a tiny bit of rotation in here, not enough where I'm concerned, but some rotation, enough so where the National Weather Service has gone ahead and set a tornado possible tag here, meaning they're watching rotation maybe out near North Judson. But regardless, you do have a line of storms about to move into South Bend. Let's go ahead and pull a track on this, and they've increased the wind speed a little now up to 70 miles per hour. That doesn't surprise me. Wind speeds are still radar indicated, and the storm is moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So as you look back to your west in South Bend, you have definitely a very mean looking and dark sky. So when will the severe weather get to South Bend? When will that line of blinding rain impact you and winds near 70 miles per hour? Wellsboro in the next 7 minutes, Kingsbury in the next 11 minutes, Union Center in the next 11 minutes. Look at how quickly the storm starts to close in on spots like Ardmore in the next 33 minutes, Miami Trails Edition in the next 34 minutes, Indian Village in the next 37 minutes, and South Bend specifically in the next 34 minutes. So you have, I would say, 30 minutes in South Bend to prepare for severe weather, especially the threat of strong to very damaging wind gusts there along that line. So I saw another comment just now about South Bend. Hopefully that answers that question. Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis is a spot, again, where I'm more concerned about the possibility of tornadic activity this evening than anywhere else in our severe weather threat, especially here across northeast Arkansas into west Tennessee, southeast Missouri. This is a spot where we may be able to sustain supercells for another 2 to 3 hours. Those supercells are the big, bad type of thunderstorms that drop hail. And, I do think also that in addition to a tornado threat in here, developing tornado threat, including Memphis in the tornado watch, there could be some extremely large to gigantic hail that could push 2 to 3 inches in terms of hail. So Memphis, stay close to a shelter here as the bad weather moves in throughout this evening. Megan wants to know about Chicago. Chicago is all clear from the threat of severe weather for the rest of the day today. Ohio does have the risk for severe storms tonight, later tonight, not right now, but later tonight it is going to be along a line. Somebody asked about Indiana. It really depends on where you are. You do have a mean line of thunderstorms that stretches several hundred miles from east of Chicago all the way south to near Terre Haute. Along this line, you certainly have wind gusts that are up to 70 miles per hour in a few pockets. So if you haven't been impacted by that line yet, in Indiana, then it is headed your way a little bit later on. What about Carbondale, Illinois? So as we look out to the west here, notice where the tornado watch is. It does include Carbondale, and notice where our thunderstorms are. They have yet to move through Carbondale, so you have developing severe thunderstorms to your west in Carbondale with some active weather eventually moving in, I would suspect, within the next 2 to 3 hours, and the chance for damaging wind gusts, hail, and tornadoes all in the vicinity of Carbondale. St. Louis is going to have a very low risk of severe weather for the rest of the evening. So more than likely, we are not going to have the chance there for severe weather from any point forward here in St. Louis that we're watching. And we do have a tornado warning now that is coming out. It does look like along this line, there's been, remember we talked a second ago, probably, 2 to 3 minutes ago, I mentioned how there's a little rotation out near North Judson. It does look like that rotation has intensified enough so to where we're getting the Weather Service's confidence high enough to issue a tornado warning. So let's first go ahead and read the text. The National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Pulaski and Stark County until 4:30. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near North Judson, or 11 miles east of Wheatfield, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So here is the polygon itself. And again, this is radar indicated rotation. So what does that mean? It means that there is not any ground truth or confirmation that we have a tornado on the ground, but what we do have is some increasing signs of rotation, and Doppler radar is picking up enough rotation to where we think there could be a developing tornado. So the polygon itself includes North Judson. The rotation is probably east of you. This includes the community of Knox. It also includes Indian Hill. This includes Hamlet as well. It includes Winona and Lena Park as well, although the rotation may be passing to the east of you in just a moment or two. So pulling out velocity now, and velocity again If you've watched my severe weather coverage either here or on television before, you know that I like to talk about velocity as a tool that shows us two things: not only how strong the winds are, but also possibly where rotation can be. And look at the past several scans here, the past 5 or 6 scans. We picked up on a little rotation near North Judson, and now the rotation has weakened a little bit. So the rotation is weakened to the point where I'm not so sure that there is a tornado on the ground at this point, but obviously we need to treat this like there could be, especially when you talk about a line of thunderstorms. You get these quick, brief little spin-ups that develop along a line, and sometimes the tornadoes along a line can develop really quickly, just like that. They can drop down between a radar scan or during a radar scan and then kind of lift back up the next scan after. Still certainly some broad rotation in here north of the small community of Toto. Near Indian Hill, this could be a little rotation in here. You have winds that are blowing it towards and away from the radar site, and then where those two meet up, obviously you have winds blowing in opposite directions, and so that's where you have the rotation and the low-level rotation and the possible tornado. So there is some low-level rotation. It is not super strong. Near Indian Hill, it's probably located right about there over the community of Toto. It's headed for Indian Hill next, but because these spin-up tornadoes are so difficult to forecast and so hard to get a gauge on, it is possible that we could get one that may drop down again at any moment. So I'm confident at this point that this is not down. It is not on the ground, this tornado warning out near Knox, Indiana, but there is enough rotation that we could see perhaps a little bit of a recycling take place, and we may get another tornado to drop at any moment. And so that's why if you're in this red polygon or you know somebody in the red polygon from Hamlet, near Knox, Indian Hill, take those severe weather precautions and tornado precautions. Eventually, what is left over from this rotation will cross along U.S. Highway 30 out near Grovetown and Hamlet. So that rotation is headed northeast, and the storm itself is moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. So let's track this out. And like I said, these things change, especially along a line of storms. Rotation can change at any moment. And so it looks like rotation has maybe potted up a little bit again, now back to the west of Knox. So there is enough rotation in here that a tornado could drop at any moment. I don't think there's one on the ground, but rotation is kind of showing up in a few different small spots within this tornado warning polygon. So at any time, that could change. The radar scan could depict a developing tornado over the next scan. So that's why it's so important to take these seriously, and also know that just because there may not be a tornado on the ground right now, one could drop at any moment. So here's the track on this. Moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour, a severe thunderstorm and the possibility of a developing tornado into the community of Knox in the next 3 minutes, into the community of Donaldson in the next 14 minutes, and then heading north and east from there. So broad scale rotation now near Knox, a couple of different areas here of small kinks along the line or pockets of rotation near Indian Hill, another small one to the west of Winona, and these areas of rotation and maybe a developing tornado circulation will head northeast out towards Knox, Indiana, Hamlet, Indiana, and eventually near Grovetown. If the rotation strengthens, we could see another tornado warning that is issued out ahead of this line. But for right now, it includes Hamlet, it includes Knox, Winona, Ober, and just to the west of Oak Grove. So certainly take those severe weather precautions, tornado precautions, as this line of thunderstorms and a possible tornado heads your way. It should be mentioned too, even if you don't get a tornado out near Knox and the rotation just stays radar indicated, nothing drops, you're also dealing with some very strong wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour in addition to a possible tornado. So it can't hurt to go into a safe spot. So we'll keep an eye and watch that developing rotation and head back down to it if we need to. But I'm going to pop back over to the comments here and start to answer some more of your questions that I'm seeing. Louisville, Kentucky. So Louisville is going to be in a spot for severe weather later tonight. What kind of severe weather? I think more than likely it is going to be an issue when it comes to damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour and perhaps some quarter-size hail. And then just like we're seeing right now along the line of storms moving through, we can't rule out a very brief weak spin-up tornado. But even a weak tornado, as we know, can do damage. So stay weather aware tonight in Louisville. How about Memphis? Somebody asks. Well, in Memphis, you are under a tornado watch that's in effect now through 11 o'clock tonight. And the wording from the National Weather Service is interesting. They say a few tornadoes are likely, with a couple intense tornadoes possible, winds up to 70 miles per hour, and large hail up to 3 inches in diameter. So that's pretty strong wording from the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center. So I would say in Memphis, you're in a spot tonight that maybe has a slightly higher tornado risk compared to other locations in the risk zone. And so I would stay near shelter and also make sure that you have a way or multiple ways of receiving warnings and that you are kind of staying weather aware through this evening and you keep checking back even if there aren't any active warnings where you are at the moment. What about St. Louis? St. Louis is not likely to have any more severe weather for tonight, though there could be a couple of more thunderstorms that we see developing. Somebody said, do you see more tornadoes in southern Illinois? I think for southern Illinois, it just kind of depends on where you are. I'm going to draw a line. And anywhere south of that line is fair game. And east of that line, south and east of that line is fair game for severe weather. So Mount Vernon down to Benton, Carbondale, getting back on the Missouri side, Cape Girardeau, all those spots have the potential of seeing severe storms, and you can see why. You do have 1, 2, 3, 4 to 5 areas of severe thunderstorm warnings and storm clusters that have yet to move through parts of southern Illinois. And until those move through, we can't give that part of the risk area the all clear just yet. Somebody said, I'm in central Indiana. We had a huge lightning strike that felt, that one, I don't doubt that at all. Some of those storms moving through Indiana are really, really rough right now with the winds to 70 miles per hour and also the one tornado warning that we have at the moment too. Dayton and Cleveland and then Middle Tennessee. So here's Cleveland. Cleveland not under any formal severe weather watch or warning. Here's Dayton. I would say that Dayton probably has a higher risk for severe storms tonight just because the line of storms that we're watching out to the west of you will be moving through quicker or sooner, I should say, as compared to Cleveland. And that means there'll be more energy and those storms are more likely to be severe. So better chance of severe weather in Dayton than Cleveland. Dayton has a chance of all severe weather hazards, including large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes, but the greatest threat there will be for some damaging winds. And then a little bit lower of a threat as you head into northeast Ohio, including Cleveland, for tornadoes, but still a risk for some damaging wind gusts. I would estimate 60 to 70 miles per hour. That probably won't occur and won't happen until very late tonight and early tomorroro morning. Lower Michigan also has a risk for severe weather tonight. Notice there is a tornado watch now for southern Michigan, including Coldwater, 3 Rivers, and out to the west here near Benton Harbor, as you do have a pretty nasty line of storms coming out of Indiana and into southern Michigan here over the next hour to 2 hours. It'll be capable of producing damaging wind gusts above all else, and then a slightly lower tornado risk. Middle Tennessee is going to be a spot we need to watch maybe a bit closer than some other areas here in our severe weather risk zone. The reason being is, and as I turn on Doppler radar from Springfield, notice the numerous storm clusters that you have, and honestly some supercell structures out near northern Arkansas, like I said, near Harrison, a little bit closer to Mountain Home, Cherokee Village. Those are spots that'll be impacted in the near term, in the next 20 to 25 minutes, by these supercells and severe storms. But eventually, if storms can stay semi-discrete, they will move into western and then maybe middle Tennessee later tonight before congealing into a line, and that would pose an all hazards risk, meaning tornadoes, large to very large hail, and then certainly some damaging wind gusts in there as well. Columbus, Ohio is another spot that will be in the risk zone later tonight. The weather could get pretty rocky and shaky while you're sleeping tonight. A nocturnal severe weather threat could develop, and it'll all come from a line of storms moving in from your west. And so that means the biggest risk for severe storms in Columbus is going to be along the line, and the potential for damaging wind gusts is the highest threat. Questions about, let's see, Decatur, Illinois. So dropping down now into central Illinois. Notice where the severe weather is. It's pretty far south and east of Decatur now, and I am willing to give Decatur the all clear from the threat of severe weather for the rest of the day today. All right, new severe thunderstorm watch now. Let's come out. This does include parts of central into western Michigan. So this just came out from the Storm Prediction Center. It is a severe thunderstorm watch. It's in effect until 9 o'clock tonight for scattered damaging winds, isolated significant gusts up to 75 miles per hour along the line of storms moving in from the south and southwest. Hail up to 1 inch in diameter possible, and yes, a tornado or two along the line can't be completely ruled out either. So that is a new severe thunderstorm watch, again, until 9 p.m. for parts of central and western Michigan, including Lansing, Grand Rapids, Greenville, all the way up to Whitehall, Grand Haven, Holland, as well as South Haven, Michigan, all at play here for severe weather tonight and under that new severe thunderstorm watch in place until 11 p.m. tonight. Louisville, Kentucky, another question about Louisville. Louisville definitely at risk for severe weather later this evening. Let's pour over and kind of look at actually some of the latest data, and we're going to look at it together because I haven't looked at anything since I started this live. And one way, by the way, that you can tell if a computer model is going to perform well or not is by checking to see if the model is depicting what's happening currently accurately. So let's see, is it? We'll pull out our high resolution rapid refresh. This is the 18Z if you're into weather stuff, so you know what we're looking at. And it is doing a pretty good job of showing what's taking place. It shows a line of thunderstorms moving through. It shows and depicts where those thunderstorms are pretty well. This afternoon, early this afternoon, it shows the line of storms from roughly central Indiana stretching back to the south and southwest. And let me pull this screen over for TikTok because I know you're not seeing everything that I'm seeing, and maybe give you a slightly better view. But regardless, so yeah, the modeling here does show where the storms are now, and then it also shows where they're headed next and kind of how this afternoon could evolve. So notice a line of storms. That's happening right now. And then notice some of these individual thunderstorm cells that are developing across northern Arkansas. That is also happening right now. So the big question is, what happens next? Well, let's check it out and go through time here. We're now approaching early this evening, 7, 8, 9 o'clock, and you can see we still do have a couple of isolated supercell thunderstorms here across eastern Arkansas, moving into West Tennessee. So roughly Memphis is going to be right about there. And you do have the threat of very large hail, that 3-inch in diameter hail possibility. And then also the tornado threat there with the southern end of this line and sort of more of an individual supercell threat moving into West Tennessee. Further north, you have the big area of wind here along this line that stretches from Michigan down through northwest Ohio into Indiana through western Kentucky, and you're probably going to have winds that'll sustain themselves near 70 miles per hour or a little bit greater through tonight along this line, at least into the first part of the overnight hours. Beyond then, as we get closer to, here comes midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, the line loses maybe a bit of energy as it continues through central Ohio. That's why the risk there is a tiny bit lower, approaching eastern Ohio, dropping through western West Virginia into central and eastern Kentucky. But still, it is pretty filled in a long area of severe weather here with those intense wind gusts. I'd say 60 to 70 miles per hour, moving through northern Mississippi, through central parts of Tennessee, roughly of Nashville in there, eastern Kentucky. And then embedded within this line, you may have a few spin-up tornadoes embedded in there as well. And that whole line doesn't necessarily completely lose energy. It may briefly drop below severe status before reinvigorating tomorrow afternoon, heading east into the Carolinas. So that's just kind of a rough look at how things could play out from this point forward. By the way, the tornado warning out in Indiana has been allowed to expire. So the tornado warning in northern Indiana has been allowed to expire. They chose not to reissue it. So that doesn't mean there won't be more tornadoes a little bit later today, but for now, that one area of rotation has weakened. A question about Columbus, Ohio. So we just talked about Columbus and central Ohio, how your severe weather risk probably won't come until 1, 2 o'clock in the morning tonight, and it'll be along a line of storms. I think some of those winds that come through Columbus could be 60 to 70 miles per hour. And then also the possibility of a brief spin-up tornado in the vicinity of Columbus as well. Most of our storms right now are either producing intense wind or hail, and we're going to dive back into the storms that we have ongoing in just a second, but I do like pausing and answering some comments that we have, at least the comments that I can see. And then obviously after that, getting back into what's happening right now. What about Pennsylvania? Somebody asked. Pennsylvania will have a risk of strong to severe storms early tomorrow morning into the first part of the mid-morning tomorrow, especially across western Pennsylvania. Believe it or not, this entire line is going to be able to sustain itself through the overnight hours tonight as it marches west into Pennsylvania. And I think the greatest risk for Pennsylvania will be strong wind gusts, 60, maybe up to about 70 miles per hour. So that is something to watch. I want to step away from our severe weather threat across parts of the Midwest and the Ohio Valley and briefly let you know there is a tornado warning right now down in Florida. This is west of Miami out across the Everglades, but you do have a thunderstorm that is almost producing a supercell-like structure to it. The warning will expire here shortly, but yeah, this storm here out across the Everglades and then maybe moving east towards Miami has been showing some signs of rotation, enough so where the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning on that. Okay, how about, let's see, other spots in Indiana. I know a lot of us are concerned about what's happening in Indiana, and that is because that's one of the spots that's having severe weather right now and is expected to continue to see severe weather. And I want to zoom into a question about Knox, Indiana that I just saw a second ago here. That is going to be up in this area. And let me turn on the radar site so you can get a little bit better view of what's happening. But roughly, you have a pretty intense line of storms moving into your vicinity. Here's North Liberty for some reference. And then you have Rolling Prairie, Three Oaks. This again, is going to be a wind issue with this line. We did have a tornado warning a few moments ago out and around this vicinity across northern Indiana, but right now the National Weather Service is saying the biggest issues for winds up to 70 miles per hour along this line that's stretching into North Liberty, moving through Rolling Prairie and Three Oaks. And then up next would be South Bend and Roseland in the next 20 minutes or less. For winds up to 70 miles per hour, the National Weather Service is keeping the tornado possible tag on this area of thunderstorms, meaning there isn't enough rotation to fully issue a tornado warning, but there are still some small kinks along this line that we'll have to watch for a developing circulation. But if you have not been impacted by this line here from South Bend, west towards Olive, and North Liberty, things are going to get pretty rough, at least for a little while. More questions about Ohio, and then another question about central Indiana. So Ohio will have a severe weather risk later tonight. Lima, Ohio specifically is right here. I saw that question. And there is a tornado watch west of you across state line into Indiana. Eventually, we're probably going to get another weather watch issued. Not sure if it'll be a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch. But later this evening, that will include much of central and western Ohio. Lima is one of the spots that more than likely is going to be impacted by the big line of storms that's moving in from the west. And the biggest issue there will be for some winds up to 70, maybe 80 miles per hour at the highest. And again, a brief spin-up tornado can't entirely be ruled out either. Anything happening in the south? Not right now, but early tomorrow morning, a line of storms will run from roughly northern Mississippi into northwest Alabama. And the biggest issue there will be the possibility, of course, for some damaging winds. Whenever we say a line of storms will be moving through, not always, but most of the time, it is going to be an issue with wind above all else. Question about Kalamazoo. So Kalamazoo just recently got placed under a new severe thunderstorm watch that's in effect until 9 p.m. tonight. And the reason why is because looking at radar, and look at what happens when I put this into our animation mode here, you can see a big mean line of storms that is now to the south and southwest of Kalamazoo. You have a few little prefrontal showers also moving into Kalamazoo right now with a little thunder and lightning perhaps, but the main line is roughly, let's check it out, now about 68 miles to the southwest of Kalamazoo. Let's go ahead and give you an estimate as to when storms will arrive in your area. These storms today have been moving at about 60 to 65 miles per hour. So moving into here's some other areas in the vicinity of Kalamazoo and out ahead of the line. We're talking about Diamond Shores in 31 minutes, Vandalia 34 minutes, into Moore Park in the next 48 minutes, Vicksburg in 55 minutes, Kalamazoo in the next hour. So in 1 hour in Kalamazoo, you'll have a big line of storms that'll be approaching you with winds up to 70 miles per hour. So maybe now's a good time to put the patio furniture inside, park the car inside, whatever you got to do to get ready for that line of storms that'll be impacting you soon. When is Northwest Ohio going to get hit, and what about Lansing? So let's start first with the Lansing question since we're still talking about Michigan. And here's Lansing, also underneath the severe thunderstorm watch until 11 p.m. this evening. And Lansing is going to be, I would say, within the next 2 hours. So what is it now? 3:30. Let's say by, although you may be on Eastern time zone, I'm not sure. But let's say here within the next 2 hours, there will be a threat of strong to severe thunderstorms moving into your vicinity with that big line. And the biggest issue is going to be the concern for damaging wind gusts along that line. And then the Northwest Ohio question, kind of a similar answer, but I would say it's going to be perhaps maybe a little bit sooner here across Northwest Ohio. So let's say in the next hour and a half or so, you have this big cluster of storms with winds that have been pushing 70 miles per hour and pockets of rotation moving into Van Wert, Bryan, Bowling Green, and Toledo. And wind, definitely the biggest issue there. Does St. Louis have anything to prepare for? I think St. Louis is looking good for the rest of the night tonight. There could be some scattered showers and thunderstorms in the vicinity. The chance and the likelihood of them being severe continues to decrease. State College, Pennsylvania, will have a risk for severe weather probably by tomorrow morning. There will still be, believe it or not, this same line that we're watching will move east and then into State College by tomorrow morning. And it does look like wind will probably be the biggest concern moving into central Pennsylvania through tomorrow. Grand Rapids, Michigan. Another question here about Michigan. Grand Rapids underneath a severe thunderstorm watch until 11, first of all. And then you do also have a line of storms that is out over Lake Michigan right now, roughly between Kenosha and Holland. And that line will be closing in on Grand Rapids in the next 45 minutes. It is possible it strengthens and reaches severe status. There are definitely special marine warnings out there right now out across Lake Michigan. So I'd get ready for some pretty hefty weather in that area. Somebody asked, so no tornado for Grand Rapids. Right now, there's no immediate threat for a tornado. We have a line of storms that's moving through and it'll be impacting Grand Rapids. Like I said here, we put a tracker on it, what was it, the next 60 minutes or so. And along that line, there's been some small little pockets of rotation. We've only seen a couple tornado warnings out of it.
However, it is possible there could be another brief spin-up tornado or two along this line. So a low but non-zero threat for tornadoes near Grand Rapids and across much of central into western Michigan as that line of storms moves through. Another question about southeast Missouri, and we're going to talk about that. There's a new tornado warning that we'll jump on in just a second. But look at the thunderstorms that are popping up here across southeast Missouri. And we do have numerous supercell thunderstorms getting better organized now from West Plains, in fact, as far west as Branson, up to roughly south of Farmington. And all of these are headed roughly to the east, northeast now. So moving east, northeast, we have a big area thunderstorms near Salem, Arkansas, into West Plains, Missouri, heading east-northeast, and more thunderstorms developing. And this is going to be a spot, even out near Ireton, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning, but that's going to be a spot where we need to watch closely for a little bit higher of a tornado risk as compared to other spots in the risk area out across southeast Missouri. And that is due to those thunderstorm cells being a bit more isolated in nature. They can feed off the energy. They don't have to fight over the energy. And because of that, they get a slightly higher tornado risk. Speaking of tornadoes, we have a new tornado warning out. This is from the National Weather Service in Lincoln, Illinois. It is a tornado warning for western Richland County as well as southeastern Clay County until 4 o'clock. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation. And in addition to a tornado, there is some ping pong ball size hail in here. And this storm, maybe I have slightly higher concerns about compared to the storms up in northern Indiana that we have the tornado warning on. Reason being is this presents to me sort of like a supercell. It has a supercell-like structure to it. No, it isn't your classic textbook looking supercell, but definitely it is a storm that, at least for the time being, is semi-discrete and has undisturbed inflow coming into it. And then obviously the large to very large hail is a sign that the storm is healthy as well. So tornado warning that includes Clay City. This also includes Maysville. This includes Noble and Olney, Illinois. And the area of concern is going to be to the southeast of Flora now, or south of Old U.S. Highway 50, near or just south of Clay City. So let's turn on our velocity. And velocity, again, shows us where the rotation is, also how strong the rotation is, perhaps. And this is storm relative velocity for those wondering. You're looking now at some broad rotation, enough so, though, where the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning here about to cross over Clay City, Illinois. So rotation now that is crossing over Clay City, Illinois, and a possible developing tornado. Here's the latest scan that we just got in. And it does look like the rotation has maybe come up just a little bit. This isn't necessarily anything that we haven't seen before in terms of rotation. It doesn't scream to me that there's a big tornado on the ground or anything of that nature, but obviously enough rotation where I do think we could have a small tornado developing right now, and the National Weather Service sees it as well, and they've issued that tornado warning. So here's Clay City, Illinois, here's Maysville, and the rotation is just now passing over, or about a half mile to 2 miles south of Clay City, Illinois. It's running right over Sadie Club Road near Camp Travis. So you have the reds and the greens, green blowing towards, red away from the radar. You have two different areas of wind. And so where those two meet up, again, the wind shear, winds blowing towards and away from the radar, is where you end up with that pocket of rotation and possible circulation with a developing tornado that is right now probably over Big 4 Road, north of Camp Travis. So we have a developing tornado possibly north of Camp Travis along Big Ford Road up to near Blackberry Road and Highway 50 in Illinois, near Clay City, if you're familiar with this area at all. So where is the rotation headed next? The rotation and possible tornado and ping pong ball sized hail. So that's a big deal. It is moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. And you can see pretty pronounced area of rotation. It continues to at least maintain itself if not strengthen a little bit. Those colors are a bit brighter. There's a tiny bit more of a couplet here between the red and the green where those two meet up, what we call gate-to-gate shear starting to show up near, or again, just a couple of miles to the south of Clay City. The developing tornado probably passing south of Clay City. And the hail, though, that very large ping pong ball size hail is near Clay City and passing over. That's what happens with supercells. On the north side, you get the hail. And then on the southern side, you end up with a developing tornado sometimes if the rotation is strong enough. And that's what we're looking at here. Over Camp Travis, you probably have a wall cloud, maybe a developing funnel perhaps. We'll check social media, see if there's any reports on that. But it is passing over Big Ford Road right now, between Camp Travis, Big Ford Road heading north, Blackberry Road, Southeast First and Southeast Street. And then here is Highway 50. So that's where you have the rotation and developing tornado, and it is headed to the northeast. So here's a track on it. And keep in mind that as we track this out, the rotation may weaken, it may strengthen a little bit. Whatever's taking place right now may not necessarily be the situation in 10 to 20 minutes, but regardless, here are some approximate times of arrival. Like we said, Camp Travis right now, Noble in the next 7 minutes, and we're tracking the rotation and possible tornado. West Liberty in the next 21 minutes, Stringtown in the next 24 minutes, Greenbrier in the next 31 minutes, and Port Jackson in the next 36 minutes. So if this area of circulation holds itself together, it'll be in those vicinities relatively soon and near the time that I just showed you, which of course are just estimates. But even with the latest scan, it does look like the rotation is holding strong, if not strengthening a little bit. As it crosses over, it looks like it's going to cross over Highway 50. The rotation of possible tornado crossing over Highway 50 now. And as it does so, it's going to come up into the community of Noble. So if you're in the community of Noble, Illinois, or know anybody in Noble, Illinois, let them know that there is a tornado that is just moments away from impacting them, or a possible tornado that could drop at any time. So far, this is just Doppler radar indicated. We don't have any ground truth to this, but we want to treat this like it's down on a day like today, especially in this area where the environment is favorable for tornadoes. It's better to play it safe than sorry. So moderate rotation now, I would say, coming into the community of Noble, Illinois, crossing over Highway 50, and even some small towns here like Noble that haven't seen severe weather today are at risk. Noble, obviously a developing tornado near you. Some roads include East Radio Tower Lane, East Bucktail Lane, up to about, I would say, into East Antioch Lane. So again, that is being really specific, but anybody in the community of Noble does need to be sheltering as this possible tornado heads in your direction. And also large to very large hail. I mean, check out the reflectivity returns in here. Anywhere that you see in purple, that's where you're getting the severe hail. And then almost that teal blue color that's starting to show up near Clay City or just north of Clay City, that's probably where we have a small area of ping pong ball size hail. And we can turn on a product that's called hydrometeor classification. That's a big word, right? But it's just basically NextRad Doppler radar taking it a step further for us and showing us specifically what area is seeing the big hail, and also how big is that hail in that specific area. So you have a legend up here at the top of your screen that you can look at, and then we can also go ahead and look at this together too. So over Clay City, where you see this deep dark red color, that's almost like a brick red, that is where you have large hail that's showing up here on radar to maybe some gigantic hail, that ping pong ball size hail. Again, the National Weather Service says it is just ping pong ball size right now, but whenever we start to see some of these deep teal blues showing up, that's an indication to me that you may be getting some isolated pockets up to golf ball size in there. Let's go ahead and turn back on our velocity because we got a new scan in here and see what our rotation looks like. And the good news is the latest scan, and as I put this into animation mode, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Notice how with the latest scan, the rotation has weakened just a little bit. Maybe it doesn't look quite as organized as it did about 3 to 4 scans ago. which means that whatever's taking place out there isn't perhaps as organized as it was 4 or 5 minutes ago or so. It doesn't mean that a tornado can't develop at any moment or that one still isn't developing. It just looks like there might be a slight weakening trend within the past couple of minutes with our rotation. But on a day like today, where you have the big enhanced risk for severe weather and the possibility of tornadoes, cyclic supercells are possible. These can tend to recycle, and sometimes it catches people off guard and surprises them a little bit. When you get rotation on a cell, it's happened to me before during live severe weather coverage on TV, where you get a cell that is producing a tornado or gets close to producing a tornado. The rotation looks really strong on radar, and then it weakens all of a sudden for a couple of scans. And then a few scans later, the rotation intensifies stronger than before. That is known as recycling. And so obviously on a day like today, we may have to watch these cells for recycling and further development. But good news, again, here's a new scan in from radar, and I'm very confident at this point near Clay City, there's no longer a tornado on the ground, if there ever is one or was one at one point. But it does not look like one is going to drop here in the next minute or so. The rotation has weakened, still some broad scale rotation in there, but you can see how it almost fell apart a little bit now east of Clay City near Noble. We'll continue to watch it, and obviously a tornado warning still remains in effect. So in addition to some rotation that we've been watching, some big hail is possible, so it's better to play it safe and stay in your severe weather safe spot. So I know I was hanging out with that tornado warning for a few minutes and giving it my attention, especially when the rotation started to tighten up a little bit. So I'm going to look back at the comment section now. I know I probably have some comments to catch up to and answer some of those, but so far that Central Illinois warning is the only one that we have, the only tornado warning, I should clarify, that we have. Any updates on Columbus, Ohio? Not yet. Right now, there is no active watches or warnings in place for anywhere in Ohio. Later tonight, though, as we get closer to, let's say, 11 p.m., midnight, and beyond, the threat for severe weather will start to creep up a little bit as a line of storms moves into your area. Flint, Michigan, right now is not under a severe thunderstorm watch, but depending on the evolution of the line of storms that is coming out of Lake Michigan and northwest Indiana, this area here, it will probably head towards Flint a little bit later tonight, or I should say later this afternoon, between about 6, 7 o'clock. And it may still stay strong to low-grade severe. The risk of severe weather in Flint might be a little bit lower than areas out to the west near Lansing. But regardless, we'll keep an eye on that for you too. What time is it going to hit Lexington, Kentucky? Let me try to give you the best possible estimate as to when those storms will move into central Kentucky. And it is probably going to be a line into central Kentucky. Right now, it looks like between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. is the time of arrival for Lexington and central Kentucky with a line of storms. Let's see. Somebody said, can you go to Ontario, Canada? We have a severe thunderstorm warning. Unfortunately, I don't have Environment Canada warnings available to me on this. That's something I might want to look into, though, on what I'm using. I don't have Environment Canada warnings available. But let's see if we can't try to pull some information for you here. So let's check out, where in Ontario are you? Because I do see you do have clusters of showers and thunderstorms around you. But if you answer where you are, I might be able to look into that a little bit more. But yeah, I wish I did have Environment Canada warnings on here. I don't. Let's see. What about Joplin? Somebody said, for right now, Joplin does not have a severe weather threat for this evening. Most of the storms firing on a line that runs roughly from Springfield points east. And let's see. Somebody said Indiana, we have really bad storms and a tornado warning. Right now, there are no tornado warnings that are in effect for Indiana that I can see. There are numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, what we call a tornado possible tag on there, meaning that rotation is present along that line, but the rotation isn't strong enough to where the National Weather Service is going to pull the trigger there and issue a tornado warning. But we'll continue to watch that. Obviously in Indiana, especially across northern Indiana, once you go from Kokomo up to Warsaw to South Bend is where you have the most pronounced part of this line. And then those wind gusts, like I said, up to about 70 miles per hour in a few spots in a few small areas of circulation. Somebody said, what time do you think the top left part of Indiana will get hit? Northwest Indiana. So Northwest Indiana now, depending on where you are, is in pretty good shape. So from Gary to Michigan City, all clear from the threat of severe weather. South Bend, eastward, out through North Webster, Warsaw, Columbia City, Fort Wayne, you still have a severe threat to get through. Flint, Michigan should be good. I think Flint, Michigan has a threat of strong storms tonight as that line starts to move through. Probably a little bit lower of a threat compared to areas west of you out towards Lansing and Grand Rapids. The line may be weakening a little bit as it approaches Flint, but could still easily get a couple of baseline severe thunderstorm warnings with winds to 60. Somebody asked about Memphis. Memphis is a spot that we're watching really closely. Memphis does have a tornado watch in effect. That watch is through 11 o'clock tonight. And look at the wording here from the National Weather Service. They're saying that a couple intense tornadoes are possible with winds to 70 miles per hour and very large hail. So this means one or two of the tornadoes that we see tonight could be on the strong side. Several areas of winds 60 miles per hour, a few gusts to 70 miles per hour, and probably a lot of large hail with the thunderstorms, 1 to 2 inches in diameter, and a select few of those storms may see or grow hail up to about 3 inches in diameter, which is obviously extremely large. In terms of how the radar presents right now in Memphis, no thunderstorms in and around the vicinity of Memphis, but we are looking out across northern Arkansas with the thunderstorms developing near Mountain Home, Cherokee Village, West Plains, and how those behave. Eventually, if we get more storms to develop here in northern Arkansas, which some of the latest data suggests there could be 1 or 2 supercell thunderstorms that form here across northern Arkansas, it could head eastward towards West Tennessee, and that could eventually impact Memphis. We'll see if that happens before the storms kind of grow, upscale into a line, which we're already seeing across parts of northern Michigan. Anything possible in Texas? Yes, there is a risk for severe weather through this evening in Texas, especially across East Texas. East of DFW, there is one severe storm right now in Fort Worth, actually, as a matter of fact, that's producing $half size hail. So it depends on where you are in Texas, but this storm is looking pretty intense near Fort Worth. It is definitely a cell that has my attention. It has almost that hook-like feature to it, and quite a bit of hail probably coming over downtown Fort Worth. Let's see if we can pull our camera here, or a camera from DFW, because I'm curious to see what this storm looks like, and then I'll go back to answering some of your questions. So here's a look from downtown Dallas, and we're going to look here from Reunion Tower, and we'll get that camera loaded in just a second, but it doesn't look like Dallas is seeing much in the way of thunderstorm activity. There's one kind of small compact cell that is severe warned out towards Fort Worth that we're watching closely because it is producing $half size hail, and it's moving to the southeast. It's producing an outflow boundary as well. And this outflow boundary, which is essentially cool air rushing away from the thunderstorm, may eventually go on to ignite additional thunderstorms across North and East Texas a little bit later on. So here is how things look at the moment from downtown Dallas. And you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, you have perhaps some of the overshooting tops from the thunderstorms here. And then if you were to turn this camera to the right, you would see some of the darkening skies out to the west, closer to Fort Worth, where that severe thunderstorm watch is in place. But not a very great view. But regardless, severe thunderstorm warning, I should say, I said watch a moment ago, severe thunderstorm warning for southern Tarrant County until 4:45. This is the second time that Dallas has been hit by severe weather in less than about 24 hours or so. All right, looking back down to your questions now. Somebody asked, do you think that Southwest Ohio will see any tornadoes tonight, specifically Cincinnati? So it's all going to come down to how strong the line of thunderstorms is when it gets to Cincinnati here later this evening, between about probably 9, 10, and 11 o'clock rolling into Cincinnati. That line of storms will definitely be capable of producing wind gusts 60 to 70 miles per hour. And along that line, there could be a few brief spin-up tornadoes. I don't think there's much of a strong tornado threat tonight in Cincinnati, but definitely a couple of brief tornadoes in the vicinity of Southwest Ohio into central and northern Kentucky can't entirely be ruled out. Noblesville, Indiana for tonight. So interestingly enough, Noblesville right now is between two areas of severe thunderstorms. Notice one of those is to the north of you out near Atlanta and Kokomo, and then more storms, severe storms developing out near Terre Haute and into the small community of Brazil. And those storms are moving northeast. So I would say this cluster north of Noblesville out towards Kokomo and then working your way north towards Huntington from there, Van Buren, not likely to impact Noblesville. It's going to be the thunderstorms that we're watching along this broken line from Lebanon south to about Rochdale, Greencastle, and then obviously the severe storms out near Terre Haute that may go on to impact Noblesville within the next hour to hour and a half. So severe weather threat is definitely there, and a tornado watch does remain in effect for Noblesville as well as much of central Indiana until 8 p.m. this evening. So we'll have to watch that closely. Louisville, Kentucky will have thunderstorms between about probably 9 to 11 p.m. tonight, and it will more than likely come along a line. And along that line is where we have winds that could reach 70 miles per hour, a brief spin-up tornado with some pockets of rotation. But at this moment, there's no severe weather in the vicinity of Louisville. Huntington, West Virginia will probably see storms closer to the pre-dawn hours tomorrow morning, maybe beyond that. It'll be, again, like a lot of these spots that I'm talking about, it'll come along a line of storms. And yeah, you could get some strong wind gusts there, 60 to 70 miles per hour rolling through western West Virginia as we get into very early tomorrow morning. And the possibility, of course, of a brief spin-up tornado can't entirely be ruled out as we sometimes get along these lines. Right now, I'm just working to get you more specific timing in western West Virginia and kind of give you a window when severe storms are most likely. And again, it will come very early tomorrow morning. In fact, the thinking here is probably between about 3 and 5 o'clock in the morning when that line will eventually move through West Virginia. Question about southeast Missouri and how southeast Missouri is looking. Things are okay at the moment from Poplar Bluff to Cape Girardeau and out towards Cairo, Illinois. But we do have an environment that's favorable for severe weather and some significant severe weather across southeast Missouri tonight. Notice where we have clusters of showers and thunderstorms with some embedded supercell structures that run roughly here from Branson up to Nixa, southeast to Springfield to Farmington, up to about Mount Vernon, Illinois. And these storm clusters, if they can stay discrete and by themselves, will have the potential to produce some very large to gigantic hail tonight, 2 to 3 inches, and the possibility, of course, for tornadoes in here as well. As they move into southeast Missouri, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in place across southern Missouri right now. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now for $half size hail out towards Alton, another one near West Plains. That cluster of storms is producing lime-size hail and does have a considerable tag on it. Into northern Arkansas, the Mountain Home storm has some quarter-sized hail, so right at baseline severe status. Obviously, the more concerning storms are the storms out towards Altoona and Winona that are producing some of the very large hail at this point. And then we do have golf ball-sized hail on the storms near Branson and out towards Branson West, Reed Springs, coming into Branson shortly. So we can kind of dive more into in-depth severe weather coverage in a second. But I do like also spending time answering your questions because not everybody in this comment section is being impacted by the line of storms rolling through. I should also mention a new severe thunderstorm watch has just come out. This includes North Texas, as well as Eastern Texas, Northeast Texas, Southwest Arkansas, and extreme Southeast Oklahoma, including Idabel. This is a severe thunderstorm watch now through 10 p.m. tonight. The possibility of very large hail up to, again, look at that, 3 inches here, with storms developing across North Texas, damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, and the possibility of a tornado or two is in there. So now this is getting to the point of the day where we have widespread severe weather ongoing from roughly central Michigan all the way down to central Texas. So this is a large-scale severe weather episode that we're watching. All right, back to your questions, your comments, concerns. Somebody asked about Michigan. Depends on where you are in Michigan. If you are along a line that is roughly from Kalamazoo, well, let's say west of there, from South Bend, Indiana, all the way up to about Holland, about to impact Holland. That line actually goes north of there as well. You do have some pretty intense weather moving in. At the moment, a very strong line of thunderstorms capable of producing winds up to 80 miles per hour. So this is now a destructive severe thunderstorm. So let's spend a few minutes with this and talk about what we have ongoing. So first of all, bigger picture shows big line of storms here across northern Indiana that we've seen throughout this afternoon and this evening, capable of producing winds that we've seen up to 70 miles per hour and a couple of brief tornado warnings as well. Now, the northern part of this line that's about to move into southwest Michigan is producing wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. And so you're getting to the point where it's not just shingles, roofs, and trees and power lines that are being impacted and damaged. It's some bigger objects as well that sometimes can be lofted into the air when you talk about winds up to 80 miles per hour. So here is a text from the National Weather Service. This is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect till 5:45 for Van Buren, Allegheny, and Kalamazoo counties. The storm is moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. So that's part of the reason why you're getting these intense and destructive winds. Up to 80 miles per hour, some very small hail. Obviously, that's not why the warning is in place. It is because of the intense wind gusts. And look at the damage threat tag here. It is destructive, and that's not something that you get every day, even on a day where you have a lot of severe weather. So destructive winds here coming into Kalamazoo. Destructive winds also coming into Paw Paw to the west, Lawrence, Bangor. It's this line of storms that you see. Here it is that is right now moving through spots like Keeler up to Waterville as well, Covert, seeing the intense wind gusts at the moment. And I do want to go ahead and put a track on some of these storms. This line of storms that is producing winds up to 80 miles per hour. It's moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. So some approximate times of arrival into Nicholasville in the next 7 minutes, Schoolcraft in the next 19 minutes, Portage in the next 23 minutes, Lemon Park in the next 25 minutes, Kalamazoo, 26 minutes from now, you'll have an intense line of storms capable of producing wind gusts to 70 to 80 miles per hour rolling in. From that point forward into Pavilion Center in the next 27 minutes, Scotts in the next 29 minutes, Cooksmill, in the next 29 minutes, Galesburg in 32 minutes, Augusta 36, and then getting closer to an hour from now out towards Cedar Park and Battle Creek area. But obviously this line of storms that we see right here is doing damage and producing those wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour, destructive wind gusts that are now coming into the community of Penn. Cassopolis right now is being impacted by this. And I want to turn on velocity for just a second. And it might be easier for us to pinpoint using velocity where some of those really intense wind gusts are. And maybe we change radar sites to get a slightly better vantage point. Right now we're using our radar site up near Kentwood. We can kind of bounce back and forth, but the really deep colors that you're going to start to see pop up here in just a second, these really bright green colors out towards Cassopolis, Keeler, Hartford. This is where you have the wind gusts that are along and just ahead of the line up to 80 miles per hour. Lawrence is up next. Decatur is up next for those wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. Lawton, Pawpaw, and then the biggest area of concern in terms of population is going to be Kalamazoo for destructive winds. And it's true that possibly here along this line, you may not be getting the entire area that has 80 mile per hour wind gusts, but there are definitely going to be pockets along this line of 80 mile per hour wind gusts, and certainly 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts are widespread within this line. And then also check out, there might be a small pocket of rotation here too, hence the tornado possible tag on this, to the east of Sodus and southwest of Keeler in this general vicinity. But the bigger issue, I think, is going to be the winds, not necessarily the tornado threat, at least at this point in time. Coming into Kalamazoo, rolling through Penn right now, rolling through Decatur, Lee. Those strong wind gusts head north too. Notice the part of the line that is offshore right now in Lake Michigan is now severe warned. So the National Weather Service has gone ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of the line of storms that is currently in Lake Michigan or over Lake Michigan, about to move into western Michigan, Grand Haven, down through Port Sheldon, Holland. Here's the text on this. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has a severe thunderstorm warning out for Ottawa, Muskegon County until 6 o'clock, and this is for winds up to 70 miles per hour. Further down the line from Douglas out to Fenville, that part of the line is also about to come onshore from Lake Michigan. It also has a destructive tag on it. So with this line, there are definitely going to be pockets here where we have winds up to 80 miles per hour, especially the northern portion of the line. Once you get north to Three Rivers, Michigan, up to Lawrence, South Haven, Allegheny, Plainwell, Dorr, the community of Dorr there, this is all locations that are underneath the destructive severe thunderstorm warning for winds up to 80 miles per hour. They also have a tornado possible tag on here because of some broad rotation. So this is something that needs to be taken very seriously. As we know, wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour can sometimes do the type of damage that a brief tornado can as well, or a small tornado. Even up towards Grand Haven and North Shores, the part of the line that's moving inland off from Lake Michigan has wind gusts up to about 70 miles per hour, and a new tornado warning now that is coming out as well. So let's show you the text on it. We'll change radar sites, go to radar here from North Webster, Indiana, and this is a tornado warning now that's with us for the next 21 minutes. Tornado warning for western Steuben, central Noble, northwestern DeKalb, eastern LaGrange, and south central Brache County until 5:30. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near or 8 miles to the southeast of Lingnor, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. And the rotation itself is showing up along the line of thunderstorms that we see impacting several hundred miles of real estate. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation, which just means that for right now, we're just getting signs from rotation, signs of rotation from radar, not necessarily any ground truth that says that there's a tornado on the ground, but the radar is spotting the rotation, enough rotation that a tornado could drop at any moment or is on the ground. And so that's why the National Weather Service has issued this tornado warning. Look at the winds here too along this line. They're very intense. The very bright red to yellow colors indicate where we probably have some wind gusts, 50 to 60 and even 70 miles per hour, stretching east of Cromwell, west of Rome City, and west of Kendallville. As far as the rotation is concerned, there's definitely some rotation that's showing up here on radar now to the west of Port Mitchell. Here's Wolf Lake, and then here is Bakertown, and that rotation is just now crossing over Port Mitchell. It is not super strong. Here's Albion, and you can see some of the green and the red, right? Winds blowing towards and away from the radar site. So here's your winds blowing towards the radar site. Here's your winds blowing away from the radar site. Where those two meet up, obviously you have winds blowing in different directions. That's rotation, low-level rotation, enough so to warrant a tornado warning near or just to the south of Albion, and specifically over East 100 North Road there, south of Albion, and it is headed to the northeast pretty quickly. This is moving at 65 miles per hour, so not quite as fast as maybe the warnings up in Michigan, but regardless, let's track out where the area of rotation is, and keep in mind this rotation is probably going to fluctuate some over the next few minutes. But regardless, this gives you an approximate time of arrival for at least winds to 70 miles per hour and possibly some rotation and maybe a developing tornado, including Kendallville in the next 9 minutes, Wayne Center in the next 11 minutes, Shady Nook in the next 15 minutes, Fairfield Center in the next 16 minutes, Salem Center in the next 19 minutes, and the community of Ashley in the next 20 minutes. And for some reference, we're looking at a storm in central Indiana, the part of a storm along the line that is showing some evidence of rotation. And look who else is in the tornado warning: Angola, almost all the way up to Jamestown here, where we meet up with Interstate 69 underneath that tornado warning, Kendallville too, and there's your rotation heading north and east. This will probably pass south of Rome City, passing south of Wolcottville as well, and getting very near Hudson here in the next 20 to 25 minutes. So the two most concerning areas to me right now in terms of a severe threat are going to be, number one, it's two areas. Number one, out here across western Michigan and near Kalamazoo, where we have winds approaching 80 miles per hour along the northern portion of this line. And then number two, the tornado warning that we have across north central Indiana, getting to northeast Indiana as well, where there is some moderate rotation and possibly a developing tornado. Not to leave anybody out, we have a whole area, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings that stretch across southwest Indiana into southern Illinois, back into northern Missouri, with some really big hail in some of these storms as well, near 2 inches in diameter. And that's because those storms are almost standalone storms, supercell-like structures to them. So a lot to track out there right now. One active tornado warning, winds that are up to 80 miles per hour moving into western Michigan, including Kalamazoo, specifically southwestern Michigan, that we're watching. So with that being said, I want to get back over to some of your questions here. What does Columbus, Ohio look like? Columbus will have a line of severe storms moving through central Ohio, including Columbus, later tonight, probably between about 9 and 11 p.m., capable of producing wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, the threat of a couple of brief spin-up tornadoes, and maybe a bit of small hail in there as well. But obviously the wind threat is going to be higher. Cleveland, Ohio is going to have the potential for some severe weather later tonight too. Your severe threat is not going to come until after about 1 o'clock in the morning or so, and it may be slightly lower comparatively to areas across central or western parts of Ohio. The biggest concern for you is going to be that same line of storms that's covering several hundred miles of real estate, in particular the threat of damaging winds 60 miles per hour, as well as some small hail in there, and a low but non-zero threat for a tornado as well. Dallas, a question about Dallas. Dallas is now underneath a severe thunderstorm watch. The entire DFW metro area is under a severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. tonight, and we do have one severe thunderstorm warning that is now moving through the east side of Fort Worth. Also impacting areas like Arlington. Handley right now is where we have a hail core with this storm. A hail core that looks to me like it is about 2 miles in length or so. that is now moving through the east side of Fort Worth, specifically just to the east of Handley. Here's East Lancaster Avenue. Here's the Lake Arlington Golf Course about to be impacted by some really significant hail. Arlington Lakeside and the Dalworthington Gardens area up next for some pretty big hail, specifically ping pong ball sized hail. And then notice how we just got an update on radar that shows some big hail up to maybe ping pong ball size hail. I would think maybe more so ranging from quarter to $50 size in here, but a few ping pong stones near Arlington Lakeside, continuing to move east here towards Arlington, the University of Texas at Arlington, and then also near Southland Acres, Johnson Station. The hail core may pass just to the north of you. But like I said, sometimes these storms can be a little tricky to predict or to follow, the ones that have outflow boundaries that extend to the east of them, because these outflow boundaries can sometimes serve as a focal point for additional thunderstorms to develop back to the south and southwest of them, like we're seeing right now near Benbrook, near Edgecliff Village. And that cell too may intensify and reach severe strength over the next bit. So that's kind of a quick look at what's happening at Dallas. More questions that you have, including Shreveport, Louisiana. So here is Shreveport. Notice just on the far eastern periphery of where we have a severe thunderstorm watch in place. I do think the deeper into the evening we go, the better chance of severe storms in Shreveport. The greatest concern there is more than likely going to be for the possibility of some hail and wind. The timing on that into Shreveport looks to be between about 8 and 9 o'clock, and some of the cells that move through western Louisiana and eastern Texas could actually produce some really big hail, like we said. I think there's a greater risk for large hail and damaging winds in Shreveport with some of the storms that develop and may take on some supercellular characteristics. And there's also a low but non-zero threat for tornadoes across East Texas into West Louisiana, Western Louisiana. And because of that, yes, severe weather risk for Shreveport tonight for sure. McAllister, Oklahoma right now does not have much in the way of anything to worry about. In fact, any active weather is still or I should say is going to be east and southeast of Oklahoma tonight. We do have one part of extreme southeastern Oklahoma that is underneath a severe thunderstorm watch. I think more than likely storms will form east of both Broken Bow and Idabel. But regardless, I do think that there's a better chance for storms in southwest Arkansas into north and east Texas. Little Rock, Arkansas is going to be another spot that has an increasing potential for severe weather as we go through the evening. Your severe threat in Little Rock will probably come by way of clusters, storm clusters, later this evening. Let me get more specific timing for you in Little Rock. The risk is there. Notice in Little Rock, the yellow color that you see. That yellow color is a tornado watch. It's in effect until later this evening. And then to the southwest of Little Rock in orange, that is a severe thunderstorm watch. And at least for right now, there are no active watches for Little Rock. That will probably change the further into the evening we go. Storm clusters and supercells may try to develop near Little Rock between about 10 and 11 o'clock. The best energy, though, for anything tornadic or anything that would be significant in terms of tornado potential may stay north of there. Somebody said they're in Lansing, Michigan, and they want to know how bad the storms are going to be, and they're a little anxious. So let's pop back up to Michigan. And then I do want to mention we also have two new tornado warnings that are coming out. I would say out in northern Indiana and now into southern Michigan. And just for a moment, I'm going to turn off our watches because the screen is getting so cluttered with tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings that I think things will just look a little bit better if we turn off the watches. Yeah, and it does. So you can see now there are 3 tornado warnings that we'll dive into each of these. 2 across northern Indiana, and then 1 that impacts southwest parts of Michigan, including the Sturgis area. And then we do have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings that stretch from Whitehall south to Holland, about to move into Grand Rapids. about to move into Kalamazoo as well, and these are significant. So if there's anywhere that I would say has my attention the most at the moment, it's northern Indiana and into southwest Michigan, with the several tornado warnings and then also the severe storms that are capable of producing winds up to 80 miles per hour. So Lansing, for right now, if you're in Lansing, there is not an immediate threat for severe weather over the next 20 minutes to half an hour. There is that intense line of storms to your west that's headed in your direction, and more than likely in Lansing, at some point you're going to be put under a severe thunderstorm warning over the next hour to hour and a half for the potential of damaging wind gusts. I think the winds that move through Lansing could range between about 70 and 80 miles per hour. And there's also the threat of a couple of brief spin-up tornadoes in the vicinity of Lansing over the next hour. So severe weather threat pretty rapidly increasing there across central Michigan. Now's a great time to think about where you're going to go. I know you said you're very anxious. The person who commented, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, but you said you're very anxious about a severe threat in Lansing. So right now, I would think about where you're going to go, have the safe spot ready, bring the car inside, whatever you have to do to prepare yourself. And I would say if you need to go somewhere with better structure, you have about no more than 30 minutes to do that, to be at that safe spot before that line of storm starts to impact you. So really big time severe weather right now. Moving into Michigan and northern Indiana. The storm's about to move into Kalamazoo, have 80 mile per hour wind gusts. The winds north of there from Holland to Grand Haven, Michigan, have winds to 70 miles per hour. The storms that are about to move into Three Rivers and are moving through Three Rivers have winds to 70 miles per hour as well. And then we do have 3 tornado warnings along the line. And it's interesting, this part of the line, the northern part of this whole line, has really started to speed up a good bit. And because it's sped up, I think we're getting a greater risk for surface winds that are pushing 80 miles per hour, and then also some of these tornado warnings that are developing. So let's get into each tornado warning. And before I do that, just know with our 3 tornado warnings that we have along this line, this is not necessarily the type of situation where we're going to have big destructive tornadoes along this line, but brief spin-up tornadoes are likely. And it's hence why we're starting to see more in the way of tornado warnings popping up. So here's our first one. This is the far southern tornado warning. Tornado warning for southeastern Noble and central DeKalb County until 5:45. And as we turn on our velocity tool, you can see the rotation is not overly strong, but there could be a developing circulation about to move into the community of Garrett or just west of Garrett. Notice you do have some of the lighter green colors, some darker red here. Those are winds blowing towards and away from the radar site where those two meet up. That's the rotation. I'm not really overly concerned about the threat of a tornado right now on this far southern tornado warning near Garrett. But if there is going to be one tornado that develops here and drops, it's going to be just to the west of Garrett, where you can see some of this circulation and rotation from the radar that right now is over County Road 48 and then about to cross over SR 8 as you head north of Garrett. So some moderate to weak rotation on that storm. Again, not overly concerned about a tornado being on the ground right this second, but I do think anywhere along this line you could get a brief spin up. Let's head north. The tornado warning that was in effect near Rome City has expired. There's another tornado warning out near Sturgis and Fawn River, and it is for northwestern LaGrange, eastern St. Joseph, and northwestern Branch County until 5:45, and the area of concern was located near Sturgis, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. I can tell you just by looking at radar, it is past to the east and north of Sturgis, but you do have maybe some moderate rotation in here out near Kelly Road and to the west of Burr Oak, out near Maystead Road, north of Sturgis. Again, look at how the colors aren't extremely bright. You don't have the really deep red colors. You don't have the super dark green colors. So that's an indication to me that yes, there may be some rotation in there. There is probably a circulation that has tried to develop, but it isn't overly concerning at this particular second, right at 4:25 Central. I'm not overly concerned about a tornado that's on the ground north of Sturgis. Certainly some broad rotation in here, but I would be surprised if there was a tornado on the ground. My sort of, I preface that with, along these lines, especially with lines that are moving 60, 70 miles per hour, sometimes you can get a brief, weak tornado that may drop between scans. And so because of that, I would say absolutely you want to be in your tornado safe spot from Burr Oak up to Madison, up to Sherwood and Union City. This line in this area of rotation is going to come up on you extremely quickly. The rotation itself, it is moderate to weak rotation that is crossing right now over Findlay, that community, or Findlay Road, Wagner Road near Long Lake, and it's headed north at about 60 miles per hour. So here's the track on the rotation, and these are just approximate times of arrival, but we do have, again, some weak to moderate rotation and the possibility of maybe a circulation that's trying to develop or has developed and then come back up near Collin in the next 8 minutes, into Sherwood in the next 13 minutes, and Athens within the next 18 minutes. And in addition to a tornado, you do have some winds near 60 miles per hour that are headed your way as well. So storm moving to the northeast at 60, and then also producing some winds up to 60. The southern storm out near Garrett, I'm not really seeing the rotation anymore. I don't think it's as pronounced as it was. There could be a little bit northwest of Auburn and west of Waterloo, but I don't think that there's a tornado on the ground at this point. Still, we have our tornado warning that remains in effect for another 18 minutes. We'll see whether or not the National Weather Service chooses to either let that expire early or if they extend it, if the rotation intensifies. We'll kind of just have to wait and see on that one. But obviously, for the time being, most of our attention is going to be on the destructive storm that is now pushing through Kalamazoo. There might even be a little bit of weak rotation in here out near Portage, but definitely some wind gusts near 70, 75 miles per hour coming into Portage, coming into Kalamazoo. We'll be moving into Battle Creek soon. The wind speeds on this part of the line out across western Michigan and southwestern Michigan maybe have come down just a touch, right? We were tracking these winds along this part of the line that were near 80 miles per hour. I think that maybe they have come down just a touch, at least according to the text from the National Weather Service on the warnings that they have just issued ahead of the line. The wind speed has dropped down to about 70 miles per hour. So certainly some damaging wind in here, and definitely the possibility of some torrential rain and small hail maybe too. Are we seeing the widespread 80 mile per hour gusts that we were when the line was maybe out here closer to Lawrence and Bangor? Maybe not. But 70 mile per hour wind gusts is still a pretty big deal, and it is coming into also some highly populated areas, including Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo. So you want to take it quite seriously, and the speed at this storm is moving is pretty impressive too, northeast at 60 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and track this for you over the next little bit. And the line of storms producing winds 60 to 70 miles per hour will be in Kalamazoo in the next 3 minutes. It'll be in Westwood as well in the next 3 minutes, Northwood in the next 6 minutes, Comstock in the next 6 minutes, Lawndale in the next 9, Yorkville in the next 14 minutes, Woodland Beach in the next 16, Lacey in the next 28 minutes, and Nashville in the next 36 minutes. Further down the line into Needmore in the next 49 minutes, Delta Center in the next 59 minutes, and Lansing, right? We had a question about Lansing earlier, in the next hour, so 60 minutes or so. And the storm may maintain its strength, could weaken a little bit more, but definitely the possibility of winds 60 to 70 miles per hour approaching Lansing in the next hour. So strong winds, and then also obviously the threat of a couple of brief spin-up tornadoes. We've already seen several of those, or tornado warnings, and I suspect there will probably be more here as we go through late this afternoon and on into the early evening. Still tornado warnings ongoing now out near Butler, Waterloo, Auburn, and northern and northeast Indiana. But at last check, as we looked at the rotation on here, it has all but disappeared. So I'm confident there's not a tornado on the ground with the storm near Garrett and Auburn in northern Indiana, or near Waterloo. Still a tornado warning in effect, but the rotation has weakened. And as far as the rotation is concerned on the tornado warning that is out across, let's see, northwestern branch counties, it does look at this time like the rotation is tightened back up, and this is now an observed tornado. So we do have, as of, let's see, 5:23, so that was 7 minutes ago or so. At 5:23, a confirmed tornado is what the National Weather Service is saying now, was located, according to law enforcement here, near Sturgis, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. This is probably not a strong tornado if it's still on the ground, and I'm a little bit suspect to, even if it's still on the ground or not, I think that at one point it was, and check it out, you can clearly see near or just west of Burr Oak, what was that, 7-8 minutes ago or so, a really quick and brief velocity scan that intensified quite quickly. And then the next scan, it all but disappeared. And so that's what happens when you get these big lines of thunderstorms. It takes a minute or less for a tornado to drop and then come back up and have the rotation weaken. They're not very strong tornadoes. At one point, there was a confirmed tornado on the ground with this that was out near Sturgis. I don't think there's a tornado on the ground any longer. I'm very confident, as a matter of fact, that the tornado has lifted. We did have a tornado near Sturgis, a weak one. It's lifted at this time, and there is still some very broad rotation coming into Matson and Collin. It's tough to pick up where it is. You're not really seeing those bright green or red colors coming together. And so, because of that, I don't think that there is still a tornado on the ground. But regardless, still a storm where you have winds up to 60 miles per hour and definitely some torrential and very heavy amounts of rain as well. All right, looking back through some of your comments here and trying to get back over to some of these. A question about Northwest Ohio. There is the line of storms that we're watching right now coming into Northwest Ohio. The line is currently over Fort Wayne, northwards to Huntertown. And look what happens as we put this here into animation mode. You can see, as we put this into motion, the line of storms entering Northwest Ohio soon. Specifically, Edgerton down through about Paulding, Van Wert shortly. Let's do some math on this. The storm is producing 70 mile per hour winds, that line of storms, and it is now moving east at 115 miles per hour. Can you believe that? The line of storms coming out of northeast Indiana and into northwest Ohio, moving east at 115 miles per hour. No, that's not the speed of the winds, the straight line winds inside of the storm, but it's how fast the storm is moving. East at 115, which is just incredible. So to the person who asked about Northwest Ohio, you obviously have this big line of storms passing through Fort Wayne, Huntertown, Auburn, and then up to Kendallville that is now about to move over state line between Indiana into Northwest Ohio, moving east at about 115 miles per hour. So let's try and grab a track on this, and we'll give you as much lead time as possible. And then check out some of the communities in the path here of winds up to 70 miles per hour. Newville in the next 3 minutes, Farmer in the next 9 minutes. This line of storms will probably impact you quicker than you think. Pulaski in the next 14 minutes, into Hammer in the next 18-minute zone in 20 minutes, and Denson in the next 26 minutes, Jasper in the next 30, Garden in the next 32 minutes, Homewood in the next 33, and Stanley here in the next 39 minutes. And a new severe thunderstorm warning and new tornado warning has now been issued. So first, the severe thunderstorm warning that really encompasses a good chunk of far northwest Ohio. Here's the text. A lot to read here, so bear with me. A severe thunderstorm warning for Steuben, Allen, DeKalb, Southern Hillsdale, Northern Putnam, Defiance, Paulding, Henry, Northwestern Van Wert, Williams, and Fulton County until 6:30. All for the line of thunderstorms that's moving in out of northeast Indiana and into northwest Ohio with winds up to 70 miles per hour. So now's the time to get inside if you're in Bryan, Paulding, Fayette, up to Delta. Again, this line of storms that's headed in your direction is moving east at 115 miles per hour. So you may think you have time if you look at this on radar, but you really don't. Think about a car traveling at 115 miles per hour and just how quick that is. And if you looked at it speeding down the highway, how quick it would look. That's how fast these storms are moving. A new tornado warning now has just come out. This is radar indicator rotation, a tornado warning for Steuben, southeastern Branch, southwestern Hillsdale, northwestern Williams County. At 5:33, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing radar, so this is Doppler radar indicator rotation, was located over Angola and moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. So let's, first of all, get down to this part of the storm of concern. And we're going to change over from rain mode, reflectivity, and look inside of this storm and show winds. Here's the area of rotation that has just popped up in the past couple of radar scans right over Angola. With how fast this storm is moving east at 115, by the time we get the next radar scan, I guarantee you this storm will be over Berlin and over Page. So realistically speaking, we are not looking at exactly what's happening right now because of how fast the storm is moving. It's going to take Doppler radar a minute or two to catch up. More than likely, we have rotation that is now over the Angola Motor Speedway. Berlin, Courtney's Corner, you have rotation that's crossing over your area right now. There it is. There's the latest scan on radar. Like I said, coming into Ellis, coming into Berlin, Page, and York. And it is headed in your direction at 115 miles per hour, about 100 miles per hour or so. Notice where we have the reds and the greens. You have winds blowing towards and away from the radar site. Where those two meet up, again, we can play this game all day. Where the two meet up, that's the rotation. You have winds moving in different directions. That's where the low-level rotation and developing tornado could be. Right over Cameron Memorial Community Hospital. East of there, probably by now, as I said a moment ago, just because of how fast the storm is moving over Ellis. If you know anybody in Berlin, Courtney Corner, obviously you have 8090 highway right here. We don't want anybody traveling on 8090 highway between Fremont all the way down to roughly Alvarado. And for some reference, we're looking at extreme northeast Indiana. So pretty big tornado warning polygon. They've drawn this up to include far southern parts of Michigan and extreme northwest Ohio, including Pioneer, the community of Northwest, and Seneca Lake, with, I would call this moderate rotation. And there may be a tornado down on this one near Angola, over Ellis, over Berlin, over Page, coming up on Clear Lake, coming up on Montgomery, the community of California, Reading, Cambria as well. So everybody in that zone should be in their tornado safe spot. It is still radar indicated rotation, moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. So not quite with the speed as the storm's just to the south at 115, but regardless, 70 mile per hour moving storm is extremely quickly. And yeah, that is some pretty tight circulation there. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a weak tornado on the ground right now that is over the community of Ellis and riding right along 20 highway near Ellis, between Angola and Ellis, as well as Courtney Corner. Notice how you have the red and the green here that are almost directly rubbing right against each other out near Meets Road and South 350 East coming up here towards Ellis, right? Here's Ellis, and you have the rotation that's crossing over that area as we speak. And like I said a moment ago, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a tornado on the ground with this one. Here's the track. We're tracking the rotation itself, moving to the northeast at 70 miles per hour. So some approximate times of arrival of rotation and possible tornado into Page in the next 5 minutes, Blingstown in the next 7 minutes, Austin, the community of Austin in the next 13 minutes, Frontier in 17 minutes, then into Steenberg in the next 20 minutes, Shady Side in the next 21 minutes, and Fountain Park in the next 21 minutes. So with how fast this storm is moving, there unfortunately is not a ton of lead time, but luckily we're able to see the rotation and the possible tornado now that is coming over Ellis. Not very big in terms of size. It's just maybe a tenth of a mile across or so, less than that, where we have the rotation. If there's a tornado, it's probably even smaller than that. So there could be a small, weak tornado down right now that's about to move over the community of Ellis. So there it is. You can see it. And I'm seeing a comment. My mom just reported a tornado in Sturgis. So that was a storm to the south that did produce a tornado out near Sturgis. That was confirmed on the ground at one moment. I think the rotation has weakened a little bit, but there was definitely one on the ground. Hopefully your mom's okay. With these brief spin-up tornadoes, they can happen so quickly, sometimes between scans, and you don't even see it. Luckily with this storm, we are able to see it a little bit. The storm east of Angola near Ellis. Let's see. Looking through some of your comments. For Portage, we had I think you meant to say either 10 seconds of strong wind and rain, and now it's just rain. My family's flying from Arizona to Chicago. Will they be okay? The severe weather threat has ended in Chicago, and they should be flying west of most of those storms. So wouldn't anticipate a ton of problems directly related to the weather, but delays, who knows? On these big days, you have flights that have to get from one place to another before they fly from where you're headed to your destination. And sometimes you get the kind of a pileup of delays. So we'll see. Holland, Michigan. Let me go back up to that area. This is now, it looks to me the worst is over in Holland. The line has moved east of you in Holland. So all clear in Holland. Lafayette, Indiana. Let's look back down to southern Indiana, central Indiana and western Indiana, which we haven't done in a second. It looks to me like there could be some storms headed your way, some thunderstorms, but the severe weather threat is very low, and I wouldn't expect any trouble there tonight. My mom's taking a plane to Atlanta. Can you check that out? Atlanta will have some storms late tonight and tomorrow morning, so sort of just depends on the timing. Let's see. Somebody asked about the Friday outlook. We'll talk more about that later because there's so much active severe weather happening right this second. We'll focus in on that, and then maybe a little bit later when things calm down, we can jump into that. Indianapolis, Indiana, somebody asked about. So if you were listening to the stream about an hour ago or so, I told you that there were storms southwest of Indianapolis that could impact the metro. That's happening. Indianapolis itself, downtown Indianapolis, not included on a severe thunderstorm warning, but you have some really mean-looking storms just to the west of you over Greencastle, about to impact Fillmore, and coming into Clayton and Danville with quarter-size hail and winds to 60 miles per hour. This will eventually go on to impact downtown Indianapolis, so the skies are probably getting darker. You might be hearing the rumbles of thunder off in the distance, and you can expect the weather to deteriorate. At this time, there's a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Morgan, western Hendricks, northwestern Clay, north central Owen, southeastern Park, and Putnam County until 6:15. And this storm is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So let's track it and show you what time it'll get into downtown Indianapolis. Moving northeast at 50 here. Coming into, first of all, Springtown in the next 14 minutes. Danville in the next 22 minutes, Avon in the next 28 minutes, Maple Ridge in 32 minutes, Claremont in 34 minutes, Glendale in 40, University Hospital in 41 minutes, Indianapolis in 43 minutes. So let's say, what time is it now? 4:45 Central. That would be about 5, let's say between about 5:10 and 5:25 is when we'd have that line of storms and really blinding rain coming into Indianapolis. And we can pull a camera from Indianapolis here soon as that storm gets closer. I think it's always interesting to look at the live pictures, if you guys like that, of storms coming into a place and kind of breaking down what I'm seeing. We did that with Chicago earlier, and we can do that again in a little bit. Luckily now, only one active tornado warning back across northwest Ohio, northeast Michigan, southwest Michigan, and northeast Indiana, and it is for the storm near Angola. So let's turn back on radar here and see what the rotation looks like. I mentioned a few minutes ago that it appeared that there may have been a tornado down or on the ground near Ellis. The rotation has weakened. Whatever was there is probably not anymore. I would say if there was a tornado on the ground out near Ellis, near Berlin, the rotation has weakened to a point where I don't think there's a tornado on the ground anymore. But regardless, there is some broad rotation over the community of York, about to pass just northwest of the community of Northwest Ohio. So passing, if that makes sense, rotation passing northwest of Northwest Ohio. And then also near Camden and Montgomery. But again, the rotation is weakened to the point now where I don't think there's a tornado on the ground any longer. And even some of these storms that are now coming into southern and central Michigan have weakened a little bit. The winds have come down from 80 miles per hour to 70 miles per hour. Not that big of a difference, I know. But it helps to see a trend in the right direction, especially for people living out near Lansing, as this line is no doubt going to impact you. You're still going to be under a severe thunderstorm warning at some point in Lansing, but at least, we're starting to see some downtrends on the intensity of the northernmost part of that line. Look, you almost have a solid area of severe thunderstorms from roughly Muskegon, Michigan, all the way south to southern Missouri. So big area of severe thunderstorm warnings now with one active tornado warning. But the storms out across southern Missouri today and northern Arkansas have produced some big hail. And I want to talk about that in a second because we have some storms producing lime-sized hail out across southern Missouri. So we'll talk about that in just a second. Let's see, some other questions here. Owensboro, Kentucky. So here's what we have happening in Kentucky. And here's Owensboro, right? You have your line of storms that's filling in to the west. Eventually that line, and I guarantee you if you're in Owensboro and you kind of have a flat view and you look directly west, you probably start to see some of the signals and the signs of darkening skies. I would say within the next hour to 2 hours, Owensboro will be impacted by either a cluster or a line of storms that'll be capable of producing large to very large hail and damaging winds near or above 60 to 70 miles per hour. The tornado threat there is low, but not completely zero, just like anywhere else along this line that we're seeing. Memphis, Tennessee is under a tornado watch right now. I'm going to turn back on our watches. I turned them off because the screen was starting to get a little bit too cluttered. So I'm turning back on the watches, and you can see Memphis is under a tornado watch until 11 o'clock tonight. Most of the storms have been forming north and northwest of Memphis, and they've been in clusters with some supercell-like structures. Eventually, these storms are going to start to sag a little bit to the south and southeast out near Harrison, Arkansas, and may impact Memphis in the next couple of hours. We'll have to see. It still remains to be seen. Memphis may be a little bit south of the supercells that we're seeing. By the way, a new tornado warning now for extreme southeastern Missouri. So we're going to spend our time on that in just a second. I'll answer a couple more questions, and then we're going to go down to the new tornado warning out in southeast Missouri, because this is an environment where if we can get the storm to remain semi-discrete, it may go on to produce a tornado eventually, with that tornado warning now in place. Cincinnati, Ohio, we'll see a line of storms rolling through overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning. The biggest threat there is going to be for the potential of some wind. Detroit could have some storms in the next few hours. Wind is the greatest threat there. Chicago has the all clear from the threat of severe weather. No more severe weather in Chicago for the rest of the day today or tonight. No, it's not going to impact Oklahoma. Columbus, Ohio will have a line of storms moving through within the next few hours, with the greatest threat being wind. I would say, probably I should rephrase that. Probably in the next 6 to 7 hours, that line will move through. A little before then, maybe, but closer to after dark. Alabama will have storms overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, especially across northwest Alabama. Biggest threat across the entire state is for some gusty winds. Cleveland, Ohio, again, a line of storms moving through late tonight into tomorrow morning. In Cleveland, it'll be a little closer to tomorrow morning, and the biggest concern there is for some winds. All right, let's talk for a second about what we have ongoing now in southeast Missouri, and it's never fun to get tornado warnings in this area because it's sort of in a radar dead hole here. We don't really have the best radar coverage, but regardless, this is a new tornado warning that came out just a couple of seconds ago. So let me read the text to you, and it does include Poplar Bluff. So this is a tornado warning for eastern Ripley and southwestern Butler County in southeast Missouri until 5:30. In addition to a tornado, ping pong ball size hail is possible. And this is the first supercell thunderstorm of the day that has gone on to be tornado warned, and that's why it has my attention. So at the moment, it is over Doniphan. The cell is over Doniphan, and it is headed towards Poplar Bluff. So the speed on this cell, I'd bet, is a little slow. Yeah, only 40 miles per hour compared to those storms in northern Indiana, moving at 100 to 110 miles per hour. But let's pull storm relative velocity, and there you go. There is evidence of a developing circulation now just to the north of Doniphan, and it is moving east at 40 miles per hour. So this is just north of Doniphan. Some folks maybe with a mailing address in Doniphan being impacted by this developing circulation that is over Hilltop at the moment. A possible tornado crossing over County Road 21 North, right over 160 Highway, as well as a sort of running parallel, at least at the moment, to 160 Highway heading east. And County Road 21 North, here's the community of Steeles. That entire area right now is the hot spot for a developing tornado that we're watching. And we're getting into the time of the day right now and the part of the night or day where we're now at peak daytime heating. We have storms moving into an extremely favorable environment here across southern and southeast Missouri. 4 supercells and 4 tornadoes. And so this will be one of the several storms that we kind of need to watch particularly closely, or a little bit closer than others, for the chance of a tornado or maybe a strong tornado. Regardless, Poplar Bluff is being impacted shortly by this storm. Here's Poplar Bluff for some reference. Let me move this to the left side of the screen for TikTok so you can see better. Here's Poplar Bluff, and then here is the rotation and developing tornado. You have the bright red colors and then some of the brighter green colors. So winds blowing towards and away from the radar site. That's where you have the low level rotation. Where those two meet up is different areas of winds and rotation. And obviously rotation is the key ingredient for tornadoes. So Poplar Bluff should be sheltering now. Neelyville should be sheltering. This storm looks like it may go north of Neelyville. It may go to the north of Naylor as well. It is now passed officially to the north of Doniphan. And it kind of has a bullseye, unfortunately, for Poplar Bluff. Let's check out some of the wind speed here, and we can estimate maybe how strong the rotation would be. And it has tightened up even more now over Steels. So over Steels, there's a developing circulation, possibly a tornado that may be on the ground already. If not, I can guarantee there's probably a really well-defined looking wall cloud and maybe a funnel cloud, although for now, this just remains a radar indicated rotation. But not only do you have the greens and the reds, obviously the green going towards and away from the radar site with the reds, not only do you have those butting up against each other, but the colors are getting brighter, so that indicates stronger wind gusts. Also meaning that if there's a tornado down, it could be getting stronger as well. So let me show you some of the wind speeds here. So we have winds blowing away from the radar at about 53 miles per hour, winds blowing towards the radar at 60 miles per hour. So that would put about 90 mile per hour winds or so in this area, which means if we do have a developing circulation or a tornado, right now you could estimate, again, that's just an estimate of about 90 mile per hour winds in there, which is still, again, a weak tornado if it's down. But regardless, this is an environment where the tornado may maintain its strength. It may strengthen a little bit more. It could recycle and then drop again. All those are a possibility. But this storm here headed towards Poplar Bluff, the tornado warning storm, has not only the threat of a tornado, but some very large hail, ping pong ball size hail on this storm too. And a new severe thunderstorm warning that has come out ahead of the supercell that actually covers even more real estate than the tornado warning itself, which is basically the National Weather Service saying, yes, we have the rotation. In addition to the rotation, we have the severe component to the storm. And so we're not only warning for the tornado, but we're warning for the hail as well too. So a new severe thunderstorm warning that comes out even further on this, out towards Frisk, east of Poplar Bluff, and almost all the way out to Dudley as well. So let me read you the text on the new severe thunderstorm warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Carter, eastern Ripley, Butler County until 5:45, and this is separate from the tornado warning that's in place for some of those same areas, and it does have a considerable damage tag on it, and that is for the possibility of extremely large hail that we're watching up to $50 size. And once you start getting hail up to about $50 size, that is going to be the time where you start seeing damage to cars and some of the dents in cars. But obviously, in addition to the hail core that we also have the possibility of a developing tornado in there as well. Want to update everybody on the situation now in Michigan because it has gotten, once again, a little bit more serious. Still, we have the storms producing winds up to 70 miles per hour. The good news there is the wind speeds have decreased just a tiny bit compared to where we stood about, 45 minutes ago or so when we had winds up to 80 miles per hour. Now this line of storms is producing winds to 70 miles per hour, but we also have a couple of new tornado warnings as well. One of those is for the Grand Rapids metro area. So let me read the text to you to each of the tornado warnings. The first northern tornado warning out near Grand Rapids is a tornado warning for southern Kent County and northwestern Iona County until 6:15. And the National Weather Service is kind of calling this a sort of broad tornado warning for the severe thunderstorm, the line of severe storms with tornadoes capable of developing along that line, moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. So the polygon itself extends from roughly East Grand Rapids, although the area of concern now has passed east of both Grand Rapids and East Grand Rapids and is closer to Ada Township, Cascade Charter Township, through Lowell, up into Orleans and Bleeding, probably pronounced Belding there, I may be wrong, but you get the idea, right? That's where the tornado warning polygon covers. And let's turn on velocity. We'll use storm relative velocity for this. And look at where you have just an extremely tight gradient of winds here. Obviously, the way that this storm starts to bow out a little bit, it nudges out ahead of the main line a tiny bit. That is a telltale sign that you have damaging wind gusts, 70 miles per hour in there for sure, as the storm has that almost bow-like feature to it. It pushes out ahead of the main line. That's a telltale sign of damaging winds. And then there are small kinks here sort of along the line that you have the green and the red, winds blowing towards and away from the radar, several small kinks, maybe one here to the west of Alton, another one to the west of Fallisburg out near Fox Mill there, maybe another one near Lowell. And so those small kinks indicate small pockets of rotation. And unfortunately, on a day like today, at least in this part of the severe risk area, when you have a big line producing damaging gusts to 70 miles per hour, if not a little bit greater than that, you get these small kinks, areas of rotation that pop up along the line. And sometimes those areas of rotation show up so quickly, and it's hard to warn for them because they pop up extremely quickly and they're gone the next radar scan, or sometimes they just take place in between radar scans. The National Weather Service probably doing the smart thing and just warning this entire part of the line with several areas of rotation and small areas of circulation here in that line. Look at this. Looks like circulation has tightened up a little bit out near Moseley. The colors are brighter, and then also the circulation is a little bit tighter. We're seeing more of those greens and the reds butting up against each other and tightening up there out near Moseley. So there could be a small tornado on the ground at this moment over Moseley, over the community of Moseley, Michigan, and moving northeast up towards Smyra, Cook's Corner, and Orleans. But again, like I was just talking about a second ago, you do have multiple small areas of rotation along this line, along the leading line, and it's bowing out like that, a telltale sign that we look for to indicate damaging gusts, and then small areas of rotation along that line. The most pronounced one at the moment is going to be out near Moseley, where you have the bright red colors and the green colors butting up against each other, almost seeing some gate-to-gate shear in there. There could definitely be a small tornado on the ground. Usually with these lines, the rotation is quick, like I said, but also the tornadoes that come from that rotation are fairly quick and weak in nature as well. But regardless, a small tornado, as we've seen literally hundreds of times, can do significant damage over a small area. The southernmost tornado warning, first of all, the winds have gone back up to 80 miles per hour, and this is now a destructive storm again with a tornado possible tag on it, and then a separate tornado warning now on this as well. So let me read the tornado warning to you. This is a tornado warning now for southeastern Kent, northern Barry, and southwestern Iona County in Michigan until 6:30. You have this extremely intense line of storms that is now producing winds, at least in this area that I'm about to circle, up to 80 miles per hour. 80 mile per hour straight line winds and spin up tornadoes along the line are not a good mix. There's probably some damage that's occurring here. So let's drop in a little bit closer. Look at this. This might be a tornado signature right here. Maybe a TDS on this. Let's take a peek. Let's go over to high resolution velocity. We may have a small tornado that is on the ground right now as well near Welcome Center or coming into Carrollton, Michigan at the moment. We had a very tightly wrapped and wound looking image on reflectivity about a scan ago or so. Let me show you what I'm talking about. You see how for just a moment there, it tightened up, almost got a little bit of a ball on it. Or a hook to it, which is one of the features we look for in a developing circulation or tornado. That scan maybe doesn't look as intense as it did a second ago as we got the new radar scan in. But I still think that there could be a tornado on the ground right here coming into Carrollton, Michigan. There is the chance, and I would bet, that there is either a small funnel or a small tornado on the ground right now coming into Carrollton, Michigan. Bright red colors. You do have obviously some of the green colors too, but the winds outbound are a bit stronger. But let's get in even tighter. Where in Carrollton is that tornado or developing tornado? Right along Meeser Road, Barber Road, East M Highway 43, coming into Carrollton itself, downtown, Jordan Road. Those are all spots that are being impacted possibly by a small tornado. That's not the only area in this tornado warning polygon that we have of concern. Another one to the north of Quimby or west of Morgan here. Not maybe as intense, or you're not getting those bright colors that you're seeing up towards Carrollton, but still you have inbound and outbound winds where those two meet up, right? You have your rotation, winds with opposite directions means rotation, and the possibility of a funnel cloud or maybe another little weak tornado now out near historic Charlton Park, near Quimby, right along River Road, right along East Center Road, and coming up towards the Thornaple Lake Nature Sanctuary and the community of Morgan there. So yeah, some small areas, but regardless, there could be another little funnel cloud or tornado touching the ground. And obviously, we now have a life-threatening situation that's coming into some pretty significant areas here, including Greenville, Michigan, Howard City, Michigan, Lakeview. I can't emphasize enough, if you're somebody who's watching in this area or know somebody in this area, this is not really your average run-of-the-mill severe weather event where you maybe get winds to 60 miles per hour and some very small hail. This is a destructive area of thunderstorm winds and tornadic circulations that are now moving into a good chunk of western and central Michigan. We now have 3 separate tornado warnings that stretch from near Lakeview down to Iona and then down to Carrollton. We've already seen multiple spots along that line of rotation, and there could be multiple tornadoes along that line. And what the National Weather Service is doing is, instead of just simply warning certain spots along the line, they're warning the entire line, and they're saying there are so many small areas of rotation and small tornadoes that could be down. The best thing to do is to warn this entire line. A new tornado warning has come out. This is for northwestern Kent, as well as southeastern Newaygo County, central Montcalm County, until 6:30. And sort of just like we've seen with the southern part of the line, this northern area out towards Howard City and Lakeview has multiple small kinks or areas of rotation in here too, with developing circulations. Not sure that I would say this is indicative of a tornado on the ground, but still some moderate rotation coming into Sand Lake, another little area of rotation out to the west of Howard City here that we're keeping an eye on. This is north of Cedar Springs, probably not as pronounced as the areas of rotation to the south, but regardless, you have winds up to 80 miles per hour. That is a destructive storm that's coming along this entire line. Boy, is Michigan getting probably the worst of it right now. I would say so. Still tornado warning out near Poplar Bluff. This is now an observed tornado, so I want to switch for a moment. We have multiple tornadoes that could be on the ground right now. But again, for just a minute, we have a situation unfolding in Missouri as well. I told you a couple of minutes ago how I thought this storm out in Missouri might stay severe for a while and possibly go on to produce a tornado. It appears that's exactly what's happening. We now have an observed tornado for the storm out towards Doniphan and impacting eastern Ripley and southwestern Butler counties. We have weather spotter storm chasers confirming a tornado and $50 size hail now. So let's turn on velocity for just a second. And man, this is tough to get a good radar scan in here. This is one of the worst spots in the whole country to get a clean radar scan because of A, the mountains, and then also B, how far away southeast Missouri is from a radar site. But regardless, it does look like there's a tornado on the ground, possibly still. Notice the very bright green colors. We have both bright green and bright red colors, inbound, outbound winds, butting up against each other some gate-to-gate shear here. This is just to the east of fair dealing, right along County Road 485, County Road 3691, and traveling to the east as well up to County Road 488. Eventually, you're going to get into a slightly more populated area as we start to get closer to Poplar Bluff. But it does appear that there is still, at least from the data that we have right now, it still appears that there is a tornado on the ground that is headed towards Poplar Bluff, Missouri. This may stay possibly just to the south of Poplar Bluff. But regardless, if I was in that area, this is a mean-looking supercell thunderstorm. In addition to a tornado, we also have half-dollar size hail that we have ongoing in this area. So big-time severe weather threat, big-time supercell thunderstorm that we have. And as I'm talking to you, I'm just kind of looking over social media as well to see if there are any images or reports of anything down with either these storms or the Michigan storms. I'm not seeing anything right now. But regardless, there is still some significant rotation coming into Poplar Bluff. This may be as weakened in the past scan. It's tough to tell for sure, right? Because we're so far away from a radar site, and we also have to consider the radar that is looking into this part of the storm is looking through some mountainous terrain. It's far away, so we're not seeing what's happening down at the surface. I would still suspect there may be a tornado on the ground right now, especially in this area here to the west of Harville along 158 highway, where 158 becomes 160, and then also on Highway 67, right in that zone is where we have the tightest rotation. And according to the National Weather Service, still a tornado on the ground, half-dollar size hail. We're trying to track out if this will impact downtown Poplar Bluff. For the moment, to me, this looks like it may end up staying just to the south of Poplar Bluff. But let's not take any chances. If you're in Poplar Bluff, move to your safe spot. In addition to a tornado, there is some really big hail in here. And look at the way that this storm is shaped. This is sort of that classic supercell look to it, right? We have the hail on the north side of the supercell thunderstorm, the undisturbed inflow, warm, moist air that's flowing into the storm. And then obviously you have your rotation here that's taking place near the hook of the storm. And that hook, all that hook is the rain, the hail, everything else that's being wrapped around into the mesocyclone or rotating part of the thunderstorm. So how about a track on this Poplar Bluff storm? And then we'll go back up to Michigan. Again, a confirmed tornado located near fair dealing or 11 miles southwest of Poplar Bluff, moving east at 50 miles per hour. That was at 5:09. So that was 4 minutes ago. And there is still a confirmed tornado on the ground with this. So the best information we have suggests there's still a tornado on the ground southwest of Poplar Bluff, and it's moving east at 50 miles per hour, east at 50. So here's a track. Again, we're moving this east at 50 miles per hour. And here are some approximate times of arrival into Agnes in the next 2 minutes. Again, a confirmed tornado into the Hanleyville area in the next 16 minutes, into Batesville in the next 19 minutes, Bartsville in the next 19 minutes, Bryan in 28 minutes, Townley in 36 minutes, and Bernie in the next 36 minutes as well, if this rotation holds itself together. And if it does, we may see an additional downstream tornado warning issued for Bernie, Dexter, and really anywhere in that vicinity, depending on how the rotation unfolds here in the next few minutes. So that's what's happening down in Missouri. Let's go back up to our Michigan storms, because this is the part of the severe weather risk area and zone that is probably seeing the worst weather over a large real estate area. And we have 80 mile per hour destructive winds, a line of storms that has multiple QLCS type tornadoes on it. And so it's a big deal, and it's more than likely creating some significant damage. So this screen looks a little cluttered to me. I'm going to turn off, so you know what I'm doing. I'm going to turn off for a little bit here the watches and just keep on the warnings to declutter the screen a little bit. But check this out. You have this big line of storms, right, from all the way down near Pioneer and Hillsdale up through Big Rapids that are producing winds up to 80 miles per hour, destructive winds along the line, and then also multiple QLCS type tornadoes. Let's turn back on our storm relative velocity, and what's happening is it's so tough to pick out where along the line the rotation is that the National Weather Service is seeing all these little kinks or blips, small areas of rotation that are popping up along the line. And what's happening here is they're warning the entire line for those small areas of rotation. I will say, just kind of looking at the reflectivity and the velocity image now, the line to me doesn't look like it has quite as many strong areas of rotation, but we know how that can change on a dime. So we have to kind of respect the tornado warnings that are in place there. But still, big time wind now coming into Lansing. For a couple of these spots, they've dropped the 80 mile per hour wind a bit down to 70 miles per hour. So again, we've maybe lost some of the rotation and lost some of the intense winds on the southern part of the line. So coming into Lansing and Jackson, you have winds that are up to 70 miles per hour. And some rotation, not enough rotation now, or not as many QLCS type areas of rotation to pull the trigger on a tornado warning, but still right now coming into, I say that, new tornado warning, there we go, new tornado warning that is just coming out now for northern Jackson, Ingham, and southeastern Eaton County until 6:45. And it is, again, same type of deal here where we have the line moving into Leslie, Holt, Mason, Dansville, and this particular part of the line, as well as a few areas up to the north, have several types of small rotation that are popping up. Where can we find those rotation areas? One of those is popping up out near Onondaga, another one maybe here just to the north of Jackson, another one south of Leslie. So it's tough to say for sure. Eaton Rapids, another area of rotation. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 little areas of rotation. Any of these are capable of producing or dropping a brief tornado. So if I'm out ahead of this line in Leslie out toward Dansville and Mason, I would shelter, because in addition to possible several areas of rotation and tornadoes, you do have winds here up to 70 miles per hour as well. And that mix, and I've seen this in the past so many times, the mix of QLCS tornadoes and winds to 70 miles per hour or 80 miles per hour are just not a great mix. Let's head north now. And wow, check this out. You know, I mentioned that there are a few areas along the southern periphery of the line here down through Lansing and Charlotte that maybe have lost the 80 mile per hour wind gusts. As you head north, though, towards Iona and Orleans, and Greenville, coming up into Sheridan and Sydney. I mean, look at the returns here from the velocity. This is just absolutely intense winds, straight-lined winds through about, I would say likely 80 plus miles per hour. And this part of the warning still does show those 80 mile per hour wind gusts as a possibility. Really significant areas of wind coming into Lyons, into Muir. Those are small little communities, but you have intense wind coming into those areas. Carson City up to Sheridan, Crystal, Stanton, a wide swath of 80 mile per hour wind gusts possibly coming into that zone. And the storms are moving to the east-northeast at about 75 miles per hour. So let's track out where those destructive 80 mile per hour wind gusts are headed next. And into Bryce, Michigan in the next 13 minutes, Maple Ridge in the next 14 minutes, Bridgeville in the next 18 minutes, North Star in 23 minutes, Ashley in 24 minutes, and then into Cyclist in the next 27 minutes. And here is, again, this is the area that I'm circling right in here. That's the spot where you undoubtedly have wind gusts that are close to about 80 miles per hour. This is a big deal. When you have a wide swath of 80 mile per hour wind gusts coming into any spot, it's going to do damage. And I mentioned how it almost appears this part of the line of thunderstorms appears to be spreading out or bowing out a little bit more than the other parts. We see that on the reflectivity. We also see it a little bit on the velocity. That is another telltale sign that we have those powerful winds, that radar signature indicating that we have those powerful winds coming into, again, Lyons up to Carson City, up to Crystal here. And the warning tag does still have winds up to 80 miles per hour, at least for this part of the line. As you head south, the wind's definitely not as strong. There are some areas of rotation near Leslie and near Mason, hence this tornado warning. So some small funnel clouds or brief tornadoes may be on the ground with this. But I'm more concerned, above all else, about a wide swath of 80 mile per hour winds coming into Muir, Lyons, Sheridan, Crystal. 80 mile per hour winds, especially in such a wooded area like this. I mean, granted, most of Michigan hasn't seen bloom out with trees yet or green up, but still, you start to see a topple of trees. When you talk about 80 mile per hour wind gusts, you start to see damage to homes, to buildings, to cars, that sort of thing. If you're driving on the road, it's just not a good idea. Let me go ahead and sample some of these winds. And it isn't exact, but Doppler radar can sometimes tell us within this whole yellow area where we have those 80 mile per hour winds verifying the most. And keep in mind, we're not seeing what's happening at the surface. There's a spot, right? 78 miles per hour west of Carson City. We'll call that, 80 miles per hour just to the west of Carson City. Heading down the line, you have another little area here of 74 mile per hour wind gusts southwest of Carson City. And again, this is just Doppler radar estimates. But there are more 74 mile per hour wind gusts near 80, near Muir, near Lyons, and coming into those spots. So obviously, right, you have a wide swath of damaging to destructive winds headed into that area that we just talked about: Lyons, Muir, Carson City, Michigan, up to Sheridan and Crystal, Michigan as well. 2 tornado warnings remain in Michigan at the moment. We've seen a lot of them, a handful of tornado warnings over the past several hours. Right now, 2 remain. And what the Weather Service has opted to do in this area is, instead of issuing tornado warnings for small parts of the line where they're picking out the rotation, because sometimes that's not effective when you have a line that is dropping tornadoes or funnel clouds every couple of seconds, and then you get a radar scan, it's gone, it's dropped, another one develops, is they've just kind of warned parts of this whole line for rotation. This tornado warning out near Sydney and Greenville specifically for central Montcalm County will expire in 7 minutes at this time. It doesn't look like the National Weather Service is going to opt to issue a new one, but we'll see what happens. Regardless, we know just by looking at velocity that you have damaging winds, especially out near Carson City, Crystal, where you have the part of the line that, at least right here and a little bit here again, is starting to bow out a little bit. That, again, is a telltale sign of really strong winds. Another tornado warning remains in effect at this point for northern Jackson, Ingham, and southeastern Eaton County until 6:45. The wind here, not quite as intense, to 70 miles per hour. We're not really getting those bright yellows, but there are still a few pockets of weak rotation maybe showing up. Don't think there's anything on the ground at the moment with this tornado warning out near Mason and Dansville, Stockbridge. But again, I say that and then I bite my tongue because these QLCS lines or lines of thunderstorms tend to drop tornadoes really quickly. And then as soon as they drop, they kind of come back up. So we'll keep an eye on the Michigan situation. Look at the new tornado warnings that are starting to develop here across parts of northern Arkansas into southeast Missouri. The good news is the storm out near Poplar Bluff, at least for the time being, is back to being radar indicated. What does that mean? All it means is while we did have a tornado on the ground for a period of time, it looks like that tornado has lifted. But there is still enough rotation where the National Weather Service thinks that this part of the storm could recycle maybe and then go on to produce an additional tornado down the road. So what they've done is they've issued a new tornado warning. This one is a tornado warning for northwest New Madrid, southeastern Butler, and southern Stoddard County until 6 o'clock. And in addition to a tornado that could develop some quarter-size hail in there, the hail size has gone down a little bit. So I think that this supercell might be recycling. The inflow is still relatively undisturbed. So I think that more than likely what's happening is this storm might be cycling a bit and it's sort of taking a breather, so to speak. It's, kind of breathing in the warm inflow again, taking a second to reorganize. And then once it does so, we may see another tornado drop. And that's part of the reason why we still have this tornado warning that is in effect for areas south of Poplar Bluff, including Bernie, Dexter, Essex, and some of those small communities out ahead of Poplar Bluff, Parma in there as well. And pulling the velocity scan definitely shows that, yes, there is still rotation due south of Poplar Bluff and moving to the east near Morocco. You can see really evidently, and it doesn't take a meteorologist to tell, you're not getting as many bright green colors and red colors as you were a few minutes ago. And so that shows us the rotation is weakened. And the signature here is not quite as tight. So for the time being, don't think there's a tornado on the ground with this storm. The hail size has come down a little bit, but there could be. And in fact, I think what's happening is the storm is recycling. The first area of rotation has weakened, and then you're getting a new area of rotation that's probably going to develop here out to the west of Quinn, and just west of 51 Highway. Notice a little bean appendage or hook that's just showed up in the past scan. So storm is recycling, getting better organized, and then we're probably going to get a new area of rotation here west of Hickory Spur, Nisa, and closer to 53 Highway. So right in there, there's your new area of rotation that's starting to develop. And the hail size is stayed about the same with the new severe thunderstorm warning that's coming out, but the winds have increased up to about 70 miles per hour, which confirms that the storm is recycling and re-strengthening. So we'll keep an eye on that, as well as the numerous severe thunderstorm warnings across far southeastern Missouri and southern Illinois, and more severe thunderstorm warnings out near Bloomington, Indiana, for some cells there. But another tornado warning we want to touch on here for just a second. Again, unfortunately, this is in a spot where we don't have amazing radar coverage. Let's see if we can take Springfield radar. That maybe Little Rock radar would be better. This is the game that we have to play when we don't have great radar coverage in an area. But severe thunderstorm warning right now, tornado warning for Fulton County in northern Arkansas until... Let's see. They say this one is radar indicated as well, and it's until 6 p.m. So radar indicator rotation here with the thunderstorm cell, the severe storm out near Salem, Arkansas, or west, closer to Viola. And if I were to pinpoint where the rotation was right this second, it would be near Byron, the small community of Byron in northern Arkansas, and headed east from that point. And the movement on this storm is to the east at about 50 miles per hour. So let's track it for you. It looks okay on high-res reflectivity, but you have to keep in mind we're not getting the cleanest image because how far away this storm is from the radar side. But let's show you where it's headed next, and it is moving northeast here, east-northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So a thunderstorm cell capable of producing a tornado that does have some rotation on it will be very near Wheeling in the next 11 minutes, Hart in the next 21 minutes, French in 22 minutes, Saddle in the next 26 minutes, and then heading east from there. We'll see what happens. This storm that we're watching here might have some of its inflow kind of choked off from the storm to the south near Pineville and near Calico Rock, and that may disturb the Salem storm a bit. But we'll kind of see how that all pans out. And then you also have new thunderstorm cells that are developing here across central Arkansas. One of them is north of Little Rock, north of Conway for quarter-size hail near Twin Grove, Bee Branch, and Heber Springs. So this is kind of the first time that we've seen cells popping up and developing out in central Arkansas today. So these will be the storms. I know we had a lot of questions earlier in the comments about Memphis in particular. And I said, well, at the time, it looked like everything was north of Memphis. And if we were to get an organized severe weather threat in Memphis, what would need to happen is we'd have to get storms developing out here in central Arkansas. And that looks like it's happening. And another cell here out near Hot Springs, a supercell thunderstorm. So these will be the storms out here in central Arkansas that eventually move east here over the next few hours, impact eastern Arkansas, impact West Tennessee, and maybe northwest Mississippi as well with that tornado threat. So broader scale picture, interestingly enough, through today, this has kind of surprised me. The most significant severe weather that we've seen has definitely been in Michigan, with winds up to 80 miles per hour, and that is still ongoing at the moment. But I want to take just a second to pause here because over the last 30 minutes, we've done a lot of coverage on the storms out across central Michigan. And then we kind of talked about what's happening now in southeast Missouri, northern Arkansas. So I want to look through some of your comments, see if I see some of the same comments over, and I'll try to answer those questions first. But I do want to look at your comments and see what you all are thinking, any questions that you have, any questions about the coverage here, anything you want to see less of, more of, open to feedback. This is all for you guys. I see several comments about St. Louis. I can give St. Louis the all clear for the threat of severe weather for the rest of the night tonight. So no problems expected in St. Louis. See another comment that just came in about St. Louis. Yeah, all good in St. Louis. Somebody asked about Cincinnati. Cincinnati is going to be one of those spots that is at risk for severe weather later tonight. And it's going to come from, for your friends, a line of thunderstorms that's out to the west right now, moving through Indianapolis down to Bloomington. It's sort of a disorganized and broken line, but through the evening, we might see some strengthening of the jet stream, the lower levels, the low-level jet stream, and that could help these storms intensify a little bit more as they move out towards Cincinnati. The biggest issue there is going to be the potential for damaging wind gusts, I think, above all else. Knoxville, Tennessee, just like the rest of the Mid-South, will have the threat of severe weather, but your threat probably not going to come until early tomorrow morning during the pre-dawn hours, and the best chance of severe weather there, or the best hazard, is going to be damaging wind gusts, 60 to 70 miles per hour. Somebody said we are in the midst of a tornado warning here in Michigan. Well, let's go up to Michigan and talk a little bit about what's going on there for a second, because there are 2 tornado warnings now. And one of those is for northeastern Jackson and southern Ingham counties. There's another tornado warning that's in effect for Garriott, eastern Iona, Clinton, and southeastern Montcalm County until 7:15. And the reason for both of those tornado warnings is because of the line of storms that is now moving through central Michigan, and that line has several areas of rotation, small kinks in the line where we're getting winds blowing towards and away from the radar, changing directions, pockets of rotation, enough so where the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for parts of that line and multiple areas of rotation within it. And then in addition to the threat of a tornado, we also have damaging wind gusts now that are rolling through Lansing and Waterloo Village, east of Jackson, coming into St. John's, up to 80 miles per hour. So we're talking, damaging winds, and then also tornadoes along that line, which is just not a good mix. So hopefully you're staying safe. Hopefully you're taking shelter. This is not really the type of tornado warning I would mess with. If this was headed in my direction, I would definitely be taking shelter. If I didn't have somewhere sturdy to be, I'd probably get underground for this one, just because, not really so much because of the tornado threat, but really the damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. I mean, my goodness, you can treat that in itself like a tornado warning. Let's see. Questions about central Arkansas. We have thunderstorms developing across central Arkansas right now, and a couple of them have turned severe. That'll be a zone, north of Conway at the moment. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in place, and we'll keep an eye on those storms as they start to develop for hail and tornadoes in particular. Getting several questions here about Arkansas, which we'll go down to in a second. But I want to make sure if there are any more Michigan questions that I cover those, because this by far is the most intense part of our severe weather episode so far today. What's taking place right now with a wide swath of 70 mile per hour winds, embedded 80 to 85 mile per hour wind gusts within this entire line. And that is going to cause some really big problems. So, if I were you, if you knew that you had that line coming towards you and in your direction, I would make sure that I was in shelter, especially with any big trees around, just because of, how intense and how severe this line is. Somebody said Mount Pleasant. Here's Mount Pleasant. You do have some really bad weather knocking on your doorstep in Mount Pleasant, Michigan. I'm going to change radar sites for a second, and we might be able to get a better picture. You have severe thunderstorm warnings, winds 70 to 80 miles per hour along a line that is just west of Mount Pleasant near Edmore, coming into the Big Rapids area, moving through there now, Reed City. And more than likely in Mount Pleasant, you're going to have a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be issued any moment now. It's almost inevitable as that line gets closer to you. Let's time it out. Let's go ahead and give you an estimated time of arrival. This part of the line moving to the east at 60 miles per hour. So what time does it get to Mount Pleasant? It's not going to be very much longer from now. Into, first of all, Roland Center in the next 6 minutes, Crawford 15 minutes. What am I tracking? I'm tracking the line of storms that's producing winds up to 70 to 80 miles per hour. Mount Pleasant in the next 17 minutes, Jordan in 22 minutes. So obviously if you're in any of these spots, the sky is darkening, you're hearing the rumbles of thunder, and the worst weather is yet to come in the next few minutes. So get ready for that. Somebody asked about Troy, Michigan. Let's go a little closer to Detroit. And here's Troy. Notice how you too have the line of thunderstorms, really intense and severe thunderstorms out to your west that continues to maintain its strength. In fact, still 80 mile per hour wind gusts along a really good swath of this line. You do have 80 mile per hour wind gusts coming into Hamburg, and that line with those intense winds headed towards both Detroit and Troy over the next 30 minutes to an hour. So get ready for damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. And then obviously too, in addition to that, it is possible that we see more spin up tornadoes and additional tornado warnings that are issued throughout this evening along this line. How about a time for Troy? First, let me get the speed of the storm moving northeast at 55. And so we can anticipate the worst weather coming into Salem in the next 25 minutes, into Farmington in 37 minutes. into four towns in the next 38 minutes, and Pontiac in the next 46 minutes. Troy in 51 minutes from now, the line will arrive in your area. How about Detroit and downtown Detroit? Let's track that out for you too. This could be a big storm for Detroit. You have Warren in 54 minutes, Detroit in 49 minutes from now. So in about 50 minutes or so, the line of thunderstorms capable of producing winds up to 80 miles per hour in QLCS type embedded tornadoes will be very near Troy and Detroit. A new tornado warning has just come out just a second ago. So let's look at it. A tornado warning for southeastern Shiawassee County and northwestern Livingston County until 7:15. This is radar indicator rotation, and the storm is moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. So this is the same type of situation that we've been seeing all day long, which is you have the line of storms, or I should say all day long in northern Indiana into Michigan. You have your line of storms, and then within that line, you have embedded circulations, and the National Weather Service sees several of those embedded circulations, and they issue the tornado warning for them. So with this new tornado warning that we have out for southeastern Shiawassee, northwestern Livingston County until 7:15, it's going to be rotation that we're seeing here out near Weberville. And the rotation, if I'm being honest, looks pretty organized, at least with this scan. You know, that could change in the next scan we get. But there could be a developing circulation or maybe even a tornado on the ground near Weberville and moving northeast out towards Fowlerville, or maybe staying just north of Fowlerville. We're putting this into motion now, and you can see how the rotation has stayed fairly consistent over the past few scans, let's say 10 to 15 minutes. And it's now near Weberville, moving northeast. It may pass just north of Fowlerville, out towards Choctaw. And there could be a couple areas of more rotation as well out near Williamstown. And looks like the National Weather Service sees that as well. And so they're going to issue a tornado warning for that area. So this is now a new tornado warning, right? Lots of tornado warnings out there right now. A new tornado warning for northwestern Ingham County in central Michigan until 7:15. And sometimes when we get into these situations where we have numerous tornado warnings, the easiest thing to do, instead of try to go tornado warning by tornado warning and say, okay, this county, that county, until this time or whatever else, is just to simply look down the line and pick out where you're seeing the strongest areas of rotation, and then track those rotation areas from that point forward. So let's start from the southern part of the line and work our way northward where we have the tornado warning. So like I said, near Weberville, crossing over Interstate 96 and moving northeast out towards Choctaw and Byron, that's where you have one area of rotation and maybe a developing tornado. Another area of rotation and a possible tornado near Sherwood Road. This is near Sherwood Road, meeting North Williamstown Road here, and that is, for reference, north of Williamston. I said Williamstown, north of Williamston. So you have one possible tornado there near Webersville, and then another tornado possible developing near or just north of Williamston. Heading up the line further towards the north, can we find other areas of rotation? Yes. Another pocket of rotation and a developing circulation just west of St. John's, Michigan. That'll be coming into St. John's here momentarily. After that, up into Elise, Michigan, Chapin, Oakley, and New Haven for this area of rotation and possible tornado. Here comes another area of rotation and a possible tornado near just a mile or two to the north of Bridgeville, West Half Road, Pompeii. So between Bridgeville and Pompeii, right here is where you could have another small tornado or circulation developing. This will come up to East Cleveland Road, cross over East Cleveland Road, and go north towards the small community of Ashley here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. And I think that is it. So what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and maybe another 7th area of rotation along the line that we're seeing right now. So that's 7 different areas of rotation along the line. And that could possibly mean, 7 different small tornadoes that are on the ground. So you see why the National Weather Service chooses to issue broad tornado warnings for the line where you have, sometimes 10 plus areas of small rotation. It's hard to warn each area of small rotation. It's just better to warn the entire line, in my opinion, and they're making the right call. In addition to the tornado threat, you obviously also have winds that are pushing 70 to 80 miles per hour, especially on the southern end of the line, near Hamburg and near Ann Arbor. You have winds that are warned for 80 miles per hour. So big deal. Anytime you talk about winds up to 80 miles per hour, there's a new tornado warning that's coming out for Choctaw, Durand, Bancroft, Vernon. This is south of Interstate 69, and that's for this small area of rotation here, northeast of Weberville, headed northeast towards Byron, may pass just north of Byron, south of Durland, passing in this sort of vicinity if it holds itself together. So you do have numerous tornado warnings out there right now across Michigan, central Michigan, as well as several areas of winds up to 80 miles per hour. And it's really tough. Again, it is so tough to warn these QLCS type tornado warnings. I mean, there just really isn't a great way to do it. I think the best way, again, is to warn the entire area. And we can here track all of those small areas of rotation for you as well as they move through. Saw somebody ask about Dallas right now. Dallas is in pretty good shape. There's a severe thunderstorm warning, severe thunderstorm watch for the DFW metro area. A few thunderstorms popping up nearby, but there are no active severe thunderstorm warnings. Somebody asked about, let's see, getting a lot of Michigan questions, which is good. The cool thing here is somebody asked about Fenton, Michigan. So that is a spot that is not technically under a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. You will be really soon. At some point, the National Weather Service is going to pull the trigger and issue a severe thunderstorm warning, maybe a tornado warning. I can tell you that you right now in Fenton, the person who asked about Fenton, have winds of 80 miles per hour headed your way, at least, within probably the next 20 minutes. So you have 20 minutes to prepare for 80 mile per hour wind gusts or higher. So for sure, get ready for that one. Got to be inside, got to be away from windows, underground. I say treat these 80 mile per hour wind gusts like tornado warnings. Somebody asked here about Hudsonville, Michigan. Let me get the details on that. I really wasn't expecting Michigan today to be the spot where we've seen the most widespread severe weather. Hudsonville, west of Grand Rapids, all clear from the threat of severe weather. You don't have to worry anymore tonight. Somebody asked about Chesterfield, Michigan. And this severe threat, by the way, is going to persist through the next several hours and into likely the overnight hours. When you get these big lines of storms like this, and there's so much energy in place, you got to be ready for a really busy night ahead. So as far as Chesterfield is concerned, northeast of Detroit, not formally under a severe thunderstorm warning at this point, right? But the same thing to you, as I've said so to some other folks, you obviously have a big line of storms headed your way with winds possibly up to 70 to 80 miles per hour. So at this time, you got to prepare for that, be ready for it. Just because you're not under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, I can almost guarantee that you will be here at some point in the near future. Somebody said they were in the tornado warning near Grand Rapids. Hopefully you're okay. I know there's some really strong wind gusts in there as well. Toledo, Ohio, and Youngstown, Ohio. Definitely have some severe weather coming into Toledo at the moment. Notice where you are in reference to the line of storms that I've been tracking out throughout this afternoon. Here is Toledo. Here's the line. The far southern part of this line does not look as organized as the northern part of the line. Toledo could have some wind gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour heading your way. Probably wouldn't expect those widespread 70 to 80 mile per hour gusts that we were seeing earlier on, or I should say to the north of you, and are still seeing to the north of you right now. Port Austin, Michigan. So again, that's pretty far north. Low chance of strong storms tonight. Not worried about those 80 mile per hour wind gusts that we're seeing across the rest of Michigan or into central Michigan. So I wouldn't worry too much if I were there. For the people asking about Louisiana and other parts of the risk area, right now we're at the time of the afternoon, the night, and into the severe weather risk. We're probably just for a little while going to focus on areas that are about to be impacted by severe weather. And then we'll kind of go from that point forward as the risk area shifts south and east. Somebody asked about, let's see, some spots that are north of Detroit. So north of Detroit, you still have the line of storms headed your way. I'm not sure how you pronounce this town, so please forgive me. Lapper, Michigan, or Lapeer, Michigan. You have a big line of storms out to your west and several tornado warnings as well. And those storms are definitely producing wind gusts up to 70 to 80 miles per hour. So you're not formally underneath a severe thunderstorm warning at this point, but I would get ready for some really rough weather arriving in about an hour or so. And again, once the weather gets to you, somebody said Lansing, Michigan, all clear from the threat of severe storms. I know it's still raining heavily there with some thunder and lightning. Your severe weather threat is rapidly decreasing. Holland, Michigan, all clear from the threat of severe weather as well. Those storms are well east of you. You can rest easy for the rest of your Sunday night. Anywhere west of the line, we can give the all clear from severe weather. It's along and east of the line that we still need to worry. Somebody asked about Canton, Michigan. Big time storms headed your way with winds up to 70 miles per hour. A lot of lightning and thunder, and maybe the threat of a developing circulation in there as well. All Detroit suburbs need to be ready for this line of storms marching in from the west. Downtown Detroit, as a matter of fact, is underneath a severe thunderstorm warning at this point, and it is more than likely going to be arriving pretty soon. In fact, let's get an approximate time of arrival for some of these storms into Detroit, moving northeast at 65, and I'll hopefully list off some suburbs here for those asking. I know we have some folks from around Detroit who are watching right now. Line of storms will be into Pittsfield in the next 2 minutes, East Lawn in 7 minutes, Denton in 10 minutes, Belleville North in 12 minutes, Canton in 12 minutes as well, Garden City in 19 minutes, Norton in 22 minutes, Taylor in 22 minutes as well, Detroit in 30 minutes. Detroit has 30 minutes to prepare for a line of storms that is going to produce a big wind risk, 60 to 70 miles per hour, maybe a little bit higher than that in a few isolated spots, and also can't rule out some developing rotation in there too. Somebody asked about Indianapolis, Indiana. Let's go down to Indiana for a second. We'll take a break from Michigan, and we will eventually come back to what's happening in Michigan. And I want to go into central Indiana for a second for a couple of reasons. Number one, you do have the line of storms that has just cleared Indianapolis. So if you're in Indianapolis, give it another 10 to 15 minutes and the weather will rapidly improve. Now, south of Indianapolis, east of Bloomington, there's a tornado warning that's been issued. This is a tornado warning for southeast Monroe as well as southeastern Brown County until 7:15. And this is what looks to be an embedded supercell structure within a line of storms. And you obviously have your hook right here. You have storms that are running, or warm air that's running into the storms. The inflow might start to be choked off with the storm down near Barrelsville and Norman. But regardless, this is a pretty good looking signature. You have the inflow coming into the storm, outflow behind it, and then your area of rotation within this hook here, which is the wind and the rain being wrapped into the mesocyclone. The high-res storm relative velocity looks okay. I wouldn't say that this is a signature to me that indicates there's a tornado on the ground with this one. But regardless, you do have some rotation popping up here near Knight Ridge, near Woodview, near Belmont, and heading northeast from there into West Overlook. And so the tornado warning, again, is in effect for Monroe and Brown County until 7:15. This area of rotation is moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So here's the track as it lifts northeast at about 45 and into Belmont in 6 minutes, Town Hall in the next 14 minutes. We'll see what happens. Like I said, it looks really good on radar in terms of the reflectivity with that pronounced hook echo, but the velocity scans don't really at least concern me all that much or suggest that there's a tornado on the ground. Still have our tornado warnings ongoing east of Poplar Bluff in southeast Missouri, also east of Pocahontas in eastern Arkansas. Both of those are radar indicated rotation with storm clusters, embedded supercell structures in there as well. In fact, these are pretty good looking supercells that we're seeing. And while the rotation is radar indicated for the moment on both those, it is possible, of course, that we see tornadoes drop and touch down. We saw that earlier with the storm out near Poplar Bluff. Going back over to the comment section, what time will it hit Alabama? Probably not going to be until very late tonight into early tomorrow morning. Central Ohio, that risk will come overnight tonight, probably closer to about midnight to 2 a.m., I would suggest. Southwest Ohio, a little closer from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. along a line of storms, with the greatest concern being for some winds up to 70 miles per hour. Somebody asked how Bloomington, Indiana is looking. It depends on where you are in Bloomington. There is actually a tornado warning just southeast of Bloomington. It's a storm we were talking about a moment ago, developing circulation and a possible tornado now east of Clear Creek, near Woodview Hills, near Belmont, and almost up into Nashville, Indiana. Bloomington itself will have weather dramatically improving in the next 10 to 15 minutes. It is still raining hard there, but the weather will start to get better as the line clears your vicinity. More questions about Michigan and Middle Michigan in particular. Saginaw is under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, and it is for winds up to 70 miles per hour. Here is the reflectivity. It shows those storms moving in almost directly from the south, a little bit to the southwest in Saginaw. Winds up to 70 miles per hour, a good bet. And there are also numerous tornado warnings to your south and southwest in Saginaw. Along this line, you have probably 10 to 15 different areas of rotation. Small areas of rotation, brief spin-ups. One of those is out near Bennington or just north of there. Another one probably popping up here, it looks like just to the north of Elise. So if I was in Saginaw, I would be prepared for damaging wind gusts and also the possibility of a tornado threat arriving here in the very near future. How soon? Well, let's tell you. These storms are moving north and northeast at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. So here's the track on it for you. Entering into Saginaw in the next 30 minutes or so, and Buena Vista into the next 32 minutes. Any update on Cleveland, Ohio? So Cleveland will have that severe risk coming in a little bit later this evening. It is interesting. The northern part of this line, I'll be honest, has bowed out a little bit and extended out a bit further than I had anticipated, than some of the data had anticipated. So that means an earlier arrival of storms into Cleveland. Let's talk about how much earlier. Most of these storms here have been moving east at about 65 to 70 miles per hour. So we can take our track, as a matter of fact, way out here and give you the earliest possible estimate as to when storms may arrive in Cleveland. And we got to scroll down. It's not going to be for another few hours, but notice we're talking about spots like Richfield, getting to some suburbs there in the next 111 minutes. So what? That is an hour and a half, 2 hours from now, with storms maybe arriving into Cleveland. Could be a little bit later than that. I do think the southern end of this line is a tad bit slower moving than the northern end of the line. The good news is for right now, with our tornado warnings that we have in place, both across Michigan, into Indiana, and then down across southeast Missouri, they're all radar indicated. This is all radar indicated rotation. And so because of that, we are not sure that there's anything on the ground. But again, today is the type of day, especially on the northern end here, where I think that the damaging wind threat almost trumps the tornado threat because of just how high the wind is. 80 miles per hour or greater is definitely going to cause perhaps some big time issues there. Let's turn on the watches for a second because we may have some new watches that have been issued. This also addresses a lot of your questions in terms of who's in the risk area, who's not, and what's next. So a new tornado watch has come out while we've been doing our coverage. That includes parts of western Kentucky into southern and southwest Ohio as well. And let me read the text to you on this. It is a tornado watch until 1 o'clock in the morning. And this text is pretty ominous. It shows a couple of intense tornadoes possible and damaging wind gusts, widespread damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour with hail up to 2 inches. So what that essentially means is you're going to have those very excuse me. You're going to have those very damaging wind gusts. Tried to mute that, but I didn't do it in time. You're going to have those damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour persist. We're seeing it right now. It is likely going to persist throughout the next several hours. It's why we have the tornado watch. Big cities included in this tornado watch: Louisville, Cincinnati, Dayton, not quite into Nashville yet, but you do have that tornado watch till 1 o'clock in the morning, and the text is on the higher end of things. That text that tells us about what kind of hazards to expect. Also, our severe thunderstorm watch that remains in place here for Northwest Ohio, including Van Wert, until 10 p.m. this evening, as that line of storm continues to fill in to the south. So big deal there with just a wide area of severe weather. We're deep into this severe weather episode now. Somebody asked, will Michigan get storms overnight? Michigan is seeing a lot of storms now, but behind the line of storms that we're seeing in Michigan at the moment, we're probably not going to see any more severe weather developing. So we don't have to be concerned about that. I'll tell you what, we're going to take about a 2-minute pause here on the live stream. And when I come back, I'm going to answer a ton of questions and then also continue our severe weather coverage as we get deeper into this event. We're going to do a quick reset, about a 2-minute pause on the stream. And then I'll be right back with more severe weather coverage as things really ramp up here throughout this evening and into tonight. I'll be back in just a second. All right, back now with our continuous coverage of the severe weather outbreak that is unfolding, right? I'm comfortable calling this an outbreak now, that is unfolding across a good part of the country, in the center of the country. We have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings that extend from central Michigan all the way down into parts of Arkansas, with a tornado watch included for Arkansas, parts of West Tennessee, parts of Kentucky, into Indiana, Western Ohio, and a severe thunderstorm watch that dips down into Texas as well. So lots to get to. An entire evening of coverage is ahead. So I want to begin by answering some of the comments that you have, and then from that point forward, we'll go back into our coverage, come back for some comments, and kind of go back and forth. The area of greatest concern for me right now is in two spots. Number one, out across Michigan and eastern Michigan, where we've had wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour and several small tornadoes develop. And then also another area of concern across southeast Missouri now, northern Arkansas, where we have numerous tornado warnings. So let's start with the first question that I see here. Can you scroll towards Ohio for me? Absolutely. Let me pull the screen over a little bit for TikTok. I know on TikTok, I kind of have to shift the screen to the left. But here's Ohio. In Ohio at the moment, a couple areas of concern. First of all, a severe thunderstorm watch. It's in effect. That means conditions are capable of severe weather and severe thunderstorms until 10 p.m. And then from roughly Toledo and then points north getting into Michigan, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect as a line of storm continues to propagate to the east here. Bowling Green at the moment, taking you down into Kentucky. So Bowling Green not formally under any tornado watch, but you do have an area of supercell thunderstorms, and if you've lived in Bowling Green for a while, you know those are the bad kind, developing out towards Cape Girardeau and Cairo, also back west towards northeast Arkansas and the Kettet area, and your Jonesboro. So your severe weather threat is going to be rapidly increasing as we head through this evening past about 8 o'clock or so. A question about Cincinnati, Ohio. Cincinnati right now is under a tornado watch until early tomorrow morning. And there is a line of storms near Bloomington, Indiana, a tornado warning in there as well. This line is capable of producing wind gusts 60 to maybe 70 miles per hour. It is headed towards Cincinnati. So I would say Cincinnati between about, let's say, 9 and 11 p.m., that line will march through you, with the biggest concern being for damaging winds. Somebody asked about Indiana. And it sort of just depends on where you are in Indiana. Let's see. Muncie, Indiana is underneath a tornado watch at this point. It's sort of interesting. Let's turn on radar. In Muncie at the moment, we have the line of storms, which is working through. It's probably giving you some heavy rain, but out across east central Indiana, you have almost a gap in the severe weather. It picks back up as you get into northern Ohio, into Michigan, and then also down across parts of southwest Indiana. But there's a gap in the severe warnings across east central Indiana, including Muncie. So as soon as this area of rain moves through Muncie and clears through, your severe weather threat will dramatically drop off. Starkville, Mississippi will have the chance of strong to severe thunderstorms overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning. That threat will probably be increasing once we get past midnight. And I do think there is a possibility of not only damaging wind gusts, but maybe an elevated tornado risk in there as well. Is there any way you can show us some movement in Ohio? Definitely. Let's go back up to Ohio now. And I'm going to turn on the radar site. We're looking from, I think this radar site is okay, gives us pretty good coverage. Let's put this into loop though, and notice the movement here is due east to northeast. So those storms are eventually moving into Ohio and moving east, first into western and northwest Ohio, and then the rest of the state through tonight. You'll have a big line of storms moving in, with damaging wind being the primary concern. Let's see here. What about Flint, Michigan? So back into Michigan. Oh boy, Flint likely about to get hit by intense winds. I'm very concerned about this part of the line. Let me turn on the radar sight here north of Detroit, and you can see the intense line of storms that is probably about 5 minutes or less away from impacting Flint. And within that line, you have winds capable of 80-mile-per-hour gusts, and also in the vicinity, a few brief spin-up tornadoes. So if I was in Flint, I know this line might not look all that impressive on radar, right? You're not getting the deep red reflectivity colors, but it is gonna do quite a bit of damage. If you're getting 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, it's gonna cause issues. So Flint, I would absolutely be sheltered at this point, at least away from windows. An interior room is best. When we get these 80-mile-per-hour gusts, the best thing you can do is treat it like a tornado warning. 60 miles per hour, you just want to be inside, kind of away from windows. 70 miles per hour, yeah, kind of following the same rules. But at least in my experience, when you get 80 and above, you start running into really big issues. Seeing a lot of new comments here, so I'll do my best. Dearborn Heights has some pretty bad weather rolling in here soon. It's that line of thunderstorms that's about to move in from the west. Let's see. Somebody asked about Tennessee. Right now, there is no active severe thunderstorm warnings in Tennessee. We do have a line of storms developing out to the west, first impacting West Tennessee in the next several hours, and then overnight into Middle and East Tennessee, with the greatest concern being hail, wind, and tornadoes. Somebody asked about Farmington, Missouri. So let's go down into Missouri for a second. And I want to really explicitly say that anywhere to the east or along the line of severe storms still has a risk of severe weather, but anywhere north or northwest of there, where you see all those warnings, has an all clear from the threat of severe storm. So that is going to include most of Missouri, including Farmington. So all clear from the threat of severe weather in Farmington. Those storms have cleared out and should be a dry evening to come. Let's see, somebody here asking about Bay City, Michigan. So here's the situation there. Bay City is another spot where you have really bad weather that's about to come in the form of a line of thunderstorms. And within that line, you're probably going to find wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour and torrential rain. So not a time to be out on the roadways, not a time to be outside, probably not a time to be by the windows either if you have big trees nearby. Get ready for some bad weather coming into Bay City within the next 20 minutes or less. Has there been any more rotation in Michigan? And right now, there are no active tornado warnings in Michigan. That's the good news. But still monitoring our big, intense line of storms. It may be starting to weaken a little bit as it runs into some slightly more stable air out across East Michigan, and then obviously crossing over the border into Canada. Slightly more stable air, but still a severe threat that'll persist for probably the rest of this evening until sunset and until that line clears the central and eastern part of Michigan. So we might not necessarily be getting the 80-mile-per-hour gusts here in the near future, but definitely some 60 to 70-mile-per-hour gusts still expected here along the line of thunderstorms moving through. And it's about to move into Detroit in the next 20 to 25 minutes or less than that. Somebody asked here about Ohio and Lima, Ohio specifically. So Lima is one of those spots that is between severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. So you're underneath a severe thunderstorm watch. Lima has the line of thunderstorms just a few miles back to the west. So darkening skies, thunder, lightning, definitely a good bet. I would think we could have some winds maybe in the range of 20 to 30 miles per hour, maybe as high as 40 miles per hour Probably not going to get any hail, but I would prepare for some strong gusty winds and a lot of heavy rain in Lima arriving in the next 25 minutes to an hour, less than that. Somebody said they weren't expecting Michigan to get these outbreaks. Kind of shocked. Yeah, this was sort of the surprise area today across Michigan. Obviously, I have to go back and look at what the environment looked like. But as those storms were coming into southwest Michigan, all the way up to about Lansing, they were producing 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, several tornado warnings. The line is falling apart a little bit more now, but regardless, it was super busy for a bit there with those strong, gusty winds, damaging winds in Michigan. And now, again, that line is weakening a little bit. It's not completely non-severe, but it's falling apart pretty quickly. So may not be getting those widespread 80-mile-per-hour gusts anymore, but still it is something to watch and keep an eye on to see if there's any re-strengthening. Somebody asked about Cairo, Michigan, and that is up towards Saginaw. And you have a line of thunderstorms headed towards you. The text here says winds up to 70 miles per hour. I think that you may find a few gusts that get close to 70, but more than likely for Cairo, it's going to be winds 60 to 65 miles per hour and torrential heavy rain soon. Louisville, Kentucky is under a tornado watch. And storms are developing to your west. It could be kind of a rough go of it across western Kentucky tonight. So the situation, Columbus, Ohio, please. Columbus, right now, not under any formal watches or warnings. Thunderstorms are developing to your west, and there may eventually be a line of strong storms that moves through Columbus later tonight. The greatest concern being damaging wind gusts, 60 to 70 miles per hour, and the possibility of a brief spin-up tornado or two. So here is the situation in Michigan. The storms are now rapidly weakening, and it's interesting because they stayed severe for so long. Look at the display on radar. Look how quickly they kind of fell apart. So what happened was we had several hours of severe weather in Michigan, central to southwestern Michigan in particular, with wind gusts 80 miles per hour, numerous tornado warnings, likely numerous small tornado touchdowns. Now that line is weakening really quickly. So I'm going to focus my attention away from Michigan for a little bit, and we're going to go down into Missouri, southern Illinois, southwest Kentucky, and stay with those storms for just a bit longer. St. Louis has the all clear from the threat of severe weather. Cincinnati is at risk tonight for severe storms, including the possibility of tornadoes. There is a tornado watch in effect in Cincinnati, which means conditions are favorable for tornadoes, but there is not a severe storm nearby until 1 o'clock in the morning. That is in that yellow box that you see, including Cincinnati. Somebody said, let's see, Saline County, Illinois, Ironton, Ohio. Okay, so let's start first with what's happening in Ohio. And there is that line of storms moving through, sort of like what we're seeing in Michigan. The line of storms is kind of falling apart as it moves from west to east. Now, southern Ohio in particular has a better chance, I would say, of severe weather than northern and northeastern Ohio, and that would include Ironton. Overnight tonight, no tornado watch yet, no severe thunderstorm watch, but eventually we will probably see downstream watches and warnings issued. Mayfield, Kentucky, right now is kind of in a position that isn't too great. You have tornado warnings to your west, severe thunderstorm warnings to your west. No active tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings where you are, but storms are rapidly developing and rapidly becoming severe now to the west of Mayfield. Tornado warning now several miles to the west of Mayfield. We'll watch those storms. Okay, so let's jump into some of our coverage because numerous tornado warnings out there right now, and there is an observed and considerable tag on the storm now north of Mound City. So let's turn off the watches for just a second. And this is a storm that may eventually head towards Mayfield as well and Paducah. So let's stick with this one since it is observed and considerable. I'm going to turn off the watches to kind of clean up the screen just a little bit and then stick with this tornado warning. Here is the text from the National Weather Service. Oh boy, this doesn't look too great. A tornado warning remains in effect until 6:30 for Pulaski, Central Alexander, Northern Ballard County, and Northeastern Scott counties. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Olive Branch or 10 miles east of Scott City, moving east at 55 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Large tornado on the ground now near Pulaski. Look at the return on the reflectivity, a big bowling ball shape here. The hook echo wrapping around into where the rotation is, the undisturbed inflow coming into the storm, and unfortunately, look at how close the northern part of the storm, the supercell, is to the southern part where we have the rotation. Very close together. That is an indication not only of a strong tornado, but also a rain-wrapped tornado. So you're not going to see this one coming. This whole mesocyclone, the whole tornado here, is rotating around the supercell. So this is not an ideal situation. The tornado itself now is probably passing just a few miles to the north of Pulaski. There it is on the ground. It's about to cross over the Cache River, coming up to Thomas Road. Here's Cache River Road, and look at where that road leads us into the small community of Ulen, which absolutely should be sheltered at this point. There is a large and damaging tornado on the ground moving into the community of Ulen. And then from that point forward, may head northeast from there. The National Weather Service is more than likely going to have to redraw a tornado warning out towards Vienna and Belknap as well. Because of the movement of the storm, instead of moving directly east, it does have a little bit more of a east-northeast component to it. Look how quickly the tornado spun up too. You can see we had an extremely pronounced velocity image, a gate-to-gate shear here at a tornado debris signature a few minutes ago. Looking at the reflectivity now, it looks like the intensity of the tornado may have come down just a notch, but I would say that there is still a tornado on the ground, if not a strong tornado, possibly north and northwest of Pulaski, east of Thomas, and coming into the small community of Ulen. So it is observed and considerable still. At 6:13, that was 10 minutes ago, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Olive Branch, or 10 miles east of Scott City, moving east at 55 miles per hour. So let's track out the tornado here and show you where it's headed next. Moving, they said east at 55. We just looked at the motion of the storm together a second ago. It's more so northeast. So I'm going to put the track northeast now at 55 miles per hour. A tornado into Perks in the next 10 minutes if it stays on the ground, into Cypress in the next 16 minutes, Belknap in the next 18 minutes if it stays on the ground. And this supercell originally was the same supercell that was out near Poplar Bluff, Missouri, and tracked east from that point forward. These are actually the same supercells that started near Farmington, tracked down to Poplar Bluff. Now they've moved east. They weakened for a little while. They recycled. Obviously, one of these at least has produced a significant tornado near Olive Branch. And check out how it isn't necessarily just a small area of rotation that is producing maybe a tornado or has that intense rotation to it. It is the whole mesocyclone, the whole part of the storm that is rotating. And whenever you see that, whenever you can actually see the spinning motion like that on radar and on velocity in particular, because you don't always get that. Sometimes you just see the storm movement. In this case, you can actually see the whole thing rotating counterclockwise. That's an indication of a strong supercell thunderstorm and also a strong tornado. I think it's starting to cycle a little bit, meaning the tornado either has weakened or at least momentarily lifted, but it doesn't mean that it isn't going to drop another even stronger tornado in 10 to 15 minutes down the road. Unfortunately, at least across this part of the severe risk area today, these thunderstorm cells are a bit more isolated in nature. They're taking on supercell-like characteristics. I wouldn't really call this, what we're seeing here, textbook supercell thunderstorms. They're storm clusters with embedded supercell structures to them. But whenever you get even a supercell-like structure, definitely more at risk of getting a tornado than you would further north along the line that's moving through parts of Michigan. And I should say a stronger tornado. So keeping track of this storm out near Pulaski that moved through Olive Branch, and a new tornado warning has been issued. Not a surprise there. We said, and I told you a few minutes ago, the National Weather Service would probably have to draw up a new tornado warning for this cell. And here it is. And interestingly enough, look at the tag, right? So just like what I said, with the new tornado warning, it appears the storm is recycling a little bit. So the tornado has lifted. We're not in that PDS situation anymore, particularly dangerous situation. It is now back down to radar indicated rotation. But with these storms, you have to be extremely careful because, to my point a minute ago, these supercell-like structures love to recycle themselves and then sometimes go and produce a bigger tornado. With that being said, here's the text for the new tornado warning. It is a tornado warning for eastern Pulaski, Mask, central Pope, southern Johnson, northern Ballard, and northwestern McCracken County until 7 o'clock. And the storm has picked up speed now, moving east at about 60 miles per hour. They say moving east. I think it's almost a little northeast, but we'll put a track on it for due east with a slight northeast component, moving east here at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. And again, this is a storm that a few minutes ago dropped a really significant tornado. For now, at least, that tornado has weakened and it is no longer on the ground. But still, the same supercell that could kind of redevelop and drop another tornado will be very near Mermet in the next 16 minutes, Crossroads in the next 19 minutes, Big Bay in 23 minutes, Dixon Springs in 27 minutes, Temple Hill in 28 minutes, Rosebud in 31 minutes. And so while we're sort of breathing a sigh of relief right now, saying, okay, the tornado has lifted, let's watch this storm really closely because it could recycle and drop another tornado. More tornado warnings back to the southwest here of our Mound City storm. Another tornado warning now for northeastern New Madrid and southeastern Stuttgart counties until 6:45. This one also radar indicator rotation, but again, a supercell structure embedded in sort of a broken line. And the area of rotation and maybe a developing tornado will be southwest of the small community of Matthews. And you can see, right, this is another situation where the rotation is pretty well defined. I don't think that there is a large tornado on the ground with this one. There may be a funnel cloud and maybe a tornado trying to drop soon. You have the winds blowing towards and away from the radar, the reds and the greens meeting up. There's your rotation. And this does sort of take on the look of a supercell structure with a bit of a hail core to the north. And then obviously you have your hook, the rain wrapping into the mesocyclone, your rain-free base out here, and the inflow coming into the storm. And so let's track this out for you. Again, radar indicator rotation, the possibility, I will say, of a developing tornado. Any of these tornado warning storms may go on to produce tornadoes. Matthews in the next 9 minutes, Dogwood in the next 18 minutes, East Prairie in the next 21 minutes, into Arlene Acres in the next 22 minutes as well. And then how about into northern Arkansas? So we've covered this storm. We covered this one. Let's drop into our storm in extreme northeast Arkansas and almost into the boot heel of Missouri. This is another storm with radar indicated rotation, but also line-size hail. So a tornado warning for northwestern Clay, west central Penobscot County, and northeastern Dunklin County until 7 p.m. And again, you do have a more classic supercell-like structure with this one. It is almost a completely standalone storm, and you have the hook here. The inflow is undisturbed. It's not attached to a line like some of the storms to the north with these supercell-like structures. This one, I would say, is almost certainly more of a classic supercell that you're seeing with the hail core up to the north near Pollard and near Piggott, and then the rotation back to the northwest of Greenway. That's likely going to be right in there. So let's turn on velocity to confirm our suspicions. And this is not the best radar scan in terms of getting a clean image. So let's see if we can find maybe a slightly better one from the radar site north of Memphis. And yeah, there you go. That's a little bit better, or a little bit cleaner of an image with the rotation now northwest of Greenway on this cell, and getting pretty close to West Clay Street into Piggott. So rotation is about to cross over into the small community of Piggott. New radar scan in, and again, the rotation still very evident, pretty pronounced. The problem is we're not getting a clean radar image, so it's tough to tell exactly what's happening at the surface. But regardless, this is a pretty good area of rotation. Green, obviously the wind's blowing towards, and red away from the radar site with rotation, and we'll call it a possible tornado now, about to come into the community of Piggott, Missouri. New tornado warnings now to the south. This includes Jonesboro, Arkansas. So let's maybe switch up the radar site again and try to get a better idea of what's happening here. On our new tornado warning out across northeast Arkansas, headed east, probably gonna have to end up using the Memphis radar site. But let's read the text together on this one. Another storm with lime-sized hail. Both of these storms are Jonesboro storm and the storms out near Piggott there. Both of those are capable of producing lime-sized hail, which is big and also destructive. Here's the text. A tornado warning for southwestern Greene, as well as Craighead County until 7:15. So Jonesboro is definitely a little bit more of a populated area here. And I think what the National Weather Service is doing is you have a switch up in offices. So out here, you may have, I'm not sure who the office is out in this area. Here, obviously, this is going to be the Weather Service out in Memphis. And so what they have done is they've looked ahead to this cell, and they maybe have had some slight disagreements to the office out in Little Rock. So some slight disagreement possibly. This happens sometimes with the Weather Service out in Little Rock. Little Rock has said, okay, we don't see enough rotation to pull the trigger on a tornado warning with this cell. The Weather Service in Memphis has said we do. And so out ahead of that cell, they have issued this tornado warning that includes Jonesboro. So what is the speed at this storm? Is moving east at 40 miles per hour. Really big hail core in here too. So let's go ahead and first find the rotation, and then we'll track the storm. Here is the rotation in here. Again, it's not really that the rotation is super weak. It's just more so that we're not getting a really good vantage point. There's not a good radar site out here. And so we're not seeing what's happening down to the lowest levels of this storm. But a couple different areas of rotation possibly in here, east of Strawberry, pretty far east of Strawberry now, and northwest of Swifton. And again, this whole area is moving east of 50 with a pronounced and big hail core. So here's the track. This is one of those storms, unfortunately, that it is multifaceted and has multi-hazards to it. Into Alicia in the next 11 minutes, Egypt in 21 minutes, Cache in the next 23 minutes, Nemo in the next 23 minutes, Herman in 30 minutes, Valley View in 35 minutes, Philadelphia in 37 minutes, Laredo in 37 minutes, and then Jonesboro, right? There's Jonesboro, one of the bigger population centers in here, in 37 minutes or so. And again, like I said, this is a storm capable of producing really big hail too. Here is the hydrometeor classification on this one. And anytime you see yellow start to show up, right, this yellow color that you see here, that is gigantic hail. In fact, it does look like with the new severe thunderstorm warning, again, this gets a little weird, and I understand that. Like I said a minute ago, what's happened here is the National Weather Service in Memphis sees enough rotation to issue a tornado warning on this cell as it moves into their county warning area, including Jonesboro. So they've issued it out ahead. The National Weather Service in Little Rock still doesn't see enough rotation to pull the trigger and issue a tornado warning on this cell. So there's a little bit of in between. What both of the offices agree on is there is very big hail in this storm. And so right now, the tag is up to baseball size hail. That is 2.75 inches, which is extremely large. And you can see you do certainly have, as indicated by some of the yellow, and this abbreviation, which is GH, that stands for gigantic hail, near Old Martin Mill Place and coming into Hopewell. Boy, if I'm in Hopewell, out to the community of Lindsay, Mintron, Calvin, Alicia, you have not only the threat of a tornado, but also the possibility of extremely damaging hail coming into this area as well. That is a mean-looking supercell thunderstorm. So definitely in Jonesboro, you want to pay attention to this one. Egypt, Bono, big hail, and a tornado threat. And look at this, the cell just to the north. Remember, if you were with me a few minutes ago, we were talking about the tornado warnings, the Piggott tornado warning, and then the new Jonesboro tornado warning. Between those two areas, a new tornado warning has been issued. So let me read the text off to you. This is a tornado warning for Greene County and southwestern Clay County until 7:15. Doppler radar indicated hail and Doppler radar indicated rotation and 2-inch hail. This includes Oak Grove Heights, also includes Cotton Bell, Beech Grove, and it is for new rotation that is developing out near Delphine, which also is included in the tornado warning. There is the high resolution storm velocity, and I think this is it. The rotation over Della Plain is probably how you pronounce that. I was reading too fast. Rotation still is there, though. Over Della Plain, near Peach Orchard, you have pretty bright green and red colors meeting up. The brighter the color, the stronger the wind, the closer they are together, the stronger the rotation. And so obviously we have the new tornado warning because of the rotation that's popping up out near Delphine, out near Peach Orchard. And like I said, this is a tornado warning for Greene County and southwestern Clay County until 7:15. The storm movement on this one is to the east at 45 miles per hour. So here are some approximate times of arrival: 45 miles per hour into Stonewall in 12 minutes. We're looking into the Boot Heel of Missouri and northeast Arkansas, into Fritz in 32 minutes, Leonard in 34 minutes, and Mitch Mill in the next 35 minutes. So now you have several tornado warnings here with the couple of supercells that we have, and then also supercell-like structures here across northeast Arkansas into the Boot Heel of Missouri. And all of this, again, moving east to northeast, most of these storms between about 45 and 55 miles per hour. The good news is the storms in Michigan are still weakening, but producing a good amount of rain. Also some pretty high winds here too. You can see through Detroit. These are really outflow dominant now, though. I got to shift that screen over. All these storms are extremely outflow dominant now. So there is more outflow pushing away from the storms, cold air pushing away from the storms, than inflow, which is the warm air feeding into the storms, which helps fuel it. One tornado warning in Indiana at the moment. Tornado warning is in effect for Decatur County and East Central Bartholomew County until 8 p.m. with the storm moving east at 55 miles per hour. And from the Indianapolis radar site, this is along a line of storms. There may be a little weak rotation in here, but I would be willing to bet that it isn't very strong, and it's not. The rotation is west of Westport and south of Forest Hill, again, moving to the east-northeast at 70 miles per hour, really quick. Obviously, there is rotation in there. You can see a little kink in the line, but it isn't super strong. And at this time, I don't think that there's a tornado on the ground with that one. I'm sure we have just a ton of comments in here, and so I do want to kind of try to bounce the coverage off of the comments. Question about Bloomington. All clear from the threat of severe weather in Bloomington, Indiana. You don't have to worry about that anymore for the rest of the night to come. St. Louis has the all clear from severe weather as well. Can't say the same about Louisville, with thunderstorms that are developing to the west of Louisville now. A tornado watch remains in effect for Louisville. The storms that are west of you here across far southern Indiana, out near Jasper and Paoli, they are not super organized right now, but that could change as the sun starts to set and the low-level jet begins to kick in a little bit more as those continue to march east. We'll see, and we'll keep an eye on that, but obviously still a severe weather threat for Louisville until that line clears out. Same thing with Nashville. The threat of severe weather has yet to come through, but you can see there are numerous supercells and supercell-like structures out here, out across southeast Missouri and northeast Arkansas that will eventually head towards Middle Tennessee. I think the greatest risk will be probably for some damaging wind gusts, 60 to 70 miles per hour. Those storms with the supercell-like structures are probably going to start to congeal a little bit more so into a line. Cincinnati, Ohio also has the potential for some strong to severe storms tonight, probably sooner than, say, eastern Ohio. Look at the line of storms that is forming to the west of Cincinnati. We even have that one tornado warning that we talked about near Greensburg, Indiana. Here's the line, and it is headed towards Cincinnati. I think the northern part of this line where we have the tornado warning, we'll say north of Cincinnati because these storms are moving from southwest to northeast, but the storms out near Salem, Paoli, Jasper will eventually propagate northeast too, and those with time will impact Cincinnati. And let's give you a rough time or an estimated time of arrival of storms in Cincinnati, with most of this activity here moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. So here we go. And again, this is just a rough estimate of when severe storms could get into Cincinnati. Salem in the next 46 minutes, Lawrenceburg in 157 minutes, Union in 166. Okay, let's pull this way out. Cincinnati in about 185 minutes. So about 2 hours or so from now, give or take, there could be a line of severe storms moving into Cincinnati, with the biggest concern being hail. But as we're seeing right now, there could also be a few little spin-up tornadoes, hence that tornado warning at the moment out across southeastern parts of Indiana. And the line continues to fill in, at least in terms of the severe warnings that we have out there right now. Let's see, more questions. Louisville, Kentucky is looking at a severe weather risk overnight tonight, and through the next few hours, things will start to pick up. The line of storms to the west of Louisville is filling in. A tornado watch is in effect. The biggest concern, I think, for you, though, now through the next several hours, is going to be damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour and some heavy rain, as well as the chance of maybe a brief spin-up tornado in there, too. So we will keep an eye on that. But for right now, there are no active warnings that are in Louisville. And still, at last check, all of our tornado warnings that we have at the moment are radar indicated, which just means there's not confirmation that anything is down, but there is rotation in there in all of our tornado warned storms. Tornado obviously could produce at any tornado could drop at any moment, hence why we have all of the warnings out there and the tornado warnings in place. Sorry, just looking at some of your comments here too. A question about Toledo, Ohio that I just saw pop up. Here is Toledo, and let's turn on our radar site. Right now, I can give Toledo the all clear from the threat of severe weather for the rest of the night tonight. Things are looking good. You're in good shape, and the rain that you're seeing now will start to move out, and conditions will improve through the rest of the evening. let's see. Somebody said, do you think anything will shift about 60 miles east of Cincinnati, Adams County, West Union? I do think that there is a risk of severe weather there tonight. Eventually, you too will deal with a line of storms that we're tracking. Look at this entire line as I turn on Cincinnati. Well, we may have to use Louisville radar here to get a better idea. Here is the line of storms, right? It's all out here, and most of it is severe. It is all headed east to northeast tonight. So that means eventually this line will get into Cincinnati, and it will also push through spots just east of Cincinnati, as you were asking about, with the biggest concern being for the potential of damaging wind gusts there up to about 70 miles per hour in a brief spin-up tornado. Can't entirely be ruled out either. Dayton, Ohio. So here is Ohio. Here's Dayton. And Dayton is included right now in a tornado watch. So, right, conditions are favorable for the development of tornadoes. A tornado watch for Dayton until 1 o'clock in the morning. And notice how you too have a line of storms out to your west. How close to Dayton are they? They're in Greensburg right now and Rushville in far eastern Indiana, about to cross over the state line into Ohio. And as we track these out, we can probably give you a little bit more of an approximate time here, because these are moving to the east at 50. And so if that's true, if these storms are moving east at 50 miles per hour, here comes the track and approximate times of arrival. And again, these are just estimates, but it gives you an idea. Into Alpine in the next 18 minutes, into Blooming Grove in the next 23 minutes, from that point forward into Whitecomb in the next 30 minutes, Brownsville 32 minutes, but what about Dayton? I know that was a question. Just listing off some other towns in case anybody's in those areas are curious. 43 minutes in Oxford, Trenton in 61 minutes, and let's see, Clayton in 78 minutes, Little York in 81 minutes, there's Dayton in 82 minutes. So that puts it at, an hour and 20 minutes from now is when we can roughly expect storms to arrive in Dayton. And there is a possibility, I would say it's looking likely, that you're going to get some severe weather in there in the form of possibly some very gusty winds. And then obviously we can't rule out either the threat of a brief spin-up tornado like we've seen already here along the line tonight, along the entire line, really. Let's see, somebody here asking about Elizabethtown in Kentucky. Let's drop down into that area. So just going north now of Louisville. So here's a look at where storms are at the moment. You can see they're sort of backed to the northwest of both Louisville and Elizabethtown. So Louisville probably gets the rain and thunderstorms first. Elizabethtown will come next. Right now, though, there are no active severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings in the immediate vicinity of Elizabethtown. As you look northwest at the sky, it's probably pretty dark. You might even be able to see some very distant lightning. However, it's going to take a little time to get the line of storms into Elizabethtown. I would suspect by, roughly 8:30 or so, the weather will be deteriorating there. Biggest concern is for some damaging wind gusts, up to 70 miles per hour, and then a couple of brief spin-up tornadoes there along the line as well. Where else? Let's see. By the way, I should mention that I know we're not looking at it right now, but the severe weather threat in Michigan is starting to decrease. Storms are running into an increasingly tough environment for severe weather. And because of that, we're seeing the pretty good weakening of storms now. All right, let's for a second, new tornado warning, we'll go to that in a second. But let's for right now, I want to turn back off the watches because some of that can be a tiny bit cluttering. Here's Evansville, and then we have somebody asking, I've seen Madisonville in here as well. Madisonville, you do have, here is Madisonville, by the way. You do have some pretty mean looking storms out to your west. Several tornado warnings as well, back to your southwest. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. Storms are moving into your area pretty soon. How soon? Let's give you a more approximate time of arrival. This cluster, this area, moving to the east-northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So here's a track on it. And into Madisonville here beyond the next 30 minutes. Probably going to take a little bit longer than that just because of storms moving from southwest to northeast. Madisonville in the next 68 minutes, so a little bit over an hour, you should have the worst weather arriving in your area. Here's that new tornado warning that I just mentioned a second ago. This is across eastern Indiana, and it is radar indicated. It's tornado warning for Franklin County, northern Ripley County, and northern Dearborn County until 8:15. And it's probably an extension of the same cell that produced the tornado warning out near Greensburg, Indiana. So let's turn on radar and see what's happening here. This is at the moment, again, going to be a similar situation to what we've been dealing with throughout this evening. Tornado warning along a line. Here's the part of the line that we're concerned about. You can almost see that clear appendage here, a hook along the line, which is where you have the inflow coming in, the outflow, and then the rotation here. And that the hook that you see is just a reflection of all the rain that's being wrapped around into the mesocyclone part of the storm. What is a mesocyclone? It's a part of the storm with the really pronounced updraft, the rotation sometimes as well. But there's your rotation for the new tornado warning south of Millhausen. This is also to the west of Ballstown, southwest of Crossroads. So let me go ahead and track this for you as it moves up to the north and east. No evidence, at least right now, if this tornado is on the ground, but regardless, with these QLCS type spin-ups, the tornadoes that can drop really quickly and lift really quickly, it is important to watch them extremely closely. So many times I can tell you that I've seen tornadoes drop between scans on radar when they've been in a line like this. So into Morris in the next 16 minutes, Sunman in the next 19 minutes, Pentown in the next 20 minutes, Lawrenceville as well in the next 23 minutes, and St. Peter in the next 25 minutes. So we just did sort of another really brief overview here of the severe weather situation that we have ongoing across the middle and eastern part of the country. A couple of more severe thunderstorm warnings now have been issued for cells south of Tyler, Texas. Those are for some quarter-size hail as well. Let's see, going back through some of your comments. And again, if I'm missing your comments, not trying to do it intentionally. Sometimes the chat on TikTok automatically will scroll down, and so you have to kind of hold it. I'm sure some of you know have done this before to stay on the comments. Cleveland, Ohio is another spot that's probably going to get some severe weather here in the next 90 minutes to 90 minutes to 2 hours. You can see to the west of Cleveland, we have the line of storms. It's interesting, they're just not looking very healthy. Winds just maybe reaching 50 to 60 miles per hour out near Woodville and Fremont. If the storms west of Cleveland here maintain their current strength, which is a pretty weak fashion and weak nature, I wouldn't expect to see a massive severe weather situation unfolding in Cleveland. If they reinvigorate a bit, then maybe a higher severe risk. But for right now in Cleveland, over the next 2 hours, I would get ready for some heavy rain and then the possibility of winds, let's say between about 60 and 70 miles per hour, just to be safe, in case that southern end of the line starts to reinvigorate a little bit more. Any more tornado warnings in Michigan? Somebody asked. So at this point, most of the storms are about to move out of Michigan, back into the Great Lakes a little bit, crossing over the border into Canada. So I would expect at this time any more tornado warnings in Michigan, and things will really start winding down here soon from Detroit points northward as that line of storm moves through. Whenever you get lines of storms like this, they can be so intense and so powerful, especially like what we were seeing earlier in central and southwest Michigan with those pronounced wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. But it only lasts all but 5 to 10 minutes. Then as soon as the line clears, the severe weather threat drops off extremely quickly. So the good news, bad news type situation, a line can come on super fast and be very intense, but as soon as it clears, the threat of severe weather will decrease. It is kind of the southern mode we're more concerned about now for tornadoes and the potential of severe weather. All right, Clarksville, Tennessee, please. Yes, I see you. All right, let's take a look. Here's the situation in Tennessee right now, and we're going to use Nashville's radar site for this. And here is Clarksville. And right now, as of right this second, everything is just fine. There is no active severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings near Clarksville, not to the east, not for a good, 50, 80, 100 miles to the west. So right in Clarksville, you're looking good. However, your severe weather threat is just starting to ramp up a little bit this evening because you have the big line of storms out to the west that's now rolling through Paducah, Cairo, into northeast Arkansas, Jonesboro. If you've lived in Clarksville for a while, you look to the west for storms and severe thunderstorms. And that's just the situation we have right now, is a line of storms with embedded supercell structures moving in from the west and the southwest. Let's give you an approximate time of arrival and then tell you what to expect. Most of these storms here have been moving between 40 and 50 miles per hour in the southern part of the line. So let's do just that. Let's track this out for you. Wrong tool. There we go. Track this out for you into Clarksville, and got to extend a little bit further. Like I said, 40 to 55 miles per hour. Give you a little extra lead time here. Trenton in 88 minutes. These communities will start to sound familiar to you. Union City in 90 minutes. The line of storms will be in Greenfield in 98 minutes. Atwood in 105 minutes. Mayfield the next 122 minutes. Dover in 160 minutes. And so you can see it is going to be a little while. Clarksville in the next 191 minutes. So the next 2 hours or so is when you can expect the weather to start to go downhill. Definitely not within the next hour, though. For the next hour, you're just fine. It is sort of just a watch and wait and see what happens next. Greenfield, okay, excuse me. I had a question about Greenfield, Indiana. Let's take a look at what the situation is there. And sometimes I know I'll be honest, sometimes I know where some of these places are, and other times I don't. And so it just takes me a quick second. And then once I know where it is, I can tell you all about the environment and the severe weather situation that's unfolding where you live. So here's Indianapolis, and notice to the east of Indianapolis, you have Greenfield, where conditions are starting to improve a little bit now. I would say that it is still raining heavily, but the severe weather threat is decreasing pretty rapidly. And once you get past this main line, your severe threat is over. So Newcastle, Anderson, Muncie, Indianapolis, Lawrence, severe clear. Don't have to worry about any more severe weather for the rest of the night tonight. Question about Owensboro, Kentucky. So let's get back down into Kentucky. Here's Owensboro. Right now you have thunderstorms developing to your north and northwest. Probably a pretty dark looking sky, to be honest, and you're likely seeing a lot of thunder and lightning as well, or maybe starting to hear the thunder, see the lightning out in the distance. Let's keep an eye on Owensboro, because directly to your west, there's heavy storms about to cross over from Illinois into Kentucky, but those are not severe. What is severe are the storms to your southwest near Paducah. And because this line is oriented now where storms are moving from southwest to northeast in Owensboro, it is not these storms we need to worry about so much out near Mount Vernon and New Harmony. It's the storm southwest of you, near Elizabethtown and near Mound City and Cairo, that we need to pay attention to, because those storms will eventually be moving in your direction. When will that happen? Let's give you some approximate times of arrival. All right, this area and cluster of storms is moving northeast at about 60. So here we go, and we'll push this out to put our track into Owensboro. And again, this may sound familiar, into Niagara in 53 minutes, Zion in 56 minutes, into Burke City in the next 64 minutes, Dayville in the next 68 minutes, and then there's Owensboro in 72 minutes. So let's say an hour and 10 minutes or so is when we'll have some pretty nasty weather moving into Owensboro. Somebody asked about Columbus, Ohio, and how Columbus is looking. Actually, I think I saw two questions about Columbus. So right now, Columbus is in the watch and wait period. You're watching out to your west because there are thunderstorms developing, and there are severe thunderstorms to your southwest as well, and even a tornado warning across eastern Indiana. Those storms will eventually propagate towards you a little bit later this evening and into tonight and produce a severe weather risk. There it is. And honestly, this is a part of the storm line that's looking healthiest from Versailles up to Greenville, where you have winds, they say 60 miles per hour, maybe a little bit higher than that. But let's show you what time this cluster and line of storms will arrive in Greenville. This is moving east at about Columbus, near Greenville right now, pushing into Greenville, pushing into Richmond, pushing into Brookville, where there's a tornado warning, and then into Columbus eventually. So here's the timing on this. Again, still sort of in the watch and wait period in Columbus. You don't have to do anything right this second, but in about 112 minutes, so over an hour from now, is when we'll have the threat really start to ramp up, probably in the next 2 hours or so. Let's say hour and a half to 2 hours when the weather will roll into Columbus and other parts of Ohio as well. Again, it's interesting. Earlier today, the northern part of the line was the most severe. I don't want to say unexpected, but almost a little surprise risk area for severe weather out across central and southwest Michigan, where we got those significant damaging wind gusts that were over 80 miles per hour in some cases. All right, let's take a peek now. Somebody asked about Lima, Ohio, and let's turn our little tracker tool off for just a second and then kind of drop into Western Ohio. So notice where we do have the line of storms. There's a line of storms that is running through Lima at the moment. It's not severe, which means you don't have to do anything. Just heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and maybe some gusty winds, 30 to 40 miles per hour. Not severe at the moment, and you should be out of it pretty soon. I would say within the next 10 minutes, conditions will be improving very quickly in Lima. Let's see, I just missed a comment that I wanted to answer. Somebody's asking about Jonesboro, Arkansas, and how Jonesboro is doing. So let's get back down to this really quickly, because Jonesboro is under a tornado warning. I'm sure you probably already know that. But let's see if we can't give you a little more useful information than the fact that you're just under a tornado warning. So here is the tornado warned supercell, and it is still a few miles to the west of Jonesboro. It's moving through Bono in Egypt at the moment, still looking at radar indicated rotation. Also lime-sized hail, pretty good hail core in here too, west of Bono, south of Sedgwick. Storm movement on this is to the east at 45 miles per hour. That gives us good information for a track. But let's look first at the storm relative velocity. And yes, this is radar indicated rotation, but there is some pretty significant rotation in here, at least moderate rotation to strong rotation west of Bono. You can see you do have the inbound, outbound winds, winds blowing towards and away from the radar site, and almost gate-to-gate shear in here, out near Bono, out near Dorothy. So developing circulation and possible tornado coming into Bono at the moment. This is the same storm that's going to eventually track into Jonesboro. But for right now, I'm pretty comfortable saying the rotating part of the storm will pass north of Jonesboro, and the tornado will pass north of Jonesboro. So sirens may be sounding there. The sky is getting dark. You obviously have a severe thunderstorm headed your way. with the rotating part of the storm for now. If something changes, we'll let you know. But for right now, it looks like it may stay just to the north of Jonesboro and eventually get a little bit closer to the Brooklyn area, out towards Lake City, and then out towards Monette versus tracking directly into Jonesboro. Let's see. We are seeing more tornadoes appearing in Ohio, ? So right now, the only part of the line of storms that's moving out of eastern Indiana and into Ohio that is tornado warned is the area near Batesville. Again, crossing over into Ohio soon, but there are no active tornado warnings in Ohio at the moment. Pretty mighty line of storms, though, that we're watching soon entering western Ohio. Notice a severe thunderstorm warning. The winds have gone up on this. Remember a moment ago I said, okay, well, they have winds to 60 on this. Now the winds have increased to 70, which kind of co-correlates with what we're seeing here on our reflectivity. Winds to 70 now versus 60 with the line of storms that's coming into Oxford, Eaton, all the way up to Greenville. So let's track this for you. At last check, these storms are moving at about 60 miles per hour. So approximate times of arrival into Lotus in the next 9 minutes, Cottage Grove in 10 minutes, College Corner in 12 minutes, Muttonville in the next 20 minutes, Camden in 21 minutes, Ransom in the next 28 minutes, Enterprise in 30 minutes, Dadsville in 31 minutes. So those are just some areas that'll be impacted, but there's gonna be a big chunk of real estate coming into Western Ohio that's gonna be impacted by this line of storms, especially now the area, like I said, that is under the severe warned part of the thunderstorm complex from Oxford up to Eaton, where there are winds up to 70 miles per hour within that complex. Why are more tornadoes appearing in Ohio? Right now, like I said, no tornado warnings in Ohio. There could be later tonight as that line approaches, and that's just simply because you have a line of severe storms moving in and the environment's there for a couple of brief tornadoes tonight. Let's see. Somebody said, any potential for severe weather in southwest Pennsylvania? Yeah, absolutely. There will be the risk tonight for severe weather in southwest Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh included, but it's not going to happen until very late tonight, past midnight. Storms are maybe moving a little quicker today than initially expected, but probably still past midnight. That main line of thunderstorms gets into southwest Ohio and into southeast Ohio, southwest Pennsylvania, and Pittsburgh is what I was trying to say. So keep your guard up before you go to bed. Make sure that you have a way or multiple ways to receive warnings. But the biggest issue in southwest Pennsylvania is going to be for winds up to about 60 to 70 miles per hour. And then just like we've been seeing along the rest of the line, maybe a brief spin up tornado or two. Southeast Ohio, now we can talk southeast Ohio. We'll also deal with the threat of a line of thunderstorms moving in later tonight. Damaging winds, the number one concern, and the potential, of course, for a couple of brief spin-up tornadoes. I think now would be a good time. I know we have a ton of tornado warnings out there, but now would be a good time to at least take a peek at what the forecast looks like specifically in Ohio and into southwest Pennsylvania, because a lot of comments about Ohio and what's going to happen next. So what we're looking at now, this is not radar, but what this is a computer model's idea of what's going to happen next. And the high resolution rapid refresh model has been doing a tremendous job on picking up on where storms are now. And because they're picking up on where those storms are now, it is probably going to continue to do a good job to show us where storms are headed next over the next several hours. So here comes the timeline. And by 10 o'clock, you have the line of storms, which is still maintaining its severe status, coming into spots like Marion and Mansfield, Columbus, maybe not quite yet, and moving through Columbia, Central Ohio towards 11 o'clock, midnight. And then somebody asked about southwest Pennsylvania. Look at how at 1 o'clock in the morning, the area of storms is not even in your vicinity yet, has not even crossed over from Ohio into southwest Pennsylvania. the storms start to lose a little bit of strength by the time they do get into western West Virginia, spots like Wheeling, Parkersburg, Pittsburgh, rolling through Youngstown. They should lose a lot of their strength, but not all, meaning that we're probably not going to get big 80, 90 mile per hour wind gusts coming through southeast Ohio later tonight and southwest Pennsylvania, but there is the threat for maybe some winds up to 50 to 60 miles per hour. Not a super high threat, but one that is still present. Your risk area is not quite as alarming to me as some of the other spots that are dealing with severe weather out there tonight. Somebody said, I just joined. Is this going to hit northeast Ohio? I was just mentioning, eventually the line may come through northeast Ohio near Cleveland, but probably not until after midnight tonight. And by the time the line gets to you, there's a good chance that it won't be as severe as it is now. And the biggest concern is for winds to 60 miles per hour, maybe. Very low chance of a tornado overnight tonight, I think. Will Memphis, Tennessee get a tornado? So let's look at the unfolding situation here out across the Mid-South, and we'll turn on our Memphis radar site and notice where the storms are. So far, they've mainly been north of Memphis, and because storms are moving from southwest to northeast, Memphis is in a place where the severe weather risk from these supercell thunderstorms and storm clusters to the north may not necessarily be impacting you. We'll have to keep an eye later tonight, though, on thunderstorms developing across central Arkansas that may eventually move into Memphis. All that means is your severe weather threat is going to be delayed a tiny bit, and that the supercells that we're seeing right now at this moment, north of you, closer to Jonesboro, perhaps, those storm clusters not necessarily impacting you. I'm just looking over some of the latest data here behind the scenes, kind of confirming what I was thinking. I was taking a closer look at Memphis and southwest Tennessee. Obviously, we still do have the situation in Jonesboro, which is unfolding, and something interesting has happened here. You had your main area of rotation in Jonesboro a few minutes ago that, like we said, probably going to pass to the north of Jonesboro. There it is, main area of rotation. Bright colors, bright green, bright red, indicating its strong rotation. This is still somewhat of a mountainous terrain up here until you get down into Jonesboro and east. So it's a little difficult to tell whether or not there's a tornado on the ground. Still radar indicated, 2-inch hail, a big deal. But notice how it appears that there might have been a nudger, a cell nudger here, or maybe even a cell merger that has created perhaps a new area of rotation in here, southwest of Jonesboro. I think it's always so fascinating when this happens, right? Because it's almost like, okay, we weren't necessarily expecting that per se. We have the area of rotation north of Jonesboro, and check this out. You can see it on radar. One there, and one here. So one area of rotation north of Jonesboro, we'll call that the main area of rotation, passing to the north of Jonesboro, and then another area of rotation that is passing maybe just due south of Jonesboro. And as we turn on the high resolution velocity, you can see there it is, two distinct areas of rotation popping up here. One southwest of Jonesboro, that'll move into Jonesboro shortly, and then another one north of Jonesboro. And it is why you can see the National Weather Service has opted to kind of extend or issue a new tornado warning polygon that pushes into Jonesboro area, southeast of Jonesboro as well, because of that second area of rotation. So here's the text on that one. It is a tornado warning for southwestern Greene as well as Craighead County until 7:45. A severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located over Bono. And so again, I think to me, at least the way it looks, there's two different areas of rotation near Jonesboro that we need to watch and keep a pretty close eye on. All right, let's keep checking back. And some of your new comments here. A question about Louisville, Kentucky. And northern Kentucky. So here's Louisville, a storm now just to the west of you, actually a line of storms to the west of Louisville And a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued. This is more of a cluster than a line, so I kind of take back what I said. But you do have several storm clusters northwest of Louisville, and a severe thunderstorm warning for part of a cluster that is located west of Louisville. And so this is a severe thunderstorm warning for central Harrison, east central Crawford, and Floyd County until 8:30. It is for this part of the storm right in here, although I will say this to me looks like, at least this part of the storm that I've circled, that I've highlighted, that is under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, will probably go north of downtown Louisville. There are more severe storms back to the south and southwest of Louisville, near Boonville, that are headed your way. So the severe weather threat is still present in Louisville and will be until we get this entire cluster of storms to clear through the area and through the region. Biggest concern there is going to be the potential of damaging winds, I think, some large hail, and a tornado threat with any of these storm clusters in the vicinity of southern Indiana and into northern and northwest Kentucky. So watching that closely, but as far as active warnings, there is not one in place at the moment for downtown Louisville. Somebody asked about Columbus, Ohio, and Northwest Ohio. So let's go back up there. Here's Columbus. Right now, Columbus does have thunderstorms and severe thunderstorms developing to your west and southwest. So as you look out way into the western sky, you're seeing the darkening clouds, and then also, maybe some lightning strikes way in the distance. This is the part of the storm that is severe warned right now, or cluster of storms here in this region that is severe warned from roughly Greenville down to Cincinnati. And you even have one tornado warning out here near Harrison with a little bit of a lip or notch extending away from the main line. All of this is headed northeast towards Columbus in the next hour and a half, let's say hour 45 to 2 hours. So be on the lookout for a damaging wind threat increasing in Columbus and the potential for a brief spin-up tornado or two that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Somebody asked here about Tennessee and Clarksville in particular. Right now, Clarksville does not have any severe weather in its vicinity. There is the line of storms to the northwest with embedded supercell structures that eventually will head your way, but it's not going to happen for another 2 hours or so. So I would say an hour 30 to an hour 45, 2 hours is when we'll start to see conditions going downhill in Clarksville. And yes, right now, the storms that we're watching are storm clusters and supercells. By the time they get to you, hopefully we'll start to see this mature into a little bit more of a straight line, and that would decrease the threat of tornadoes, but kind of keep the damaging wind risk going a little bit more. How bad will it get in Nashville, somebody asked. So Nashville will have a line of storms moving through tonight, let's say in the next 3 hours or so, 3.5 hours. And as that line moves through, it's going to be less in the way of a tornado threat compared to western Tennessee, and maybe a little bit more in the way of a damaging wind threat because it's going to be so linear. Could get a brief little spin-up tornado in there, but certainly Nashville will have a risk for severe weather overnight tonight. Northwest Alabama, somebody asked about. Northwest Alabama will have this whole line, right? It is seriously an entire line of storms that stretches from all the way up almost into northern Michigan and then all the way down into central Arkansas. And that line will move through there as well into northwest Alabama, but it won't happen until well after midnight tonight. Let's take a peek at Toledo, Ohio. Somebody's asking about Toledo and what's happening there. We can give Toledo the all clear from the threat of severe weather. The line of storms has moved to the east of you, so we're no longer concerned about severe weather in Toledo. You can go about your Sunday night, not have to worry about storms or severe weather. If it's still raining there, the rain will start to end soon. Again, it is really, if you're out ahead of this line, that we worry more so about the potential of strong to damaging winds and a couple of brief tornadoes, at least in the northern end of the risk zone. Columbus, Ohio, again, does have severe weather potential increasing here in the next couple of hours. You have a severe area of thunderstorms with winds up to 70 miles per hour to your southwest. As you look to the southwest, that is where you kind of have to watch out for storms. At least in this setup today, it's to the southwest. Anything to the southwest will eventually move northeast and towards Columbus. So I would say in the next 2 hours, you'll be possibly experiencing some damaging wind gusts, 60 to 70 miles per hour, and maybe some small hail and a very low tornado threat, I think. Let's see. What about northern Kentucky? So right now, northern Kentucky, again, is at a pretty vulnerable place. In fact, we have a new tornado warning that's coming out that does get into the Cincinnati metro. So we'll look at that here in just a second. Again, this is kind of, I think we're getting to the point of the evening now where maybe we're running away or kind of getting away from a supercell thunderstorm threat and then getting a little bit closer to more of a straight line damaging wind threat, which means eventually the potential for tornadoes will slowly but surely decrease. I should say strong tornadoes. Somebody asked about Xenia, Ohio. Here's Xenia, and let's turn on radar for a second. So kind of same deal. Xenia is in a pretty vulnerable place right now, in a place where I'd really start to pay attention to severe weather chances increasing. Over the next 45 minutes to an hour, you have the line of storms to your west that's producing 70 mile per hour wind gusts right now near Oxford, and the part of the storm that's rotating right now near Harrison and has that little lip extending out ahead of it, which indicates perhaps a tornado, is moving towards Xenia as well. And so I would be on the lookout and get your severe weather plan kind of ready right now and then prepare to act. Greatest concern for sure in Xenia is going to be damaging straight line winds up to 70 miles per hour, but also a couple of spin up tornadoes can't be completely ruled out either. All right, down into what's happening in Cincinnati. So, or I should say just to the southwest of Cincinnati. Let me read off the warning text to you. So a tornado warning for Ohio County, southeastern Ripley County, southern Dearborn, Switzerland, and Boone County until 8:45 Eastern time. And it is on the southern end of a line of severe storms here that we're getting a little bit of rotation, enough rotation that the National Weather Service has gone ahead and issued a tornado warning on this. So let's get over to, for this, we'll use radar out of southwest Ohio. Here's the storm of concern. You can see the inflow notch coming into it near Pleasant, and just now to the east of Canaan. And there is enough rotation here that a brief tornado may drop. This is an interesting part of the line because from roughly Dillsboro northward, it is a straight line of thunderstorms. And then once you get down to where we have the new tornado warning near Pleasant, this is more so a storm cluster than it is anything else attached to the line. So this one we might have to watch a tiny bit closer than some of the other areas. It is moving to the east here at 55 miles per hour. And as we turn on storm relative velocity, the rotation is not extremely impressive to me, but there is a little bit of broad rotation in here, south and southwest of the small community of Cross Plains and near Pleasant as well. And this storm cluster here that is semi-attached to the line is moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour. That does put it in line to start to impact some more of suburban Cincinnati, some of the Cincinnati metros, Burlington, getting into Florence on the Kentucky side. And when will the line and possibly the tornado warned part of the line arrive in Cincinnati? Let's check. So we're going to put this way out, and it'll be into blue in the next 14 minutes, Idlewild in the next 29 minutes. Some of these towns may or may not sound familiar to you if you're in Cincinnati. Cleves in the next 35 minutes, Mac 38, Summit in the next 40 minutes, coming into Taylor Mill in the next 44 minutes, Fox Acres in the next 45 minutes, Galaxy Acres in the next 46 minutes, and that almost gets us to Cincinnati. So I would say within the next hour or so, Cincinnati will have the line of storms and maybe even a little bit of rotation working in from the west, which means now is the time to prepare for some of that active weather coming in. Broader picture here shows us not as many tornado warnings as maybe an hour ago or so, but there are still quite a few out there, and obviously numerous severe thunderstorm warnings from southwest Ohio, stretching back into southern Indiana, down through northeast Arkansas, and we've had at least one tornado today in southeast Missouri that was confirmed and looked pretty ugly for a minute. North of Detroit, somebody asked, all clear from the threat of severe weather. If it's raining right now there, conditions will start to improve pretty quickly. Notice how this line of storms that was moving through Michigan has all but completely weakened. And yeah, you may still have some gusty winds, a little bit of lightning there north of Detroit, but weather will start to improve pretty quickly. Let's see. Somebody said we just got hit, hopefully not by a tornado. What about northeast Ohio? So northeast Ohio, I would say maybe has a little bit lower of a risk now for severe weather, including Cleveland, as compared to some of the other spots in the risk area. And the only reason why is because these storms that are about to move into northeast Ohio that I'm circling, it might be better if I circle them in pink, these storms that you see here moving out of Detroit and moving out of central Ohio into northeast Ohio have become completely outflow dominant. And that means that cold air on the backside is kind of taking over. You're not getting as much warm air rising into the storms. And because of that, the storms can't sustain themselves and they're weakening. So there could be some strong gusty winds in northeast Ohio. But like I said, the risk is probably not going to be quite as high as areas to the south and southwest, as we were seeing there across parts of southern Indiana. All right, somebody asking about Marysville, Ohio, which is northwest of Columbus. And you do have, again, this is another spot that weather will start to go downhill here eventually. Let's turn on our Columbus radar, give us a better idea of what's taking place. Actually, it might be better to use Wilmington. There we go. So to the south and southwest of you in Marysville, you have a line of storms that are starting to approach. And these almost look like they're running parallel to the front. So yeah, they do still have a little bit of a northeast component, but also now maybe moving more directly towards the east. So bottom line, Marysville, I prepare for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour arriving within the next hour to hour and a half. Some folks mentioning what's happening in Cincinnati. Yeah, there is a tornado warning just to the south and southwest of Cincinnati with a storm cluster that isn't quite as attached to the main line of storms. Right now, that rotation is Doppler radar indicated, and also not necessarily looking all that impressive to me, but we'll check that scan again in just a second. Somebody asked, is it going to hit Nashville, Tennessee? There could be a line of storms coming into Nashville overnight tonight. Probably past, well, what time is it now? About 7:30, and where are the storms now? They're still not even in West Tennessee, so it's not going to be until about 10, 11 o'clock that the storms do finally get to Nashville. And by the time they do get to you, more than likely, it is just going to be a damaging wind threat, 60 to 70 miles per hour, and the possibility of some maybe a little bit of rotation there as well. It remains to be seen. We'll have to see what the low-level jet tonight does with some of the storms that we have out there. Sometimes near or around sunset, you get a brief intensification in storms, and that is in large part usually thanks to an area of the jet stream called the low-level jet that can kick in and work to enhance storms. Question about Elizabethtown, Kentucky. Kind of same deal. Storms in Elizabethtown are to your west and southwest, closer to Owensboro and Evansville. Those storms are headed your way. And so while Elizabethtown itself is not under a tornado warning at the moment, there is the potential for severe weather, including straight line damaging winds above all else, and then also a brief tornado or two can't be ruled out, especially if storms are able to remain semi-discreet here. Somebody asked, will we be okay in New York? It does look like tomorrow, I'm not sure if you're referring to New York City or New York State, but there could be some strong winds late tonight, tomorrow morning, from Buffalo to Rochester to Syracuse. And then that threat will spread eastward throughout the day tomorrow. Somebody asked about Frankfort, Kentucky. So right now we are watching thunderstorms here's Frankfort, I'll circle it. We're watching thunderstorms to the west of you. Right now, nothing severe near Louisville, nothing severe out near New Perkin, but you do have quite a bit of severe thunderstorm activity near Owensboro. And that's sort of the direction that we look for thunderstorms on this type of setup to move from and then to the northeast. So Frankfort, Lexington, I would say get ready for severe weather here, arriving by around 10 o'clock tonight or so, 10 to 11. And with the biggest concern being damaging winds. Somebody asked about Dayton, Ohio. Let's show you what's happening up in Ohio. And so for right now, Dayton is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me read the text to you just so you know what's happening. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Champaign County, eastern Butler County, southeastern Drake County, western Greene, western Clark, Montgomery, Miami County, maybe pronounced Miami there, not 100% sure, until 9:15. And it is because of this line of storms. This is the most intense part of the line right now, from roughly Eaton south to Oxford, Harrison, and then stretching into Rising Sun, where you do have two separate tornado warning polygons. Quarter-size hail, winds to 60 miles per hour, a good bet. Yes, a severe thunderstorm warning, including Dayton at the moment. And let's put a track on it as it moves east at about 60 miles per hour and then give you an approximate time of arrival into Dayton. And like I said, what can you expect there? Some very gusty winds, maybe some very small hail, and then we'll have to keep an eye on any little areas of rotation coming into Dayton as well. But here is Dayton in the next 26 minutes. So under a half hour now until we get the intense part of the storm and a line of storms working into the Dayton area. Another question about what's happening down in Clarksville, Tennessee, and so we'll work our way down there. Notice how right now Clarksville does not have any active watches or warnings, but to your west and southwest, we still do have severe thunderstorm warnings and storm clusters that are headed your way between about 9 and 10 o'clock I would watch out for. Luckily, we're kind of starting to lose the tornado warnings that we had out there, maybe with a loss of daytime heating a little bit. But honestly, we'll have to see what kind of low-level jet kicks in overnight tonight, because I do think regardless of how the rest of today and this evening shapes up, there is going to be a broad severe weather threat that continues deep into the overnight hours tonight and then goes into tomorrow as well. So it is going to be just a really busy stretch of weather. Somebody asked about Michigan. And so right now, I can give the all clear to about 99% of Michigan. The only place where there is one severe thunderstorm warning left is out towards Harbor Beach, Port Hope, and Port Austin. And it does look like the worst part of that storm is moving offshore right now. So at this point, we can pretty much say, unless you're in this one part of Michigan up here, out across eastern Huron County, that we give you the all clear, and I'm giving you the all clear. So unless you're in eastern Huron County, no longer looking at a threat for severe weather tonight going into Michigan. Crossing the border here into Canada, and I stand corrected because earlier I said I didn't think I had Environment Canada wordings up or enabled, but I guess I do. So Environment Canada does have a severe thunderstorm warning right now here out across near Chatham, Kent. I know I did have some folks watching from Canada, so wanted to let you know that there is still a severe thunderstorm warning with this line coming out of eastern Michigan, working into spots like Chatham, Kent, out towards Ridgetown, and Plymouth, Wyoming, Plimpton, Wyoming. The line of storms, though, is still weakening and mainly outflow dominant. So more than likely, probably not looking at a huge severe weather threat moving into some of those spots there. It's going to be more so south and along the storm clusters that we have a better chance of severe weather than, say, far eastern Michigan and into Ontario. And then also now, again, looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning west of Cleveland. This is northern Huron, Ottawa, eastern Seneca, Erie County until 9:15 for some winds to 60 miles per hour. Approaching Huron, approaching Norwalk. This is still west of Cleveland, near Tiffin, and it's this part of the storm that you have winds near or close to about 60 miles per hour. Not a super high severe risk. Probably not finding a whole lot of winds there reaching severe criteria, but maybe a select few locations. Lexington, Kentucky, somebody asked about. So Lexington will have a risk of severe weather overnight tonight, but not until about 10:30 to 11 o'clock is most likely when those storms will come through, and they're more than likely going to present with a damaging wind risk above all else. Somebody said, made it out alive from southeast Missouri. Happy to hear it. Severe weather threat there was pretty intense. I know we had a confirmed tornado on the ground north of Poplar Bluff earlier tonight. Be curious to see what came out of that, but very happy to see that you're okay. Somebody asked about Springfield, Ohio. So here's Ohio. Here is Cleveland, Columbus, down through Cincinnati. Here's Springfield. Springfield is just on the cusp of where we have a severe thunderstorm warning in place. And notice where the storms are right now. They're moving in from the west. So within the next 25 to 30 minutes, I would bet that Springfield is impacted by this line of storms and the possibility of damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. That'll be the biggest concern above all else. And then can't rule out a brief spin-up tornado. As you can see here, a new tornado warning just popped up out near Middletown and Lebanon. I've been spending the past several minutes answering some of the questions that you guys have, but we will eventually kind of dive back into the severe weather and the severe weather coverage here as to what's happening with those storms. Florence, Alabama, severe risk for Alabama doesn't come until later tonight. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, a lower severe risk compared to other spots in the risk area, but still the potential for some overnight wind gusts, 40 to 50 miles per hour. Isolated gusts getting up to 60 miles per hour as well, but that won't come till past midnight tonight in Pittsburgh. Let's see, Huron, Ohio. So again, the line is now moving through Ohio at the moment. And interestingly enough, it is still weakening. And I say interestingly enough because, you know, what was an hour and a half ago that we had storms that were producing 80 mile per hour wind gusts in Michigan. Let's go into, somebody asked about Huron. Here's Huron underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's change the radar site so you can get a better idea of what's taking place. We'll use our Cleveland radar, and here's the text. It is a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Huron, Ottawa County, eastern Seneca, Erie County, eastern Sandusky County until 9:15. And this is for just winds reaching 60 miles per hour. As often the case with baseline severe thunderstorm warnings, it usually isn't along the whole line that you get the winds to 60. There could be a few isolated select spots in here. There we see winds touching 55 to 60 miles per hour, but it doesn't look overly concerning to me. Regardless, if you're in Huron, you're going to be dealing with a lot of rain, straight line winds that maybe aren't severe, but definitely will grab your attention coming through, and some thunder and lightning within the next 20 minutes. But at this time, I don't see a tornado risk there. Let's talk and kind of focus in for a second on where we have the rest of the evening's risk. And here's what we'll do, because I know there's a ton of questions out there about folks' specific locations and where they live. And so I think what we can do is we can actually look, number one, what's happening right now. We've been doing that all afternoon. But let's also look ahead to the severe weather outlook for tonight, and let's actually go through some of the forecast data together and start to break it down. So for that, I'm going to go ahead and turn off, just for a second, the active watches and warnings, and go ahead and turn on the day one outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. And here's the day one outlook for the rest of the night tonight. So obviously a big risk area still to come through the rest of the night tonight and into the overnight hours. Anywhere that you see in this deeper orange color, that is a risk level 3 out of 5 for severe weather. There is sort of a caveat to that, and that is if you've already seen thunderstorms in your location, the severe weather threat has ended. So drawing this line, look at that big pink line. Anywhere east or to the right of that pink line still has the threat of strong storms or severe storms overnight tonight, including big cities like Columbus, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, down through Nashville, Birmingham, Montgomery, Jackson, Shreveport, all in the risk area for tonight. If you are left or west of that big pink line, your severe weather chances are pretty much done, over for the rest of the night tonight. So again, I see questions about Northeast Ohio. Still have not seen that severe risk, or east of that pink line, to the right of that pink line. And so you still have a severe weather threat to come for tonight. Really easy way to look at it. Left of the pink line, done with storms, no severe weather. East of the pink line, better chance for severe weather tonight, and your risk still remains. Let's take it a step further. Let's start to go over some of the models together. And I'm going to pull that up because you'll be able to see some of these big areas and big cities that we're talking about. Also some more of the rural areas and some places a lot of folks have been asking about in the Ohio Valley. So here's the screen, and we're going to look at the high resolution rapid refresh model. And we're going to look here at the 22Z rhyme, which is just a fancy way of saying some of the latest data. And this is future radar. And I think I mentioned this earlier and it made sense with some people. This future radar product that I'm showing you is pretty much the same as your TV weather meteorologist looking at Futurecast or FutureScan. Same idea here. I'm picking what model I think does the best job and I'm showing it to you. So let's kind of go through time and notice how the model does a really good job of showing us where storms are now, oriented from northeast to southwest. It does a tremendous job of showing where the supercells are as well right now, coming out of southeast Missouri, coming out of northern Arkansas, emerging to western Kentucky, and then you can see also it is maybe a little bit behind here in terms of the progression of this line. One thing I pointed out to you is that storms have been moving a touch faster today than I thought initially they would. And I think that here we're seeing just a little bit of that taking place among the model. Is this part of the line is actually a couple of 100 miles to the east of where it actually is right now, moving into, like we said, Cincinnati. But you get the idea. It does a pretty good job of showing how storms are oriented. You have the big line of storms and some of the supercells down across the southern part of the risk zone, and then going through tonight. So here is the timestamp on this is at 03Z. It's 10 p.m. And I think that more than likely storms will be a touch further east than this, but regardless, you can see we've lost a lot of the supercells, and now we just have one big old-fashioned line of storms moving east through the Ohio Valley overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning. So then by, let's say, 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning, the storms have moved through Lexington, Kentucky. They've also moved through Cincinnati by a long shot at this point. They've gone through Columbus, Ohio. They're working their way through extreme northeast Ohio with some strong winds, coming into eastern Kentucky as well, and pushing into middle Tennessee. So even by, let's say midnight to 4 in the morning, storms haven't necessarily completely cleared central to east Tennessee, and they're just entering the northwest corner of Alabama. But we can kind of take away from what we're looking at here is the deeper into the evening we go, the more we're going to see a line of storms versus individual storm structures, clusters, and supercells. We'll be transitioning over to a complete line of storms, which anytime that you hear somebody say, or meteorologists say, a line of storms will move through, automatically you know that the greater risk is going to be for wind versus hail, and wind aside from tornadoes, although sometimes you can get a brief little spin up along some of these lines of thunderstorms. Question about Clarksville. So here's Clarksville, right, roughly in this area. And you can see that it's not going to be until past midnight probably, maybe a little earlier than that. Let's say 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. is the window for severe storms to move through, and it will be a line of storms. Somebody asked about Louisville, Kentucky. Let's go back over for just a second to radar here in Louisville and put back on our watches and warnings overlay. And Louisville right now does have some big time thunderstorms developing to the southwest of you. A line of storms with winds 60 to 70 miles per hour out near Owensboro. And these are making a beeline for Louisville. And some other communities here like Mount Washington within the next hour, let's say, to hour and a half. Somebody said they're watching from Canada. Hello from Canada. Ontario has some storms moving through this evening. Environment Canada has some severe thunderstorm warnings out there. A question about Boone County, Kentucky. So right now, still no severe weather there, but storms are out to the west of you. And it probably won't be till past about 11 o'clock that storms finally move into your area. Morgantown, Pennsylvania could deal with some strong wind gusts tonight, but that should be about it. Let's say 50 to 60 miles per hour. Same thing with Pittsburgh. Lower end risk for severe weather compared to some other places, but not completely zero. It would mainly be the threat overnight tonight for some wind gusts between 40 and 55 miles per hour, maybe getting close to about 60 miles per hour. Columbus, Ohio has a little bit higher chance of storms overnight tonight. And in the next, let's say, hour and a half to 2 hours, I think we track some of those storms that are out near Dayton, and we put them into Columbus in the next 2 hours. And so with that being said, greatest risk, 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts, straight line of winds, and a low chance of a brief tornado in there as well. Indianapolis, Indiana, all clear from the threat of severe weather. Cleveland, Ohio still has a chance for strong storms to come. There's one severe thunderstorm warning to your west out near Norwalk and Sandusky. We'll keep an eye on that as that part of the line gets closer to you. But in Cleveland, the storms that are to your west are now what we call outflow dominant, which means they have cold air or cooler air, so to speak, that is more widespread than the warm air, the inflow coming into the storm. And so that means they're having a hard time maintaining their strength and are slowly weakening. Heavy rain, gusty winds in Cleveland, yes, a big severe weather threat, probably not. But still, we'll keep an eye on it and watch some of those storms as they get a little closer to Cleveland. Somebody asked, let's see, Murfreesboro, Tennessee. So let's get back down into Tennessee. Here's Murfreesboro. Right now, Murfreesboro doesn't have any severe weather in or around the vicinity of Murfreesboro or Nashville, but it's a line of storms out to the west working in. It'll be closer to probably 10 o'clock before storms get to you. When they do get to you, they'll be in a line, which means that they're only going to last for a little while. They'll come on super intense. They'll only last for a little while, and then they'll kind of move through very quickly within 10 minutes, and then you'll be done with that. So greatest concern is for wind gusts and the possibility of maybe a brief spin-up tornado along that line moving through. And I will say, from this point forward, as a general rule of thumb, the further south and west you go along this line, the better chance of severe weather. Somebody asked about, let's see, Findlay, Ohio. I think it'd be great, right, if there was a way for me to like click on the comment and where you live, and then it like took us there on the map. It would just make it so much easier. Here is Findlay, Ohio, which is under a severe thunderstorm watch. Have the storms cleared your area yet or not? Let's look. Yeah, they have. So all clear for the rest of tonight for Findlay, Ohio. The storms are east of you now, which means stable air is moving in, stable cooler air is moving in, and you don't have to worry about severe weather anymore from this point forward. Let's see. Scrolling back up here, I really do hate how TikTok just like all of a sudden you lose the comments that you're looking at. It scrolls down automatically. All right, let's see. Bowling Green, Kentucky. All right, we're going down into Kentucky now. Here's Bowling Green, and look at the thunderstorms here developing to the west and southwest of Bowling Green. I will say this is going to be a spot we need to pay attention to for some significant damaging winds. Elizabethtown down to Bowling Green and Nashville, maybe due west Nashville, closer to Clarksville. That's going to be a spot for the rest of the night tonight that we need to keep an eye on for damaging winds until the line clears. Some big hail and maybe a slightly higher tornado risk as compared to spots further towards the north. Somebody asked about Xenia, Ohio, and let's take a peek here. Well, we do have now a tornado warning that's in place for Trenton and Middletown. Let me go ahead and change the radar to get a better point of view. All right, so here it is. This includes Franklin, this includes Monroe, and the text from the National Weather Service has radar indicator rotation. It is a tornado warning in effect until 9 o'clock for northeastern Butler and northwestern Warren counties. It says that the rotation is severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Okay, it was located south of Middletown. So let's pull on velocity here for just a second. Go over to high resolution velocity. And, I'm having a hard time seeing it. For a second there, it looked like there might have been an area of rotation. Yeah, definitely east of Trenton, south of Middletown. That rotation has since weakened, and I'm very confident that there is no longer a tornado on the ground. But obviously, you still have some gusty winds rolling through Dayton. By the way, to answer the original question, this is southwest of Xenia, where you have the tornado warning. But Xenia about to get hammered with heavy amounts of rain, gusty winds, up to 50 to isolated spots, could get close to 60 miles per hour. Xenia right now doesn't need to worry about a near-term tornado threat. How does Cleveland, Ohio look, and how does Columbus, Ohio look? So let's show you first Cleveland, which is right here. And one thing that I've kind of mentioned is the northern part of the line, which is west of Cleveland and will eventually move through Cleveland, is now outflow dominant. That means that there is more cool air, the backside of the storms that is taking over the thunderstorms versus the warm moisture flowing into it, the inflow into the storm. The inflow is the storm fuel. So if you have an outflow dominant thunderstorm, it's either maintaining its strength or weakening. And that's what's happening with the storms west of Cleveland. So Cleveland will get some heavy rain and some gusty winds, but I don't see a super high severe weather threat. For Columbus, Ohio, your situation is slightly different. The storms to the south and southwest of you have produced some 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Right now, the tag here is for winds to 60 along the severe line from roughly, that's going to be Troy southward towards about Independence and Rising Sun. If this area can maintain its severe strength, it will eventually move into Columbus within the next hour and 20 minutes. Further down the line, you do have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. As of right this second, we only have two remaining tornado warnings, and they are both radar indicated at this point in time. And so, I take that back. A new observed tornado warning. So let's go down to this and take our time with it for just a second. Radar indicated rotation turned into an observed tornado here in the past couple of minutes. This is the same supercell that has sort of been almost stalking Jonesboro, kind of with rotation north and then south of Jonesboro a little bit. So let's turn back on our reflectivity here, and that is an ugly looking storm. Here's the text from the National Weather Service. They say a tornado warning is in effect until 8:30 for eastern Poinsett and West Central Mississippi counties at 7:53. There you go. That was 1 minute ago. This was upgraded to a confirmed tornado. At 7:53, a confirmed tornado was located over Harrisburg, moving east at 45 miles per hour. So here's Harrisburg, and then you obviously have your tornado that is right here over or probably a mile or two to the south of Harrisburg, a very pronounced inflow notch in here, and a very well-defined hook, and also just a super well-defined supercell thunderstorm as well, with the northern part presenting as a hail risk. What is the hail size on this? This is ping pong ball size hail, which doesn't surprise me. A healthy supercell like this usually goes on to produce some of the really big hail. So ping pong ball size hail on the northern side of this supercell, north of Harrisburg, and then near or just to the south of Harrisburg is where we have a confirmed tornado on the ground. So pulling our storm relative velocity here, obviously that is a good looking signature. You are somewhat far away from a radar site, so you're not getting maybe the cleanest or clearest image of what would be a really good looking hook or rotation or confirmed tornado image that you would sometimes get on velocity. Because we're far away from a radar site, I say good looking as relative. Obviously nobody wants a tornado moving through their town, but in terms of storm strength and its health, this is a pretty good looking storm with a confirmed tornado that is now just to the south of Harrisburg, and it is moving due east. So up next is Old Winona and Winona. Winona first, Old Winona next, and then from that point forward, moving into spots like Cassidy, Marked Tree perhaps, a little bit bigger of a town there, and later on down the road, you're going to have spots that'll be impacted here east of that warning. I'm not sure what happened with our radar here. We're gonna have to reset it probably and get it back up and running. So let's go to our backup. We always have a backup while we kind of wait for this one to reboot a little bit. And we're going to go back down to where we have that confirmed tornado warning. We can already kind of see it flashing there in pink, where we have our confirmed tornado that is east of Jonesboro and is producing also some pretty big hail in here. This one is being pretty slow too. Give it just a second and we'll kind of get down into this. See if we can pull this back up. All right, it is going to take just a second to get this back up and running. This one has had problems in the past. All right, there we go. Back to it now. Thanks for bearing with me. Confirmed tornado now. That is to the south and southeast of Harrisburg, coming up into Marked Tree pretty soon here. And then, like I was saying before, we had the radar system die. From that point forward, it'll continue east out towards Bassett and maybe towards a community of Dice and in here. I want to check on a product, and we haven't used this today, a product called correlation coefficient. If you're familiar with it at all, correlation coefficient basically shows us the similar shapes among what the radar is picking up. And so what that means is we'll be able to see what is all hail, what is all wind, or all rain, and then sometimes when you get debris that's being lofted up by a tornado, you can see what's called a drop in the correlation coefficient. Not really seeing this here on our confirmed tornado near Harrisburg. That probably is also due to the fact that we're kind of far away from a radar site, but look at this textbook looking supercell and confirmed tornado that is on the ground now. The northern part of the storm has a hail core. Here's Whitaker, here's McCormick getting the big hail, and then the inflow notch in your confirmed tornado that's right there moving to the east. The confirmed tornado is over Dam Road, also towards Old Winona and getting into Winona. So we do have a tornado that is right now moving into Winona, Arkansas. So if you know anybody in Winona towards the slightly bigger population center of Marked Tree, let them know there's a tornado headed their way. This is also right along 585, Interstate 585 headed west to where that turns into 14 Highway, where this tornado is eventually going to cross over. And let's put a track on this. It is still an observed tornado with ping pong ball size hail. Here it is at 7:53. A confirmed tornado is located over Harrisburg, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Damaging tornado. A weather spotter or a storm chaser has confirmed this. So that means that there are actual people on the ground who are looking at this storm and looking at the tornado as it moves towards the east. So here's a track. Tornado moving into the community of Winona right now in the next 6 minutes. Old Winona in 7 minutes. So right now, you do have the possibility of a strengthening tornado. Every image looks better here on reflectivity and velocity. So we could be getting to the point now where this may be a strong tornado coming into Winona and then into the community of Painway in 11 minutes. Northern Ohio, not the geographic region, the community of Northern Ohio in 15 minutes, Marked Tree in 17 minutes, Dub in 22 minutes, coming into Beasley in 25 minutes, Dimple in 31 minutes, Westover in 33 minutes, dangerous storm, damaging tornado ongoing right now, near Winona, coming into Winona, Arkansas, in a matter of moments. And so if you're in Winona or you know somebody in Winona, the rain and the wind is probably going to get to them first before the tornado, especially in Winona, as opposed to Old Winona. You have the rain and the wind and a little bit of hail now, and then you may get a moment of reprieve before the tornado moves over your location. So still an observed tornado and then ping pong ball size hail on the storm as well. We'll turn on hydrometeor classification, which shows us how big the hail is, or it's Doppler radar's attempt to show us how big the hail is. And obviously, when you see the yellow like that, that is gigantic hail. It's being picked up on radar. So this is just a powerhouse supercell right now. On the north end of this cell, north of the tornado, up near Whitaker, up near Kimberly Road, out towards McCormick is where you're getting a large to extremely large hail, ping pong ball size or bigger. And then to the south of that is where you have the tornado that's occurring. Look at how in the latest scan from reflectivity now, the hail has increased in size. The hail core has gotten bigger. The hail has likely increased, and the width of the hail core has also gone up, where you're seeing those deep purple colors coming into McCormick right now, and then next into Judd Hill. So this is a multifaceted and also multi-hazard supercell. The tornado risk has ended in Harrisburg, but it's now Winona and Old Winona up next for a confirmed damaging tornado on the ground. And then Whitaker and points north up to McCormick, up to Walnut Grove Corner, and the Promised Land, Maple Grove, all being impacted by the hail core part of the storm. The hail on this is, what is this now? About 4 miles wide. You have a 4 mile wide swath of severe hail on this storm. And like I said, this is sort of the almost trademark look to an impressive and severe supercell. Is on the north end, you get the big and gigantic hail. And then on the southern end of the storm, closer to where you have the inflow notch, the mesocyclone is where you get the tornado. And this is still an observed tornado. Let's go back over to storm relative velocity. And what we can do is we can pull where the tornado may be. And so I think at this point in time, two things. This doesn't look like a super clear image. It doesn't look like you normally would. It doesn't look like it normally would when there's a tornado on the ground. And that's just simply because of the fact that we're not getting the best radar scan here. There's some mountainous terrain the radar has to go over. Number two, the tornado at this point in time, if it is still on the ground, is crossing over likely spots just north of Hog Road and then 373 Highway coming into Old Winona. So I know this area in particular doesn't really have a ton of population out here, but there is still some. And hopefully they know about this threat. Look at how big the supercell is, and then also just how rapidly organized it has gotten in a pretty quick period of time. So at this time, confirmed tornado coming into Winona and Old Winona. And I am also looking behind the scenes a little bit to see perhaps if there are any social media reports that I can relay to you. I can't show those, obviously, they're not my pictures. But as of 23 minutes ago, there was a tornado on the ground. I'm looking at a tornado that was on the ground 23 minutes ago near Harrisburg, Arkansas. Obviously, there was a confirmed tornado out near Harrisburg, Arkansas. It was a stovepipe tornado. And so now this may sort of be a repeat of what has already occurred in Harrisburg. It was a very healthy looking tornado near Harrisburg, a stovepipe looking tornado that is now east of there and is still on the ground. It is still doing damage, coming into, like I said, Winona and Old Winona, and then eventually down into Marked Tree and Lepanto there. And that would be likely for hail to the north and then the confirmed tornado down to the south. I know I have a lot of folks asking about what's happening up to the north across Ohio, and I understand the concern. There is still a couple of severe thunderstorms moving into western Ohio. The line is still maintaining its severe strength for now. Out near Dayton, out near Springfield, even still a tornado warning out near Lebanon, which is radar indicated. But overall, it looks like the line or the part of the storm that is entering, the part of the storms that are entering central Ohio are becoming more and more outflow dominant. Meaning, like I said, they're weakening. There's too much cool air that's in place in these storms to maintain a long form severe risk that would allow these storms to strengthen a little bit more. So yes, severe storms continue here across Ohio, specifically heavy amounts of rain from Urbana down to Fairborn, Centerville, Dayton, Lebanon, and then all the way down into Cincinnati as well, with winds 50 to 60 miles per hour. But for right now, these storms are becoming increasingly, like I said, outflow dominant, or they're weakening a little bit. So we'll keep an eye on this. Right now, there's nothing in Ohio besides the tornado warning that is overly concerning. But let's focus on that tornado warning in Ohio for just a second. Here is storm relative velocity. First of all, let me read the text to you. That looks like it could possibly be another little tornado on the ground. But here's the text. It is a tornado warning now for Warren and northwestern Clinton counties until 9:30. And this is another situation that, right, doesn't take a genius to pick out where the rotation is here. So there is one of these spots along the line that we've seen throughout the day today, where you get sort of a kink or almost a lip out along the line. And that is a tornado developing or a tornado on the ground. So you're having another one here. Most of the time, these are brief and weak, but not all the time. In this situation, it does appear that there may be a tornado on the ground just to the south and southwest of Waynesville, Ohio, and also to the west of Harveyburg, Ohio. This is the spot that we're talking about. Notice the reds blowing away from the radar, the greens blowing towards the radar. Where those two meet up, you have your low-level rotation, almost gate-to-gate shear here, where you have some of these brighter colors too. I guess that's what's concerning me as I look at this, is not necessarily how tight the rotation is, but some of the brighter red and green colors here that you're seeing east of the community of Utica, and then coming into Waynesville, coming into Harveysburg. Those are some bright colors indicating that you have winds that are blowing away towards and away from the radar that could be strong at times. Let's sample them. And if those are strong winds meeting up together and there's a tornado on the ground, it could be one that's doing a little bit of damage. And there we go. There's the latest scan. You have winds 69 miles per hour, 39 miles per hour. So this could, if there's a tornado on the ground, it could be a little somewhat compact but strong looking tornado. Yeah, there it is. The latest scan kind of confirms that this is a strengthening area of rotation about to move into Harveyburg, Ohio. So Harveyburg, Ohio, and then eventually Kingman, North Kingman would be up for this tornado. That is a classic looking velocity image here of what appears to be a tornado on the ground right now. I'm comfortable with saying that. Just to the south of Wayneville, coming into Harveyburg. And we can give you even more specific information than that. How about some crossroads here? This is Sales Road right here. This is the Wellman Meads Group Camp. You're probably going to only know these points if you're super familiar with this area. Clarksville Road, Wellman, and there is, again, evidence of a tornado on the ground right now that is coming into Harveyburg. This may pass just to the north of Wellman. So between Wellman and Harveyburg is going to be where there appears to be a tornado that is on the ground right now. Radar still showing very strong velocity couplets, and that's what concerned me initially. Is it was the color here. We have the bright green and the bright red, which is showing there could be a pretty small but compact and strong tornado that may be on the ground with this one. We're going to have to wait and see if any damage reports come out of this. If you are in Harveyburg and Wellman, once the storm passes over you, Waynesville as well, let me know what you're seeing. This has actually worked out pretty well in the past. So if you're in these areas and you happen to be in the path of this tornado, once it is safe to do so, let me know what you're hearing, what you're seeing. But from what I'm seeing on radar, it does appear that there may be a tornado, or there was just a tornado that occurred to the southwest of Harveysburg, Ohio. The latest scan that just came in a second ago shows that maybe the rotation is not quite as strong as it passes just to the north of Wellman. Whether or not that means the tornado has lifted, I can't tell. But still, I would call this moderate rotation and a possible tornado that's on the ground now to the north of Wellman coming into Harveysburg. And the National Weather Service has just gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning out ahead of this area of rotation. Let me read it to you, and then we'll go over what areas are in the tornado warning and show you where the part of the storm that may be producing a tornado or just did produce a tornado is headed. By the way, this is south of Xenia. Xenia not impacted by the part of the storm that is producing a tornado. So brand new tornado warning now that is out for northeastern Warren, western Fayette, northern Clinton, southeastern Greene County until 9:45. Quarter-size hail and tornado possible here with this. You do have spots like Port William. You have areas like West Lancaster, almost up to Jamestown, that are inside the polygon. Wilmington, Ohio is included in this warning, but the rotation will pass north of Wilmington. So tornado and rotation passing north of Wilmington. It's going to pass likely for the next 10 to 15 minutes north of Highway 70, Interstate 71, and then it may meet up with Interstate 71 closer to Port William and head east from there. And this storm right now moving east at 55 miles per hour. That is still a very good looking velocity couplet. And I would say that it is possible there was a tornado on the ground. The rotation is still strong. I think the rotation has come down a notch in the past 10 to 15 minutes, which is great, or excuse me, 10 to 15 seconds in the latest scan, which is great news. But over the next 10 to 15 minutes, we're gonna have to watch this extremely closely to see if it picks back up. But still, pretty clear rotation. The colors aren't quite as bright, which means the wind maybe not as strong, but regardless, you have rotation, maybe a tornado that is either still on the ground and has weakened some, or was on the ground and is lifted out near Harveyburg, and is moving to the northeast along Interstate 71, or just north of Interstate 71. So here is the track, and what I'm about to track is the rotation itself, and what could be a possible tornado that's on the ground. And look out for some familiar names. Obviously into Harveyburg in the next minute, Kingman in the next 5 minutes, Gurneyville in the next 9 minutes, Port William in 14 minutes, Jamestown in 20 minutes, West Lancaster in the next 23 minutes, Cunningham in the next 28 minutes, Blessing in 28 minutes as well. With that rotation, a possible tornado. We'll see whether or not the rotation strengthens and picks back up a little bit. It is still an ominous looking reflectivity scan over Harveyburg. I mean, you almost have a mini looking supercell here along the line. And sometimes that happens. Sometimes you get these supercell-like structures along a line that can go on to produce a tornado, and sometimes a strong tornado too. Not all tornadoes along lines are weak. That's usually what happens, but not always. In this case, I mean, check out how you have the notch or a little lip extending out ahead of the line. And that's where the rotation is, the inflow coming into the storm, the RFD rear flank downdraft here on the back side of the storm, and then again, your hook echo, where the tornado could possibly be or where it was a few minutes ago, out near Harveyburg. And it is continuing to move to the northeast at about 50 to 55 miles per hour into Lumberton shortly. I would say that spots like Gurneyville and Lumberton, Port William, Browersville, I'd be a little more concerned about than, say, Wilmington and Melvin. As to me, it appears the tornado or circulation is going to pass to the north of you. Other than that, we're still keeping an eye on the storms to the south out across Kentucky. We do have one tornado warning getting close to Elizabethtown. That's radar indicated. Just an update, just so you know. The good news is the tornado warning out across eastern Poinsett County, southwestern Mississippi County, west central Tipton County is back to radar indicated, still producing ping pong ball size hail. But what was a tornado near Harrisburg, for sure, definitely a tornado out near Harrisburg, has weakened. We're now back down to radar indicated rotation. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Still watching the storm, though, back in Ohio. That's just now moved through Harveysburg and has, to me at least, at one point looked like it produced a tornado with some really, really tight velocity. That's come down. The rotation has significantly weakened as well on this storm out near Harveysburg. Still, we'll watch it. Not often. Usually when storms recycle, they get strong and then weak and then strong again. It's supercell thunderstorms that do that. Sometimes it happens along a line, but very rarely. What does that mean? That while it's unlikely that this one spot of rotation strengthens again, we'll still keep an eye on it. And obviously, if you're in the tornado warning, you should be sheltered. Port William, Bowersville, through West Lancaster, along and just north of Interstate 71 would be the greatest area of concern at this point in time. Let's check down on the storms in Kentucky, for those of you asking about Kentucky, and let's talk about the tornado warning that is now in effect here for a pretty mean-looking part of our main line near Hardinsburg. Let me read the text to you. This is a tornado warning out for central Breckinridge County until 8:45. Doppler radar indicated rotation. Let's pull velocity here, storm relative. And there is some broad rotation here. I guarantee if we go back in time, the rotation looks stronger at one point, and it did. It looked like as it crossed over 60 highway, the rotation was a little bit stronger. Now, though, it's weakened as it approaches Hardinsburg, gets closer to Garfield. There's some broad rotation here. I'm very confident that right this second, there is not a tornado on the ground. Let's check back on our storm here out across eastern Arkansas, getting into West Tennessee. The storm near Harrisburg that did produce a tornado, a stovepipe tornado, has weakened a little. This is a storm that I'd be concerned about recycling, though. Rotation is back down to being radar indicated. Still, if I was in marked tree and out ahead of this guy, I would absolutely stay sheltered. Eventually, this will cross over Interstate 55 between Dice and Marie, Wilson, Bassett, and Joyner as we work our way over into the Tennessee side of things. It'll then get closer to, say, Randolph and then into Gilt Edge. There's small communities, Covington perhaps way down the line. All right, back now to looking at some of your questions. Is Jonesboro good? Yeah, Jonesboro is all good. The severe weather threat has ended in Jonesboro for the rest of the night tonight. Louisville, Kentucky, you have thunderstorms that are approaching now from your west. Really nasty thunderstorms about to move through Louisville. Probably going to ruin your Sunday night plans if you're having maybe dinner out in the patio, a late dinner out in the patio, or trying to get some of the grocery shopping done before tomorrow. I'm sure this is going to impact that. But the area of thunderstorm that's about to move into Louisville is not severe. It's south of Louisville. Once you get to Brandenburg and Irvington, the severe part of the storm picks up a little bit with winds and a tornado threat. But for right now, the part of the storm coming into Louisville is not severe, but you're definitely going to get some wind gusts in there, 40 to about 50 miles per hour, that we're going to be keeping a very close eye on. Somebody asked about Arkansas. So we're still keeping an eye right now on the tornado warning southeast of Jonesboro. Like I said, Jonesboro is all clear from the threat of severe weather. But we're watching this storm here out near Market Tree. This has a history of producing strong tornadoes. It did do so, produce a strong tornado out near Harrisburg and right along 14 Highway there heading east. For right now, the radar has kind of give us some clues and some signs that the rotation has significantly weakened. The rotation is still present over Mark's Tree, but as of right now, I'm very confident the tornado is not on the ground. However, because this is a supercell, this has the possibility again of going on to maybe produce a tornado down the road. And so we'll kind of keep an eye on that. Want to also let you know, this is from the Storm Prediction Center out in Norman, Oklahoma. Want to let you know that they're watching, particularly here, Western Kentucky down through about Middle Tennessee for an increasing severe weather risk over the next hour to 2 hours. They say that damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes are all a possibility. So a developing severe threat there. And I'm just kind of going back through social media. I'm looking at your comments. I'm seeing if there's any worthy information here to pass along to you. Clarksville, Tennessee right now does not have any severe storms impacting you within, let's say a 10 to 20 mile vicinity. But as you head west, Union City, South Fulton, Mayfield being impacted by severe weather at the moment, and that whole area is shifting east. So I would be prepared for some very strong to maybe even damaging wind gusts in Clarksville now within the next hour. So get ready for that. Frankfort, Kentucky. So here's Frankfort. Notice thunderstorms back to your west as well in Frankfort. Right now, though, the storms that are due west of you and also due west of Lexington are not severe. You do have some showers and thunderstorms, but they are not severe. The severe weather is mainly south and southwest of Louisville. Still, we can't give Frankfort the all clear from severe weather just yet until that whole line clears. So basically it is a watch and wait type situation. But as far as a severe threat is concerned, too early to tell whether or not you'll dodge a bullet or not. But I can tell you that there's still a pretty strong line that has yet to come into Lexington, has yet to come into Nicholasville, Cynthiana, and all the way up to Frankfort as well. Questions about Ohio. So we do have a couple of new tornado warnings, it looks like, out in Ohio. Let's get to these. So let's read the text first. And this is south and southwest of Columbus. I shouldn't say this is a new tornado warning, but it is a continuation of another area of rotation that we watched out near Harveyburg a few minutes ago. We were talking about that and how it had a really pronounced signature. It has weakened. let me check back in on the velocity. So with these two tornado warnings, gosh, we're so close to the radar site, we might have to end up switching for just a second. At least for the northern one here, up towards Wilmington and Port William, east of Harveysburg, this to me doesn't present anymore like there's a risk for tornadoes. There's still formally a tornado warning in place for another 21 minutes or so, but as of right now, it does not appear that there is a tornado on the ground. Another tornado warning out for southwestern Fayette County, central Clinton, and north central Highland County in central Ohio until 9:45. Let's pull the storm relative on this one, and there you go. I think that this is more concerning to me than the tornado warning up near Wilmington. It's this area of rotation near Cuba. And check out how you have obviously the red, winds blowing away, and the green, winds blowing towards the radar, and then rotation right in the middle there over Cuba. I don't know that this is necessarily one that we have a tornado on the ground with out near Cuba, Ohio, but there is moderate to strong rotation, and that area of rotation out near Cuba is lifting north and east, and it is headed next for Burtonville, and then eventually north of Morrisville out towards the Airborne Air Park and west of New Antioch. So developing circulation and possible tornado here with the part of the line that is near Cuba that is lifting northeast towards Burtonville and Airborne Air Park. Here is Highway 73. Here's New Antioch. It's probably going to head up in that general direction here, and it's moving pretty quickly. So let's show you some approximate times of arrival on this one. Getting into Burtonville in the next 4 minutes, as to be expected there. New Antioch in 7 minutes. Melvin in 11 minutes. Lee's Creek in 12 minutes. So if I were in that area, I'd be sheltering. In fact, even with the new scan that just came in, it is even more worrisome than the previous scan before in terms of rotation. There it is. It's now east of Cuba, Ohio, or I should say more northeast of Cuba, Ohio, closer to Burtonville, closer to Morrisville. It's going to pass likely this tornado, if it is on the ground, if you're familiar with the area, is going to pass just south of Burtonville and then just north of Morrisville. And that puts it pretty close to South State Route 134, getting over to Farmers Road, and then eventually into the community of New Antioch. So if I was in New Antioch, I'd be sheltered right now for a developing tornado to your southwest that is going to be headed in your direction here in the next 20 minutes. Beyond New Antioch, this area of circulation and a possible tornado will be very near Lee's Creek within the next 20 minutes, 25 minutes as well. The community of Memphis, if it holds together, very near 62 Highway down the road, Buena Vista down the road as well. We'll have to see. This has been sort of an adventure throughout this afternoon, tracking the tornado warnings along the line, the main line of storms as opposed to the supercells. Reason being, of course, because we barely just catch, I say we, I mean me, not the Weather Service. Sometimes I barely just catch these quick little spin-up tornadoes that develop here. And yes, sometimes the Weather Service struggles to catch them too, but they've done a great job today. I think we've done a good job too of catching some of these brief spin-up tornadoes along the line. Sometimes they happen between radar scans, which is kind of unfortunate. And sometimes they only last a minute or two, which is why it's so important that we try to get the info out. So again, a developing area of circulation and possible tornado north of Morrisville, Ohio, and then up next in New Antioch, Ohio, Lee's Creek, Memphis, Ohio, up next for the developing tornado. And, again, not sure whether or not this one's down. It is nighttime. I'm sure it's raining extremely heavily, and it is along the line as well. And so because of that, it can be really tough to see where the circulation and the tornado is. You don't really have a clear inflow into the storm sometimes. You don't get a perfect image like you would with supercell thunderstorms where you can confirm the tornado's down easier. But I would say for sure, Treat this like it's down near Morrisville, getting up into New Antioch, Lees Creek, Memphis area, circulation and possible tornado headed your way. For those to the north, including Port William, including Bloomington, Bloomington, Ohio, not Indiana, South Plymouth, West Lancaster, I know there's a tornado warning in effect for another 16 minutes or so. I'm comfortable with saying at this point that the rotation has weakened substantially and there is not a tornado on the ground with this area. So the Weather Service kind of might just let the warning run out on this northern tornado warning. But again, I don't see any evidence, at least for right now, that there's a tornado on the ground. There is still some broad rotation out near Starbuck Town. But for now, there may be some rotation in here, but I don't think there's a tornado yet. We'll have to watch this little spot right in here. That is out near or just south of Interstate 71, closer to Haley Road, just west of Haley Road. That little spot might be of some concern. But for right now, still pretty comfortable saying with this northern tornado warning that there is not a tornado down. Maybe a new area of rotation developing here south of Port William, like I said, and south of Interstate 71. But bigger rotation, more pronounced rotation is out here with the storm. Just to the south of Morrisville, that is kind of going due east to northeast. It was tracking northeast, now a little wobble due east. So like I said a moment ago, this is going to be near New Antioch and Snow Hill. Possible tornado right now developing to the north of Snow Hill and south of New Antioch, and that's likely where this area of rotation, the circulation, will pass by. Eventually heading east from there, Memphis, the community of Memphis, passing maybe just north of Leesburg. If you know anybody in that area, I would urge them to seek shelter. If you're in that area, I would urge you to seek shelter as well. And we have another cluster of tornado warnings now with the cells to the south of Louisville. So let's watch those. Let me read the text off to you first. And just by looking at this, I can tell that there is a couple of different lips we're going to have to worry about. Call them lips because they kind of stick out like a little bit of a lip out ahead of the main line. So here we go. Tornado warning here for southeastern Meade, east central Breckenridge, central Hardin County until 10 p.m. This is also radar indicated rotation. You have developing circulation and possible tornado just to the north of Custer. And moving east here pretty quickly the Weather Service has us moving east at 55 miles per hour. Turning on velocity with the southern tornado warning, there's your rotation right there, and possible tornado. This could be a tornado just to the north of the community of Custer. So possible tornado just north of Custer, and we're talking about Kentucky now. This is north of Custer and south of the community of Corners. There's Custer, there's Corners, and there is a tornado now, or what appears to be evidence of strong rotation that is passing south of Corners, north of Custer, and will likely be near the small community of High Plains Corner within the next 10 to 15 minutes. And there you go, brand new tornado warning now coming out. It looks like possibly, not the same one. We're still waiting on the Hardinsburg tornado warning to expire. Hardinsburg all clear from the threat of severe weather. Elizabethtown, though, is now under a tornado warning. Elizabethtown under a tornado warning for this area of rotation that is still a ways to the west of you. Like I said, out near High Plains and High Plains Corner, that if it maintains itself, doesn't weaken significantly, will be headed towards Elizabethtown within the next 20 to 25 minutes. Let's head up to the northern tornado warning now. This is for areas like West Point, Kentucky, getting into Red Cliff, Kentucky, Rock Haven, Kentucky, and here's the text from the National Weather Service. They say a tornado warning Remains in effect until 10 p.m. For southeastern Harrison, southeastern Meade, southwestern Bullitt, and northeastern Hardin counties until 10 o'clock, with this storm moving east at 55 miles per hour. Where's the rotation on it? Well, there's a few different spots, and honestly, it's a little difficult to point out. But I could definitely see there being some circulation near Buck Grove, another little lip of circulation here just to the south and southeast of Brandenburg Station, and then Tobacco Landing, sort of 1, 2, 3 areas of not super big, but small, compact pockets of rotation and circulation here. And this is headed towards the east. So let's track it out for you and show you where it's headed next. This one actually may pass over the radar site. The rotation, or the pockets of rotation, may eventually pass over the radar site. Getting into Rock Haven in 2 minutes, Davidson in 3 minutes, Pitts Point in the next 16 minutes. So, if you're in the area, I know this is even a little bit more of a populated area now, getting into Elizabethtown. If you're there, get into shelter because, it is my experience that QLCS tornadoes, all my life I've said, the tornadoes that form along the line are generally weak and short-lived, which is true, but it doesn't mean it doesn't do damage or it can't really spin up super quick before it weakens. So watching that spot as well. And then finally, again, we just touched on the tornado warning out southwest of Columbus, talked about the tornado warnings near Louisville. Let's briefly talk about the tornado warning that we have now southeast of Jonesboro, crossing over to West Tennessee. This is still radar indicator rotation, but this is the same storm, by the way. This is the same storm that did produce a stovepipe tornado out near Harrisburg, Arkansas. So that's why we're kind of watching this one maybe a little more closely. We're a bit more attentive to it. It has and is going to pass to the north of Memphis. Look at that. My goodness, that is a classic looking supercell. Maybe one that you would pull from a meteorology textbook. My goodness, that is a scary looking storm. Obviously, there is significant amounts of rotation just with the supercell thunderstorm itself, the mesocyclone. And then in there, you probably have some more enhanced areas of rotation. I will tell you this, for the way that storm looks, for how scary that storm looks, and if you know anything about weather, you probably agree with me, for how scary that storm looks on reflectivity, it doesn't match up with the velocity signature. So, well-defined supercell thunderstorm, definitely producing some big-time hail. For right now, no evidence of a tornado on the ground. There's definitely a little bit of broad rotation in here. To the south of Dice, west of Bassett, some broad level rotation. But for right now, there's no evidence of a tornado on the ground with this one. Mean looking supercell thunderstorm. That is a scary looking storm. But again, to reiterate, as of right this second, 8:37 p.m. Central, there's no evidence that there's a tornado on the ground with this one, but still a tornado warning that remains in effect for southeastern Poinsett and southwestern Mississippi, along with west central Tipton counties until 9 p.m. I'll tell you what, I'm going to keep a watchful eye on this supercell because of just how it presents on radar, and because of the fact that out near Harrisburg, Arkansas, it did produce a stovepipe tornado. And because of that, it definitely could be recycling and may do it again. All right, I had a question about watches out there, particularly in Ohio. Let me pull back our watches for just a second, turn those on. And yeah, there is still a tornado watch for central Ohio, including Columbus, that is in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning. The tornado watch stretches south and southwestward towards Louisville, and also into Middle Tennessee now, a new tornado watch for Middle Tennessee perhaps. This does include Nashville until 3 o'clock in the morning, where they say a couple intense tornadoes are still possible out here. And I think the wording on that is such that they're looking at these supercells east of Jonesboro, about to move into West Tennessee near Covington. And they're thinking if they can maintain themselves, if those supercells can maintain themselves, then they may pose a big hail and tornado risk getting into Middle Tennessee deep into the overnight hours. So in just a second, I'm going to kind of go back through and look over some of your questions. I know that there's a ton of them, and I'll do my best to answer all of them. But again, tornado watch now does include central Ohio into southwest Kentucky, all the way into Middle Tennessee now, and the severe weather threat is decreasing for areas just west of the line. So Indianapolis, which was one, central Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, Indianapolis, which once was under a tornado watch, that has been allowed to expire. Also kind of looking back on social media here, seeing if there is any pictures that I can talk to you about and sort of verbalize. There was definitely a tornado there earlier, stovepipe tornado that was out near Harrisburg, Arkansas, and that one looked pretty intense for a little while. Again, there's still a good number of tornado warnings out there tonight, clustered around central and southern Ohio, clustered around Louisville, and then one with that supercell out near eastern Arkansas. Let me see what some of the questions are. A lot of Ohio questions. And I think maybe it'd be good to spend some time just looking at Ohio for a second, because I'm seeing a ton of Ohio questions. So let me focus in our attention on Ohio. First, with the broad picture across the state tonight. And you see that there is a powerful line of thunderstorms moving across Ohio from west to east. First, let's give some folks in Ohio the all clear from the threat of severe weather. If you live to the west or to the left of my line, your severe weather threat has ended for tonight. So that includes Dayton, that includes Springfield, that includes Lima, Van Wert, Paulding, Bryan, Toledo. The severe weather threat is donezo. It's over. So you can go to bed and not worry anymore about severe weather or storms. If you live along that line and just east of there, your severe weather threat is not over just yet. And we need to wait until the line clears where you live to give you the go-ahead to rest easy without having to worry about any warnings. Now, with that being said, the northern part of the line here, up here across northern and northeast Ohio, is where I'm least concerned about severe weather. So from Cleveland to Akron, to Canton, to Warren, to Mansfield, Belleville, a spot that I'm least concerned about severe weather ahead of the line. The reason being is most of the storms up there are outflow dominant, meaning there is a ton of cool, stable air that's rushing into them and sort of overtaking them, so to speak. And so there's not a ton of energy for them to work with. I wouldn't expect a super high severe threat tonight across northeast Ohio, including Cleveland. But there could be some strong storms in there, maybe with the potential of winds 20 to 30 miles per hour and the chance of some heavy amounts of rain for sure. Can we rule out a rogue severe thunderstorm warning across northeast Ohio tonight? No, but your severe weather threat is pretty low. The part of Ohio that has the highest severe weather threat for the rest of the night to come is going to be in, let's see if I can use a different color maybe. It'll be in this area here that I've just circled in yellow. That's where the highest severe weather threat is. So that includes Columbus, Lancaster, Chillicothe, Hillsborough, because there is still quite a bit of energy left over in the atmosphere from today's daytime heating. That'll support a severe weather threat over the next couple of hours as the line of storms move through, with the potential, number one, of damaging wind gusts 60 to 70 miles per hour, the possibility of spin-up tornadoes like we're already seeing, and maybe some small hail in there as well. Additionally, those storms here are not outflow dominant. The storms that we're seeing across central and eastern Ohio are still maintaining pretty good inflow, warm, moist air that's going into them. So, bottom line, again, along west of the pink line, severe weather threat is over. In that blue circle there, which includes Cleveland, there is a low but non-zero threat for severe storms overnight tonight, mainly with gusty winds. And then in the yellow circle, that's where the highest severe weather threat is going to be through the night tonight in Ohio, before, or I should say, until the line of storm clears. Let's take it a step further. Let's go into the storms here that are severe in Ohio. So we do have a broad severe thunderstorm warning that's in place. Let me move the screen a little to the left for TikTok. A broad severe thunderstorm warning that's in place from roughly Marysville all the way down to about Hillsborough. And that severe thunderstorm warning is advertising the possibility of 1-inch hail and winds to 60 miles per hour in this line here. So definitely likely going to get the torrential rain, the possibility of winds up to 60 miles per hour, and maybe some small hail coming into Dublin and Columbus within the next 15 to 20 minutes. Now, within this severe thunderstorm warning, there are several areas here that are under a tornado warning. So within that big cluster of storms, the line of storms, we have the severe thunderstorm warning. The National Weather Service also has, let's call it three tornado warnings, which means that we're seeing rotation, enough rotation along the line for the Weather Service to go ahead and pull the trigger on the tornado warning. So let's start first with the southernmost tornado warning, and then we'll kind of work our way back up to the north and talk in detail about each tornado warning. So tornado warning for southeastern Fayette, east central Clinton, northwestern Highland, and northwest Ross County until 10:15. This is Doppler radar indicator rotation. Here's the polygon that I'm talking about. It's this red one. It is the southernmost tornado warning out of the three. This is the area we're talking about right now. And as we pull on our velocity, which shows us how strong winds are, and also if there's rotation, we can kind of pick out a couple different spots where there may be a developing circulation or a tornado. One of those is over the community of Leesburg and is heading towards the east. So up next for a developing circulation and possible tornado would be East Monroe. From that point forward, it would continue to head northeast from there, maybe passing just to the south of New Martinsburg, and then getting into the community of Frankfort down the line if it holds itself together. More often than not, on these QLCS line type tornadoes, they only seem to make it about halfway down the tornado warning polygon before they weaken, or halfway east before they weaken. But regardless, there is a developing circulation, and it is near East Monroe with this southern tornado warning out of the three that we're watching. And we can go ahead and track it out for you and notice some of the communities that are in the path. So that would include, obviously, East Monroe in the next 2 minutes, Thrift in the next 10 minutes, Austin in the next 20 minutes, Clarksburg in 27 minutes, and Slate Mills in the next 30 minutes. You want to make sure you're in your tornado safe spot right now. If you're in the path of that one, it is the newest tornado warning that we have and also has the highest level of rotation out of the three tornado warnings that we're watching. Let's head north. So we're now talking about, we just talked about this tornado warning. Now let's talk about the middle tornado warning that is out near the Washington courthouse area. So here's the situation. Tornado warning for tornado warning for central Fayette, northeastern Clinton, southwestern Pickaway, and northwestern Ross County until 10:15. Where's the rotation on this? It's tough to pick out. It's really broad rotation. You can see there is a little bit south of Washington Courthouse. You have the reds and the greens butting up against each other, but it isn't so significant that I would think there's a tornado on the ground at this point. One could develop at any moment, but at least for this radar scan, I don't see any evidence of a tornado on the ground. And the area of rotation, the circulation, is more than likely going to end up passing to the south of Washington Courthouse and coming into Boyd's and McLean here shortly. In fact, as we put this into animation and we loop it, you can see the rotation is passing south, pretty far south of the town of Washington Courthouse. I know the tornado warning and maybe the sirens are sounding there, but the rotation is staying south of Washington Courthouse and it isn't that strong to begin with. However, notice the direction as it continues to move east, out towards McLean, Plano, Clarksburg, all spots that I would be in my tornado shelter at the moment until the rotation completely weakens and we lose the threat of a tornado. How about the northern tornado warning? So we covered the tornado warning here down to the south. We covered this one. We covered the Washington Courthouse tornado warning. That leaves us with the northern tornado warning that we can talk about in here as well. And here's the text from the Weather Service. It is a tornado warning for southwestern Franklin, northern Fayette, northwestern Pickaway, and southern Madison County until 10:15 here. So we still got a little time on it. There may have been some rotation that ended up passing maybe south of Yatesville, south of Jeffersonville, south of Interstate 71. But for right now, this to me looks like the rotation is all but gone. Maybe some broad scale rotation coming up into Madison Mills. You do, again, you have the red, you have the green. Very, the colors here aren't super bright. They're a little darkened, so that doesn't show super intense wind gusts. But maybe some broad rotation coming into Madison Mills, Yankeetown. And there might even be another area of small rotation out near Bethel. But I can also say with confidence, there's not a tornado on the ground right now with this northern tornado warning for Mount Sterling. Regardless, we want to do what we did with the other two storms and put a track on this one as it heads towards the northeast. And we'll do just that. So there you go into the McKendree area in 13 minutes. What I'm tracking is rain and wind, not a tornado. Rain and wind to 60 miles per hour. More than likely, you're finding a lot of 50 to 55 mile per hour gusts. But into Derby in 16 minutes, Mattville in 22 minutes, Grove City Country Club in 27 minutes, and Shadeville in the next 30 minutes or so. So there you go. Those are the 3 tornado warnings now in Ohio that we just covered and talked about. And at least from what I just saw a second ago, it doesn't look to me like out of any of those tornado warnings, there was one on the ground. If I were to pick one that has the strongest rotation, it is the southern tornado warning. It has that little lip extending out from it, getting close to Greenfield and heading east from there. All right, we do have some active weather now in Kentucky, particularly in Louisville Metro. So let's turn on our Louisville radar site, and I kind of want to do the same thing that we just did with the Ohio storms, and that is go into each of these tornado warnings, because we have 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings in effect here just south of Louisville. And I think it would be super beneficial for those of you watching in or just south of Louisville to take a peek at these storms at each one and talk about where they're headed. So first of all, let's go to the storm closest to downtown Louisville. Let me say this first. Louisville itself, let me turn the tornado watch off. This is just getting too cluttered in my opinion. I like things nice and organized on the screen, and there's just too many colors going on. All right, so Louisville itself is not under a tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning. So rest assured, while it is super loud and probably super scary in Louisville right now, there is no tornado moving through downtown. As you head just south of Louisville, though, specifically I'm talking about Jeffersontown and Hollow Creek, Minor Lane Heights, Linview, there is a tornado warning in effect there. And so let me read you the text on that one. It is a tornado warning for southern Jefferson County, again, not including Louisville, and northeastern Bullitt County until 10:15. The storms are moving east at 50 miles per hour. This is a tornado warning that includes the Louisville International Airport. Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport is under a tornado warning. Let's go ahead and now pull the velocity. And I can tell you just by looking at this image, the part of this storm that we're watching that has the rotation, the circulation, and the developing tornado is south of Louisville International. It is south of Knopp, and it is very near Minor Lane Heights. That is the rotation and developing circulation right now. Notice how you have the red and the green colors butting up against each other. You have winds that are blowing towards and away from the radar site. The green obviously towards, the red away from the radar site. And that is also, here's gate-to-gate shear, by the way. So that is probably where we have a developing circulation and maybe a tornado on the ground with this one. It is about to cross over Gene Center Freeway. So this is Interstate 265 now. It is actually about to pass maybe a quarter of a mile to the south of where you have both 265 and 65 overlapping. And then heading northeast from there. So there's Meyer Grocery Store. Here's East Manstick Road. Here is the community of Smyrna. Smyrna, I would absolutely be in my safe spot right now. Developing circulation and possible tornado headed towards you. That same circulation is going to come up really quickly on Hollow Creek and Spring Mill. This could be a tornado on the ground. Then to Fern Creek, that's the current path. It may pass just to the south of Jeffersontown. Let's put a track on this for you and show you where it's headed next. Again, this is for the tornado warning just south of Louisville Metro. And you may have a tornado coming into Spring Mill in the next 7 minutes, Hollow Creek in 7 minutes as well, Jeffersontown in 12 minutes. So it looks kind of far away, but boy, it is moving up on you really quickly. And so from, I would say, Minor Lane Heights, specifically Smyrna, Spring Hill, Hollow Creek, Ferns Creek, Jeffersontown, got to be in your safe spot as this circulation comes up into your area from the southwest. Really dangerous situation there. So compared to the Ohio storms, these to me look a little bit more robust. And like I said, Minor Lane Heights, just south of there, you have a possible tornado that is just seconds away from crossing over where Interstate 65 and Interstate 265 meet up. Just near or to the west of East Manstick Road, South Park Road, Southern High School. It's going to be moving into the Walmart Supercenter area. So there's Walmart, here's Famous Way, here's Miles Lane, here's East Manstick Road, and there is an update. There you go. It is now crossed east of where 265 and 65 meet up. It's east of there now. It is right now just south of 265. I wouldn't take any chances on this if I were in Spring Mill to Hollow Creek. Got to be in your safe spot coming up on the Quail Chase Golf Course. And it's interesting, it has kind of been bouncing back and forth between moving directly east and northeast a little bit. But I would certainly say Hollow Creek, Jeffersontown, Asheville, Fairmount, Seatonville, got to be in your safe spot. This to me looks like it could be a tornado down now. And anywhere in the polygon is fair game. If the storm moves directly east, Fairmount to Seatonville. If it moves a little more northeast, Fern Creek, Hollow Creek, Jeffersontown. So anywhere in that polygon, you need to be in your safe spot. Okay, so that's one tornado warning. We're still kind of going from north to south. We just covered one tornado warning. Kind of cross it off there. Now we're going to go down to the second tornado warning that is south of Louisville. So let's read the text. This is a tornado warning for southern Jefferson and northern Bullitt County until 10:15. Right now, I would say that there is some broad rotation in here. Let me put this into loop to kind of pinpoint where it is and where it's headed. Multiple areas of broad rotation crossing over Hebron Estates, Old Mill Road, Gap and Knob, east of Fox Chase, east of 65 here near Pioneer Village. You're getting multiple areas of small rotation. There's one, there's one. Not super concerned about this one out of all the tornado warnings that we have, but still, if I was in Mount Washington, I would probably be in my safe spot as you do have multiple small areas of rotation headed your way about 5 miles out from being in Mount Washington. more or less about 6.5 to be closer to exact. Here's the track though, probably give you a better idea of when it will arrive. Multiple areas of small rotation coming into Mount Washington in about the next 6 minutes or so. So there is our second tornado warning in the line south of Louisville. Talked about this one, right? Talked about this one. Let's go down now to the third in line, so to speak, and show you what's happening with that area of rotation. And this is a tornado warning, again, radar indicated. Tornado warning for southwestern Spencer, northwestern Nielsen, Bullitt County, northeastern Hardin County until 10:15. And I see two areas of rotation with this one. Where are they? There is one area of rotation near Lebanon Junction and another area of rotation just to the west of Limestone Springs. So another pocket where you have multiple areas of rotation along this line. However, there's not one that necessarily stands out to me that is stronger than the other. Maybe this northern pocket of rotation out near Claremont Road, Old State Highway 245, Limestone Springs coming into Claremont. You do have a little area of enhanced rotation and the possibility of a tornado on the ground. And that is headed towards the east, due east. So two areas of rotation. We'll go back to Ohio in just a second for those asking. Lebanon Junction and another area of rotation here to the west of Hobbs. Those are headed east. Here is some approximate times of arrival here on those. Into Claremont in 2 minutes, Hobbs in the next 4 minutes, Lotus in 5 minutes, Lenore in 10 minutes, Fairfield in 18 minutes. And again, it's two areas of rotation. So that's it. Those are now the three tornado warnings near Louisville, just south of Louisville. We don't have any tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning at this point impacting downtown Louisville. And right now we are tornado warning free as well for the storms out in eastern Arkansas into western parts of Tennessee. Georgetown, Kentucky, I just saw a comment real quick about that. Georgetown, you do have thunderstorms to your west, and there are tornado warnings to your west as well, 3 of them. Let's watch those. They're along a line, which means the greatest threat for you is going to be the possibility of damaging wind gusts, but also we'll have to keep an eye on any brief spin-up tornadoes there along that line as well. Okay, so let's talk more about Ohio for a second, because I know a lot of folks are concerned about the rotation and tornado warning south of Columbus, and I want to start with first another broad overview as to what's happening here in Ohio, and this time I'll shift the screen a little bit more to the left. That way folks on TikTok can get a better idea of what's happening. So first of all, you do have a lot of activity taking place in Ohio. One big severe thunderstorm warning and now three tornado warnings. But let me do a very brief overview. The area that I'm least concerned about severe weather overnight tonight is across northeast Ohio. I need to make that pen just a hair bigger. So, least concerned about severe weather overnight tonight across northeast Ohio in that blue circle shaded area. That means there could be some strong storms with maybe some winds 40 to 50 miles per hour, but definitely a very low threat for severe storms and a much even lower threat for tornadoes. Now, how about central to western Ohio? If you are west of the pink line, your severe threat is over. That includes Dayton, Lima, Bowling Green, Toledo, Bryan, Pioneer, Northwest Ohio. West of that line or to the left of that line, your severe weather threat has come to an end. Now, if you are in this yellow shaded area here, that's where we probably have the higher threat for severe weather overnight tonight, including damaging wind gusts and a low threat for tornadoes in there too. Now, let's get down to where we have the tornado warnings. Columbus is under a severe thunderstorm warning. So Columbus under a severe thunderstorm warning for winds to 60 miles per hour along this line that's coming through. Columbus itself, at least for the moment, at least for right this second, is not under a tornado warning. There is an area of rotation, multiple areas of rotation that run from roughly Mount Sterling up to about Grove City that is headed northeast. If that rotation continues, there may be another tornado warning that is drawn by the National Weather Service, possibly to include Columbus, and it could look something like that, depending on if the National Weather Service chooses to extend the tornado warning down the line. But in order to do that, they would need to see evidence of strong rotation, and we can check on that rotation by looking at velocity and storm relative velocity specifically. A couple of things. So I would say the northern part of this tornado warning, is not in a place where there is a ton of rotation. Obviously, you can see where the rotation is. It is not going to impact Orient. It is not going to impact Darbydale. Probably not going to impact Grove City either. It's staying well south of there. That's the rotation that I just circled. Let me circle it again and take some of the other circles off of there. Here is where you have your rotation. It is weak rotation, a little bit of rotation out near Darbyville, coming up into Robtown and near Commercial Point, South Bloomingfield. Weak rotation. I do not think that there is a tornado that's on the ground with this. Somebody asked about Columbus, Ohio. We're talking about it right now. So I don't think that there is a tornado on the ground with this, with the tornado warning out near Darbyville, out near 5 Points. But whether or not we see the rotation pop back up along this line remains to be seen. Again, it is headed north and east, so this would likely cut into the south side of Columbus. If this very broad rotation, don't think there's a tornado on the ground, was to continue, it would cut into the south side, far southern suburbs of Columbus. Right now, there is no evidence of a tornado coming into Columbus at all. So there's that tornado warning, right? We talked about that one. Let's go down now to the tornado warning out near Washington Courthouse for a second. This is a tornado warning for another 10 minutes. I'm comfortable with saying there's no rotation at all inside of this tornado warning. So there was formerly a tornado warning for Williamsport, Grange Hall, Atlanta, Clarksburg, but the rotation is weakened and there is 100% not a tornado on the ground here with this, despite the fact that a tornado warning remains for another 10 minutes. Can say that extremely comfortably. The southern tornado warning here out near Frankfort, Ohio, really similar situation. Extremely broad rotation remains. No evidence at all that there is a tornado on the ground here with this as it approaches Frankfort. Now, of course, it looks a little scary as you look at the radar and you go, okay, well, wait a minute. There is 3 tornado warnings that stretch from Grove City all the way down to about Frankfort. The good news is, like I said, at least for right now, the only storm that's presenting some broad rotation is this one up here, out near Commercial Point and Darbyville. These 2 storms, no evidence of rotation right now, or rotation that is worthy of extending the tornado warning. As for this moment, it almost looks to me like the southern part of this line down here is becoming a little outflow dominant. So we'll monitor that, but for the time being, it looks like the only area where there may be a little rotation is out near Darbyville, and that has since completely weakened too. So I'm comfortable saying for this moment, there is no evidence of a tornado anywhere in the state of Ohio. No evidence of a tornado anywhere in the state of Ohio. Yes, I understand that there are 3 tornado warnings all expiring in 8 minutes south of Columbus, but there's a reason they're expiring here in 8 minutes. And that's because the rotation has not even maintained itself. It is completely weakened. Now, certainly you're getting some strong wind gusts coming into Columbus, 40 to maybe 50 miles per hour. Let's turn back on velocity here. And there are definitely going to be points within this storm where you do have, winds coming into Columbus at the moment, 40 miles per hour, 50 miles per hour. I think a lot of this is below severe strength. I understand that we do have the severe thunderstorm warning for Columbus, down to Circleville, down to Chillicothe, but there's only a few select locations where I actually think that we're finding wind gusts up to severe criteria, 60 miles per hour. And the line itself, as we're talking, as this is happening, the line itself, as it rolls through Columbus, is continuing to weaken. So that's the great news. Can you talk about Pittsburgh later tonight? Pittsburgh tonight could have some strong storms, gusty storms for sure, a low severe risk, mainly when it comes to the potential of some, winds that might get close to severe criteria. You're going to have the same line, by the way, come through Pittsburgh. At some point, you'll have this line come through Pittsburgh. The chances of it maintaining its severe strength and being severe when it gets to Pittsburgh are not super high. Somebody asked about Tuscaloosa, Alabama. This whole line probably moving into Tuscaloosa eventually later tonight into early tomorrow morning. And there is a threat for some damaging wind gusts in there and a low chance of a tornado. The better chance for more severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings early tomorrow morning will be across far northwestern Alabama as compared to Birmingham down to Tuscaloosa. Let's take a peek here. Wheeling, West Virginia will probably have some storms coming in tonight, but I have a feeling that by the time they get to Wheeling and Pittsburgh, they're not going to be as severe, but you could certainly still find some wind gusts in your area, 40 to 50 miles per hour, maybe just below severe strength when the storms get to you. It'll be after midnight tonight when that happens, so not for a little while, meaning you can rest easy for the next little bit. Somebody asks, does it look really bad for Georgia tomorrow or could it weaken? I think in Georgia tomorrow, I think today was the bigger day. I understand there's the enhanced risk drawn up for much of the southeast tomorrow afternoon. That is mainly for wind. I think that you're going to get this, believe it or not, it'll be the same line of storms here that continues all night tonight. What's going to happen is we're going to have this big line of storms, and this is exactly how everybody kind of thought it would pan out. We have this big line of storms that will overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning get through Tuscaloosa, work its way back through Jackson, up through Huntsville, into Knoxville, and through Charleston. It will probably weaken by early tomorrow morning, or let's say right before sunrise. It'll be at its weakest state, right? Because you've lost all the instability from the day before. As soon as that sun comes up, it'll probably reinvigorate itself out through Charlotte, Columbia, Macon, Dothan, Mobile, maybe out to New Orleans. The line will kind of reinvigorate itself with more instability. And then as it approaches the Carolinas, Virginia, South Carolina, Southeast Georgia, maybe northern Florida is where we have that bigger severe risk tomorrow afternoon, mainly wind, but wouldn't rule out some spin-up tornadoes either along that line. So hopefully that made sense, all those big lines. Let's see, looking at some of your comments, more questions about Frankfort, Kentucky. Can you check Clarksville, Tennessee, I'm assuming. So Frankfort, Kentucky first. I should say Clarksville and Frankfort are in unique spots together where they're both on the outer fringes of a tornado warning to the west. But for Frankfort, right now, you do have some severe thunderstorms that are just to your west, mainly southwest with the severe warnings, and then a tornado warning that's in effect just to your west. And here's the big line of storms that's about to come into Frankfort, right? And you do have a tornado warning for the next 18 minutes for Elk Creek, Taylorsville, Shelbyville. Scratch that. They just cut the tornado warning out of Shelbyville. I'm not sure what happened. Did you guys see that with the polygon? But regardless, you do have some wind and maybe some rotation coming into Figs, Southville. And then if the rotation holds itself together, a downstream tornado warning may eventually be issued for Frankfort, depending on what happens, and Georgetown, depending on what happens. But for right now, the biggest concern for both Georgetown and Frankfort is going to be the potential of wind gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour that could knock down a couple power lines, maybe, blow around some trees coming into those areas within the next 30 minutes. And then we'll see whether or not the rotation out here near Elk Creek is strong enough to issue another tornado warning. We checked on this a minute ago, and for right now, the rotation's really broad. It's there north of Taylorsville. There might even be a funnel cloud or a brief tornado that's on the ground with this one coming into Yoder, crossing over 55 highway. But I also think that more than likely this is kind of weakened and not on the ground. So hopefully that answers that question. I had a question about Clarksville, Tennessee, and let's go down to it. So you also have a very intense line of thunderstorms just to your west. These are more severe than the Kentucky storms. Clarksville itself, at least for right now, is not underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. Expect that to change very soon. I would expect it to change here shortly, and a new severe thunderstorm warning will be issued. That includes Clarksville. This is a mean-looking part of this whole line, and it is also underneath what we call a considerable damage tag for winds to 70 miles per hour. So if you're in Clarksville, I would say within the next 20 to 25 minutes, you're going to have a big line of storms, the possibility of wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, and maybe a tornado warning with some circulation in the vicinity of Clarksville within the next 25 minutes, 30 minutes. So, if you're getting ready to go to that safe spot, you don't necessarily have to pull the trigger right this second, but I would have everything ready to go so you can get down into that safe spot as the line approaches you and we see downstream severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings that will eventually be issued. For the tornado warning that is to the west of Clarksville, let's read the text on this. I think this is a newer one. And so we'll go through this here. It is a tornado warning for central Stewart County in Middle Tennessee. You know where that is if you're in Clarksville. It's to your west. And the rotation on this is pretty broad in nature. I think it was a little tighter once it was near Service Road 232. But now as it approaches Dover, there's still some broad rotation in there. I'm pretty comfortable saying right now there's no evidence that a tornado is still on the ground. But here is my sort of caveat is this to me looks like it has more of an embedded supercell structure to it than the storms up in Kentucky. So there is some possibility that we see a little bit of re-strengthening as this heads east, as it heads towards Clarksville. And that's why I said you want to make sure that you are 100% ready to go. You have that safe spot ready to go as the storms march into Clarksville. By the way, Louisville, we can give you the all clear from the threat of a tornado. Louisville, no threat of a tornado at this point or severe weather. In fact, really confident with saying your severe weather threat is done from that. The line is east of you. That's what's so easy about this whole linear storm mode type situation is once the line gets east of you, then you're done with severe weather. I had more questions about Ohio, and I do want to mention there is a new severe thunderstorm watch that has just come out a few minutes ago. And this watch does include all of eastern Ohio. It also includes parts of southwest Pennsylvania and extreme northwest West Virginia. So let's read the text on this. It is a severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect until 3 a.m. Severe thunderstorm watch until 3 a.m. there. Scatter damaging wind gusts up to 70. Don't know that we're going to hit that the entire time as this line marches east. Some small hail, like I said, and maybe a tornado or two. To be honest, I think it's mainly going to be baseline severe thunderstorms, possibly as the line heads towards the east and approaches some of these spots that are in the new watch until 3 a.m. So new severe thunderstorm watch till 3 a.m., including far eastern Ohio, southwest Pennsylvania, and extreme northwest West Virginia. This includes Pittsburgh at this time. So just wanted to pass that along to you. At the time, we have, right this second, we have 3 active tornado warnings, a couple in Kentucky getting close to both Frankfort and Lexington, and then another one here down across Middle Tennessee that is to the west of Clarksville. And then you do obviously still have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings that are out there late this evening. And those severe thunderstorm warnings will continue into early tomorrow morning. I mean, we're probably not going to get a break from the continuous stretch of severe thunderstorm warnings until this whole line moves out of the country and into the open Atlantic Ocean sometime late tomorrow afternoon into early tomorrow evening. All right, let's check out some of your comments again. Questions about what's happening in Morgantown, Kentucky. And what I want to do is, first of all, talk for a second about what's happening. I like to quickly, every maybe 45 minutes or so, check out social media and see if there's anything new in here. It helped me kind of convey that pipe tornado earlier in Arkansas. Okay. So here is a situation that's unfolding in Kentucky. Louisville has the all clear from the threat of severe weather. There is still some severe storms out near Elizabethtown and New Haven, New Hope in here as well. Let's turn on radar again and notice how a couple tornado warnings remain, and then there are spots along this line where we have some scattered severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place right now and with us for the next little while. Had a question here, let's see, about Madisonville as well as Morgantown, Kentucky. So here's the situation. Here's Morgantown, and you do have severe weather to your west. You have a line of storms capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts that's about to head towards Morgantown. So there may be an additional severe thunderstorm warning, including Morgantown, here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. The greatest concern for you is going to be for torrential rain, widespread winds, 30 to 40 miles per hour, and a few stronger gusts that could get 55, close to about 60 miles per hour coming into Morgantown. Right now, there is not a threat of a tornado. Here's another cell that has just gone severe warned up to the north with quarter-size hail, and they're issuing a tornado possible tag on this. Let me read it to you. And we're in Kentucky right now. So here is the text. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for west central Greene, Hart, as well as southeastern Grayson and northeastern Edmonson County until 9:45. And you have this thunderstorm cell that is just kind of organized and gotten better. And yeah, you still have your main line of storms, but it almost appears like this is somewhat of a supercell, almost supercell-like structure to it, or cluster of storms that is kind of pushed out ahead of the main line that is near Priceville, and it does have this inflow notch to it, which is why I think they went ahead and issued the tornado possible tag. And you can see there may be some developing circulation on this north of Big Windy and south of Lone Star coming up into Boonville. So maybe developing circulation on this. Again, Big Windy, Kentucky, south of Lone Star, southwest of Boonville, storms moving east at 40. Here's where there might be a developing tornado taking place sort of in this area. And so let me track this off to the east at about 40 miles per hour. And so, again, no tornado warning right now, but we do have a tornado possible tag on this storm from Lyons Mill, Priceville, in the next 14 minutes, Glen Lily in the next 22 minutes, Eve in the next 32 minutes, and then Lob in the next 34 minutes. Seeing some signal of rotation and maybe a developing tornado in that area. So I do see a lot of questions, a lot of comments about what's ongoing here across both Kentucky, into Ohio, and Tennessee as well. So what I kind of want to do is do a state by state, right? Go state by state and look at what's happening in each state as I kind of look over your comments. Nashville, obviously you have a line of storms out to your west. Within the next 2 hours, you'll have really strong storms knocking on your doorstep in Nashville, coming in there pretty soon. Bowling Green, less than that. Let's say the next 30 to 45 minutes, you have a line of storms approaching in your vicinity. And let's see. I think the best way to do it is, because there's so many comments here asking about folks' particular town, and I think that if you know where you live in a state, right, if you have your state map and you know where you live, then you're going to be able to determine your severe threat as we kind of go state by state here. Somebody said, let's start with Ohio, so let's start with Ohio. Here's the situation that we have. There is one active severe thunderstorm warning that's in place right now in Ohio, and it does include Columbus. So let's start by taking a peek at Columbus, and it is a big severe thunderstorm warning. The line of storms itself is now roughly to the east of Columbus, winds to 60 miles per hour, and there are no active tornado warnings in the state of Ohio. No active tornado warnings in the state of Ohio. One severe thunderstorm warning remains, and it is a big drawn-out severe thunderstorm warning. Now there's two, because they've issued a new severe thunderstorm warning a second ago at a head of the line. And read the text here. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Fairfield and Licking County until 11:15, as the line of storms coming out of Columbus continues to move eastwards towards Etna, eventually into Newark, Heath, Baltimore, Lancaster. We're tracking winds to 60 miles per hour in this entire line. So this area of severe weather will head east and move into Newark, like I said, into the Kirksville area, Baltimore, Lancaster soon. If you're in that area, be expecting strong wind gusts and torrential amounts of rain in the next 10 minutes to half an hour, depending on where you are in the warning. Columbus, Ohio, we can give the all clear to for the threat of severe weather. It is still raining heavily, but Columbus, Ohio, no longer in the threat zone. Down to Chillicothe, though, you have a line of storms about to move into your area, that whole line. Kingston, same deal. I do think, though, from Circleville south to Kingston to Chillicothe, more than likely we're not reaching the severe criteria here. You might have some winds 40 to 50. I don't think we're necessarily getting into that severe criteria. How about a broad scale view of Kentucky? We talked about the two severe thunderstorm, or excuse me, Ohio. We talked about the two severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect across Ohio, and how there are no active tornado warnings. But what about the rest of the night ahead? Well, and I did this before with Ohio. I'll do it again, and I'll do it again for Kentucky too. Here is our good old pink line, and anywhere west of that pink line or on the left-hand side of your screen does not have a threat for severe weather anymore tonight. Hamilton, Dayton, Findlay, Lima, Toledo, no longer looking at a threat of severe storms. In this blue circled area, we're talking Cleveland, Worcester, Canton, all the way out to Pittsburgh, and then we're getting to Pennsylvania as well. There is a low but non-zero chance of significant severe weather tonight, mainly in the form of wind gusts 60 to 65 miles per hour. Most of the gusts that impact that blue circle tonight will be below 60 miles per hour, but there is the outside chance that you could get something above that, and that is why there's a severe thunderstorm watch that's in place for that zone. Now, in this yellow circled area, there's a little bit higher of a severe weather risk, including Cambridge, Marietta, Parkersburg, Logan, and Jackson, now through the next couple of hours. And the reason I say that is because the line of storms that will eventually track into those zones has been a little bit stronger than the northern part of the line. So that's kind of an Ohio overview, right? Like I said, no tornado warnings in Ohio. I saw a question, could there be additional tornado warnings? Yes. Where is that most likely? It was in this yellow shaded area here that I talked about. If we're gonna get additional tornado warnings throughout the night, it's more than likely gonna be in that yellow shaded zone. Columbus, all clear from severe weather. Newark to Lancaster has some strong storms with winds that might barely be getting up to 60 miles per hour, moving into your area. Chillicothe, though formerly under the severe thunderstorm warning, probably not going to be getting those much stronger wind gusts. Let's take a look at Kentucky now. Let's take a broad scale look at Kentucky and talk about what's going on. So you have a line of storms that is roughly oriented from southwest to northeast. So there's only a small part of Kentucky here that we can at this time give the all clear to for the rest of the night tonight. And that's it. So it includes Louisville. Louisville, all clear. Owensboro, all clear. Evansville, Indiana, all clear. Paducah, all clear. Mayfield, all clear. No more severe weather tonight on the left-hand side of that screen. On the right-hand side of the screen, to the right of the pink drawn line, the threat of severe weather continues. And if I were to pick a spot that has the better chance for all hazard severe, it's going to be in two different zones. One of them across far southern Kentucky there, and then another one that's going to be across parts of central and into northern Kentucky. So two sort of significant zones for severe weather tonight. And I'm realizing that you can't see the line that I just drew on TikTok. So I was saying two different areas of where we could see, I think we could see a better chance at all hazard severe, including tornadoes tonight. It's going to be number one down here across far southern Kentucky, and then another zone across central and northern Kentucky in there where there could be an all hazard severe weather threat for the rest of the night tonight. Somebody asked about Middle Tennessee. I'll get there next. Now, let's take it a step further in Kentucky and go down into where we have the severe storms. And there are quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place right now. And let me go ahead and first show you the northern end of the line where there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Dry Ridge, Owenton, out through Augusta, coming into Maysville almost. You have the severe thunderstorm warning, Frankfort included in on this. This area presents to me, across the northern part of the line, this presents to me like maybe there's a few wind gusts there that could get close to about 60 miles per hour, but more than likely in this area here, yellow is not a great color matching against yellow. More than likely in this area here, you're probably only finding wind gusts, let's say 50 to 55 miles per hour, in a few spots up to 60 miles per hour. So that would, again, be the reason why you're only seeing the severe thunderstorm warnings with the wind tag up to 60 miles per hour in there as well. So a whole bunch of baseline severe storms out ahead of this part of the line in northern Kentucky. So Lexington, Georgetown, Cynthiana, Barry, I would say get prepared for a line of storms moving through within the next 30 minutes to an hour, depending on where you are. And within that line, you're probably going to have some winds, certainly widespread 40 to 50 miles per hour, a few gusts to 55 miles per hour, and a couple of isolated gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Now, since we kind of talked about this area here and how in this entire zone, you have baseline severe wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, we can kind of check this off of our list for now and then keep working south deeper into Kentucky. And we'll switch radar sites to do that. A few more severe storms that we have here out near, it looks like Lebanon, towards Raywick and Bonneville and Mudfordville along and east of 65. Highway Interstate 65 there is where we have some more severe thunderstorm warnings. These also are baseline severe storms. So in this zone, you're more than likely getting winds for sure, 40 to 50, a few gusts up to 55, and a couple of isolated gusts up to 60 miles per hour in there. But as it moves into spots like Campbellsville, Lebanon, Bradsfordville, Liberty, I would be prepared for widespread areas of 50 to 55 mile per hour winds and a few isolated gusts up to 60, which, by the way, severe criteria is winds at 58 miles per hour or above. I did leave out the tornado warned area, which is a tornado warning for, it looks like Washington County for another couple of minutes here until 10:45 on this one. The rotation is still evident. Yeah, there it is. And so rotation now out near Morrisville, and possible tornado out near Morrisville as well, getting into the community of Hardesty, Pullen, Brush Grove, Williamsburg, Pleasant Grove, and then moving northeast from there. And there's the latest scan. And interestingly enough, the rotation is still present. There is definitely moderate rotation here. Near Litzy, coming into Pleasant Grove, near Willisburg as well in Kentucky. And you have your winds that are blowing towards, I've said this a million times tonight and during severe weather coverage, and away from the radar site. Where those two meet up, that's where you have the inflow notch, the circulation, and the possibility of a developing tornado in here, developing circulation. So let's track this out for you. And the storm was located again 7 miles north of Springfield. We know that it's moving east at 45 miles per hour. So circulation and possible tornado moving east at 45 miles per hour. Here is the track. And it will be impacting spots like Willisburg eventually. There it is into Willisburg in 9 minutes, Battle in 15 minutes, Bushtown in 18 minutes, Duncan in 19 minutes, and heading east from there. Not the most overwhelmingly strong signature that we've seen so far tonight, but yeah, you definitely do have rotation right in there, west of 438 Highway, west of Willisburg, west of Mackville, all under a tornado warning, and that rotation is heading east to slightly northeast up to Willisburg. I would be sheltered if I was in Mackville. I would definitely be sheltered as well, and that is the one tornado warning that we have in the state of Kentucky. Now look at the line of severe storms further southwest, and I just want to let you know, again, for those who are watching and just tuning in, what we've done is we're doing a state by state here, and we talked about Ohio, and we can do this all over again. We keep going through this if you want. We talked about Ohio. Now we're kind of in the middle of talking about Kentucky. We talked about these storms up here, which are mainly producing winds up to 60 miles per hour. We talked about these storms in here out near Elizabethtown, east of there, coming into Hardsburg, where you have a few more areas of winds 50 to 60 miles per hour, and one spot where there's a little rotation in there as well, and maybe a developing tornado. And then now we're heading into the southwest quarter of Kentucky, towards Bowling Green, where we do not have any tornado warnings, but we do have a whole bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, with a couple of tornado possible tags in here as well. So winds to 60 miles per hour, and maybe even some small hail, I bet. Right now, rolling through Central City, rolling through Beechmount, coming into Lewisburg shortly, Russellville shortly, Elkton in a matter of seconds. And again, this is going to be an area where you probably have widespread winds, 50 to 55 miles per hour. And within that widespread wind area, a couple of gusts possibly up to 60 miles per hour, getting into that severe criteria. Coming into Russellville, after Russellville, we may see a downstream severe thunderstorm warning that'll eventually be issued for Bowling Green, Smith Grove, Woodburn, and Franklin, depending on how things shake out. But let's see how fast these storms are moving in southwest Kentucky for Logan, western Simpson, southern Butler, western Warren County until 10:15, and then track those out for you as well, moving east at 50 miles per hour. So it's this part of the storm that we're talking about, moving east at 50 miles per hour. And again, like I said, up next will be Russellville, and in this area, more than likely you have a select few spots where you may have wind getting up to 60, severe criteria. Most of it is going to be gusts 50 to 55, and right now, no evidence of a tornado on the ground. There is a little rotation though, coming into Gordonsville in 4 minutes, Danby in 11 minutes, Dennis in 19 minutes, Gasper in 24 minutes, Auburn in about 24 minutes as well, Lost River in 41 minutes, and Claypool in about 55 minutes. So that's a situation across Kentucky, almost the entire line in Kentucky right now. is filled in with severe thunderstorm warnings, roughly from, here it is, the Tennessee-Kentucky border out near Russellville, all the way almost to Falmouth, east of Cincinnati, south and east of Cincinnati. You have that big area of severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, the good news here is, as we look at all these severe thunderstorm warnings, every single one is what we consider baseline, just getting the winds up to about 60 miles per hour. This is not a similar situation to what was unfolding today in Michigan, where we had widespread gusts up to 80 miles per hour. These storms marching through central Kentucky now are going to be a little bit weaker with winds to 60. Is Columbus good now? Yeah, Columbus is good. You can go to bed, no worries. No threat of a tornado or severe weather from this point forward. Still raining there, I'm sure, but the rain will start to taper off a little bit. So from this point forward, again, in Kentucky, it's going to be all out ahead of this line that is a risk of severe weather tonight, including Lexington, Nicholasville, Richmond, Brea, London, and into some of the higher mountain terrain of eastern Kentucky as well. You do have that threat for severe weather tonight, mainly in the way of damaging wind gusts, and then a lower chance for a brief spin-up tornado. So we talked now in depth both about Ohio and Kentucky. Let's head down to Tennessee, where there are more severe storms that are taking place right now, and a whole bunch of them as well. So here's the line. This is the same line impacting Kentucky up through Ohio, but now we're looking into Tennessee. So first of all, let's begin like we have with the other two states by giving a select few locations the all clear from the threat of severe weather for tonight. Start with the good news. And again, I'll use my little pink drawer here to display that. West of that line in Tennessee, the threat of severe weather has ended. So, a few spots: Union City, Dryersburg, threat of severe weather, done tonight. Don't have to worry about any more. Now, east of that line, there's either severe weather ongoing or the potential for severe weather in the near term during the overnight hours tonight. I think up through about Nashville, down through Murfreesboro, west of that yellow line in that zone is where we could find some significant severe weather. Still a possibility overnight tonight, definitely, meaning winds higher than 60 miles per hour and the chance for a couple of tornadoes. But once storms inevitably march east of the yellow line here, then the threat of severe weather will slowly start to diminish. Let me draw that again for TikTok because I know that the screen is kind of split a little bit. So here we go. Here is, like I said, the pink line, west of the pink line, Union City, Dryersburg, no severe weather threat tonight. And then up until middle Tennessee, so Nashville down to Murfreesboro, storms are most likely to remain severe, and there could be some significant severe weather in there. So Nashville, Centerville, Columbia, down through Savannah, there could be some significant severe weather in there, meaning winds higher than, let's say, 60 miles per hour, and the possibility, of course, for some damaging wind that, like I said, 60 miles per hour greater, and maybe a brief spin-up tornado in there as well. The stronger tornado threat is more than likely slowly starting to wind down, but not completely over with yet. And then once storms get east of that yellow line, out through the rest of middle and eastern Tennessee, through Cookeville, Knoxville, up through Johnson City, then the storms will slowly start to weaken. We'll still have some severe weather in that area. We'll still have some damaging wind gusts possibly, but at least compared to middle Tennessee, west of that yellow line, left of that yellow line, if you want to call it, the severe weather threat is going to be a little bit lower. And then obviously we have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings that are ongoing right now across western Tennessee, a whole bunch of them, and some of them still producing some pretty significant hail. Looking right now at all of these, trying to decide which one to start with. I'm going to start with the storm that is north of Memphis at the moment because it is still presenting with some ping pong ball size hail in here. And this is a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect, let's see, for northeastern Creighton and Tipton, as well as northwestern Fayette and northern Shelby counties, with the possibility of some large ping pong ball size hail in here. It is over Millington at the moment, Munford, and then where you're seeing some of those lavender colors, that's where we might be finding some of that larger, maybe up to ping pong ball size hail in there as well. And so because of that, you know, we do have the tag on there with the ping pong ball size hail, and those storms are moving east as well. There's a tornado possible tag on them, but at least for the moment, I don't really see a huge tornado threat with this part of the line that we're seeing. Let's put a track, and the further south and west you go, the movement of the storm starts to slow down a little bit, but regardless, we'll probably have some heavy rain, wind, and maybe some big hail coming into Arlington the next 22 minutes, Oakland in the next 35 minutes, Lambert in 38 minutes, and Mormon in the next 47 minutes or so. And that is for this area here across West Tennessee that is north of Memphis. This cluster does not look like it is going to impact Memphis, at least for right now. We'll keep going up our line across Tennessee, but I did want to let you know that the only warning out of all of our severe thunderstorm warnings here out across West Tennessee that has anything other than 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail is going to be this storm north of Memphis, out near Oakland, Arlington, and Galloway, where the hail size could be a little bit larger than that, getting up to about ping pong ball size hail, which isn't huge, but it is starting to get to the point where some of that hail could be doing damage. You can see another little cluster of storms moving into Jackson, Tennessee right now with quarter size hail, and winds maybe getting up to 60 miles per hour. It will likely be in Jackson within the next 10 to 15 minutes. It also has a pretty good inflow notch onto it and maybe a little bit of a hook forming. So I could see down the road, maybe some circulation developing if it already hasn't started to. There's a little rotation on the storm west of Jackson, Tennessee. And if that rotation intensifies as it starts to come into Jackson, then there may be a need for a downstream tornado warning. Other than that, this cluster right here just producing wind gusts to 60 and maybe some quarter size hail. We're marching north now. Severe thunderstorm warning continues here. I want to change radar sites if we can. We'll go to the radar site near Nashville. Severe thunderstorm warning continues here with a big line of storms coming into Camden, Brewston. These don't look quite as healthy or organized as the storm clusters back to the south and southwest, but Brewston about to get hammered, Camden, Big Sandy getting in on it in terms of some strong winds, widespread winds 40 to 50 miles per hour, and maybe some quarter-size hail in there. That'll head east towards New Johnsonville. Another severe thunderstorm warning. This is just for a few pockets of gusty winds out near Aaron or east of Aaron coming into Waverly, eventually maybe down the road into the community of Charlotte, Tennessee. Not overly concerned with this one. And then as you head up the line, up towards Clarksville definitely getting in on the heavy rain and the wind, but for right now, the only real hazard in terms of a severe hazard with the storms coming into Clarksville and heading east from there out to Cedar Hill and Pleasant View is the possibility of some winds up to 60 miles per hour. Let's go back to Kentucky for a second because we have one tornado warning in the whole country right now. There's only one tornado warning in the whole country. Unfortunately, it includes a pretty big population center, both Russellville and Bowling Green, now under a brand new tornado warning that came out a few minutes ago. So let me tell you about this one. A tornado warning for central Logan, northwestern Simpson, south central Butler, and western Warren County until 10:15 central. So obviously, this is radar indicator rotation. I don't see a pronounced hook on this, and we're going to check velocity in a second, but at least for right now, I see good reason why it's remaining radar indicator rotation. Here's your line, right? And along the line, there's a brief little pocket of rotation in there. I say brief because it'll probably stay short-lived, but there's a small area of rotation in there north of Russellville and maybe near Russellville as well. Kind of hard to pick out, but in this area right here, there is some broad rotation. I don't think that there's a tornado on the ground right this second. There may be a developing circulation. This radar image to me doesn't present as a TDS or tornado debris signature, but regardless, you know, there is a tornado warning. So tornado warning includes Chandler's Chapel, Gasper, and then like we said, down the road, it does also include Bowling Green. Here's my honest opinion on it though. By the time the rotating part of the thunderstorm gets into Bowling Green, more than likely the rotation will have weakened. Doesn't mean you don't need to go shelter because you do. It's a tornado warning, and there's a reason why these tornado warnings are drawn up, and there's a very specific criteria for them. But I just think by the time the rotation gets out to Bowling Green, it will have weakened a little bit. It's not very often that you get the pockets of rotation in the line that stay significant for more than a couple of miles. It usually starts to weaken after being through this type of situation dozens and dozens of times. I can tell you that more often than not, the rotation weakens, but there could be a developing circulation, maybe a tornado trying to drop briefly south of Cooperstown, coming to Chandler's Chapel, Gasper. All these small communities here may have their severe weather sirens, outdoor warning sirens sounding. Auburn, in there as well, up to Bowling Green, but it does look like the rotating part of this thunderstorm may pass just north of Auburn, north of Plano. Looks like it is headed for Bowling Green, but like I said, I do have some confidence that the rotation will weaken or at least change the way it looks a little bit by the time it gets to Bowling Green eventually. So we'll keep an eye on that pretty closely here over the next little while. It is the only tornado warning that we have in place for right now across the entire country. So it's good news. A lot calmer than it was out there 2 or 3 hours ago when we had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. I had a couple of questions asking about Lexington, Tennessee. So let's drop back into Tennessee. Not getting a great scan out of Nashville. So here's Tennessee, here's Central Tennessee. Interestingly enough, this is the cell that I was talking about that might have a developing circulation on it a little bit earlier on. Here's Lexington for some reference. There is definitely a mean-looking supercell thunderstorm out to your west. It is a standalone storm, so pretty comfortable saying it has supercell characteristics to it. I don't love the way that the reflectivity is showing up here from the radar north of Memphis. And the reason why is because it's being impacted so heavily by rain right now and thunderstorms that the reflectivity almost looks a little bit maybe lower than what's actually occurring, some of the values. So just take what you're seeing here with a grain of salt. I'm trying to find maybe a little bit better radar site. Let's try Paducah. I think Paducah is going to be okay. So we were focusing in on this storm out here that right now is near Jackson, Tennessee, and has displayed some signs of rotation. It has a tornado possible tag on it, and the hail size has, at least gone up some. It's at ping pong ball size now, and I want to turn on storm relative velocity here, and that looks like it's a little suspicious, doesn't it? Let's go. Gosh, we may have to use Memphis radar here for this, which is not great. The reflectivity is being tampered with a little bit, the values, because of the fact that there is rain heavily coming over the Memphis radar site, the site just north of Memphis. But I think there's some pretty good rotation in this now over Jackson, Tennessee at this point. And the values might actually be higher with the rotation than what's showing up right now. Again, over Jackson, Tennessee, there is evidence of a developing circulation, maybe a tornado, maybe a little early to call it a tornado, but maybe down the road we could get there. For right now, definitely some evidence of developing circulation over Jackson, and this storm is moving due east, eventually getting into the Lexington, Tennessee area. I want to put a track on it for you as well, because I know there was like 2 or 3 comments in there about Lexington, Tennessee. Storm is moving east at 35, which means we have some lead time on it. But yeah, a little bit of rotation here on this one, and it is about 26 miles out from Lexington. And here's a track on it. Again, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Into Lawrence in the next 6 minutes. We're tracking right now a severe thunderstorm across parts of Tennessee that's capable of producing some ping pong ball sized hail, and there may be some circulation trying to pop up on this, and if the circulation gets stronger, a tornado warning may be required downstream. White Fern in 24 minutes, Russell Crossroads in 26 minutes, Sand Ridge in 35 minutes, Lexington in 43 minutes. So 43 minutes from now, whatever's happening out here will be in Lexington. When you know that there is significant severe weather just to your west, I would maybe start thinking about where you're going to go if there's a tornado warning issued. And then also, you have plenty of time to move the car inside if, we start getting some of these really big hail values coming into Lexington. I know there was quite a few questions about what exactly we were seeing in Lexington or just west of there with this storm. I'm trying to get a better velocity scan here on it. Right now, there's extremely heavy amounts of rain and thunderstorm activity that are passing directly over the radar site north of Memphis, closer to Millington. And because of that, we're seeing some, let's call it, not quite accurate reflectivity values here coming out of Memphis and the radar site there north of Memphis. It looks a little dull, to be honest. So I think what you're seeing at the moment, not necessarily the truth. I think the reflectivity values are a lot higher on this than what we're seeing out of the Memphis radar site. And what I'm talking about is this whole area of thunderstorms. Here's Paducah, the Paducah radar site. This is, I think, going to give us the best chance at getting a good vantage point on what's happening with these southern supercells. Again, from what we just checked a second ago, there looks like a little bit of rotation here over Jackson that is headed next eastward towards Lexington. Before that happens, it has to go through Beach Bluff, ride parallel or just south of Interstate 40 before it gets into Lexington. Here's another storm over, let's say, just north of Memphis that has been producing a little bit of rotation as well. And then another storm out across Arkansas, Forest City, that is headed east towards Memphis. So let's see, we have a new tornado warning now in Middle Tennessee. So I think we should go down to that. And I apologize if I seem a little scatterbrained. I'm just trying to find a good radar site. I'm having a tough time finding a good one just because the radar site in Memphis right now is experiencing such heavy weather that the reflectivity values and the velocity values are kind of tampered with. But we do have a good image on the new tornado warned storm that is near Waverly and near Dixon, Tennessee. Here is the text from the National Weather Service. This is a tornado warning for southwestern Dixon, southeastern Houston, northeastern Humphreys County until 10:45. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Waverly or moving east at 35 miles per hour. And this storm has the look of, yes, you have the line, but also it has some supercell characteristics to it as well. And so even just by looking at the reflectivity values, you can see there's a really big inflow notch here coming into the storm north of Waverly, and then obviously some of the rotation in there as well. Let's pull out our storm relative velocity, and there you go. There's a rotation north of Waverly, just north of Waverly, close to Forest Hill, and maybe just south of Trinity. The rotation I'm going to circle in pink. The circulation and maybe a developing tornado right in there. And we can go ahead and put this into animation mode and loop it. And you can see the rotation is headed directly east now. And so that puts spots like Forest Hill, Gorman, and McEwen and Few Chapel in its crosshairs as it heads east. Eventually, if the rotation holds itself together, it'll be out near Yellow Creek, possibly getting into the Sylvia area, like I said, Yellow Creek up to about Adams Crossroad. And I have a little higher confidence in this cell maintaining its rotation than I do with the storms up here across Kentucky. The reason being is these are supercell-like structures, and whenever you get a supercell-like structure, then more often than not, the storms can maintain themselves and sometimes maintain the rotation for a longer period of time. Check this out. You're probably seeing the same thing I am and thinking about it. We sort of just lost the rotation over Waverly. It almost disappeared into thin air, super broad. So what's happening? New area of rotation is forming up here near Halls Creek and Trinity. This happens a lot during severe weather, especially with supercell storms that are sort of in a broken line. So Trinity to Halls Creek, you do have a new area of rotation that is forming directly over you, and too early to say whether or not there's a tornado on the ground, but one could be developing. Circulation definitely getting stronger. Halls Creek, Trinity, heading east here, Silvertop under the gun for a possible tornado that is developing right now. I mean, that is really interesting how that happened. You had the rotation out near Waverly. It weakened super quick. And I was kind of thinking, well, why is that happening? And then now it makes sense. You have a new, stronger area of rotation, a dominant area of rotation that's forming up here out near Halls Creek to Trinity, and it is headed eastward. Latest scan shows that the rotation is intensifying even more over Halls Creek, over Trinity, and heading east. So I do kind of want to grab a fresh track on this one. Moving east at about 35 miles per hour. Here we go, tracking this east at 35, brand new area of rotation that we're watching unfold as we speak. Halls Creek in 1 minute, Silvertop in 16 minutes, Edgewood in 28 minutes, Thompson Crossroad in 28 minutes, Ruskin in 29 minutes, Charlotte 46 minutes, Promise 47 minutes, and from that point forward, we'll see whether or not the rotation is still present or maintaining itself. But interesting situation unfolding there. Now, 2 tornado warnings that we have out there tonight across the country, and obviously there could be more tornado warnings issued later on tonight down the road that we'll have to watch out for. This is sort of just the start of a really busy period of severe weather over the next couple of days here. Looking back through your comments, see a lot of questions about Kentucky, and let me try to answer some of them specifically here. Somebody asked, can you check Ohio? Yeah, let me check Ohio. And you do have a big area of severe thunderstorms that are east of Columbus now. Severe thunderstorm warned, I should say. Look at this image. These storms are obviously outflow dominant now. The storms coming into Zanesville and Logan, and all the way almost as far north as New Philadelphia. These storms are obviously outflow dominant, meaning there is no longer warm, moist air flowing into the storm. The cooler air is overtaking the storm, and it's causing them to weaken. And so because of that, the storms look like they're just barely getting to severe strength or reaching severe strength. You have a blanket severe thunderstorm warning that runs from Jackson, Ohio northward to Clark, Ohio. But in my opinion, these storms are not going to be a massive issue tonight as they head eastward out through eastern Ohio and into Pittsburgh. Other spot in Ohio that we continue to watch is far southern Ohio, east of Cincinnati, out towards Botvia. You have strong storms heading east towards Hillsborough. Those are not severe at this point, and we're getting pretty close to giving a good chunk of Ohio the all clear from the threat of severe weather. In fact, there's a line, west of the line, all clear. Cleveland, Columbus, Dayton, Van Wert, all clear now from the threat of severe weather for the rest of the night tonight. There are also no active tornado warnings in place in Ohio. Just a couple of sort of meager severe thunderstorm warnings that are just getting to severe strength and severe criteria. Somebody asked me to check on Memphis, so let's get back down to the Memphis storm. Memphis, look at that. The radar is improving again. The reflectivity, their values are improving, probably a little bit closer to what's actually occurring now that the extremely heavy rain is moving away from the radar site. But Memphis itself, not under a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning at this point, but you do have severe weather that is both to your north and then also back to your southwest. And let me put this into loop. I do think Memphis, you might get lucky tonight and avoid most of the severe weather. It's possible that, we keep the severe weather both to your north and to your south, and you just kind of have some scattered thunderstorms in your area. Pretty strong storm, though, over Marion, north of West Memphis, north of downtown Memphis, producing some blinding rain out towards Redmond Point, St. Clair. It's not severe, but it is giving us a lot of heavy rain. And then another severe thunderstorm warning in eastern Arkansas, producing ping pong ball size hail now east of Forest City, about to move into extreme northwest Mississippi, and has a tornado possible tag on it, probably because it still has a pretty good looking inflow notch into it. And maybe, again, like I said, some big hail. All right, new severe thunderstorm warning that has come out with this cell north of Memphis. And the new severe thunderstorm warning includes Oakland, Whiteville, Summersville, and Hickory Valley. That's in place now. And let me read it to you. Severe thunderstorm warning for Fayette County, Hardin County, East Central Shelby County until 10:45. With these thunderstorms here that I'm circling, and they seem to be getting a little bit better organized out near Bartlett and on the east side of Memphis. There might be a tiny bit of rotation in here. Yeah, there could be a little rotation here on the far east side of Memphis. There's East Memphis as you get almost this tail end Charlie look to these cells, although this is the second in line, being the southernmost cell. Out near Bartlett, there could be developing circulation. I think we're still a few minutes away from an actual tornado if that was to occur. But regardless, you have quarter-size hail, winds to 60 miles per hour, another baseline severe storm about to cross over Interstate 40 between Bartlett and Stanton there. We'll keep an eye and see if the rotation intensifies any more. And then we had a lot of folks asking about what's happening out near Lexington, Tennessee. So you still have pretty good looking bean-shaped, classic supercell type structure, maybe not quite as rain-wrapped, I should say, as some of the other areas with little pockets of rotation. But still, you do have a pretty strong storm that is producing quarter-size hail. The hail sizes come down on it a bit, so it may have weakened some. This is still a really strong storm out near Jackson, Tennessee, east of Jackson, Tennessee, coming into Beach Bluff, and then eventually Lexington. We talked about how in Lexington, downstream, an additional severe thunderstorm warning may have been needed. Now that is the situation. There's a severe thunderstorm warning that includes Lexington for this supercell that's capable of producing right now 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, and the rotation has weakened quite a bit. But as many of you already know, with supercell thunderstorms, it doesn't take much for them to become cyclic and kind of cycle back through and produce more big hail and maybe even a developing circulation on that storm west of Lexington. Just for now, it is a little bit tamer than when we were talking about it earlier on. Right now, 2 active tornado warnings. One of those, again, out across Middle Tennessee. Another one in southern Kentucky. Let's spend our time with both of these for just a second. And we'll start with the Bowling Green storm because we haven't talked about it in a little while. Somebody asked about central Mississippi. I think the line will weaken some before it gets to you, but there is going to be the threat for strong, maybe a few severe storms as you get closer to about sunrise tomorrow morning. I'll try to answer more questions in a second. I just saw that one out of the corner of my eye. But here's Bowling Green. A tornado warning continues for another 8 minutes or so. Let me pull the velocity. And there could be a tiny bit of rotation in here out near Rockfield, south of Blue Level. Not anything I'm very concerned about, to be honest. Some broad rotation coming over Lost River at the moment. But I would say it is highly, highly unlikely that there is any kind of tornado that is coming into Bowling Green. I know that there is a tornado warning in effect, but taking it a step further and actually diving into what we're seeing on radar, it is unlikely that there's a tornado anywhere near Bowling Green. So this situation is different as we work our way south out towards the storms here in Middle Tennessee. I want to quickly read off to you the counties and areas that are impacted by this tornado warning because I think there's a tornado on the ground. Tornado warning from the Weather Service in Nashville for southwestern Dixon, southeastern Houston, northeastern Humphrey counties until 10:45. This is almost directly west of Nashville. So down the road, this could be an issue for Nashville or areas just north of Nashville. Let's pull out our storm relative velocity, and you see a pretty concerning look here over the past several scans of what appears to be a tornado that may be on the ground right now to the north of Gorman, north of Hopkins Road. Remember how we were talking, what was this, 10, 15 minutes ago about the storm near Waverly and how initially there was a tornado warning issued because of rotation near Waverly, and then the rotation weakened and we had a new area of rotation pop up north of Waverly. So this is that same spot. And it appears that the rotation is quite significant, strong rotation in here, and maybe a tornado that could be on the ground right now that is tracking due east. So the tornado will pass north of Gorman, it'll pass north of McEwen, and north of Fewchapel, which puts it in somewhat of a rural area. But you do see the small community of Silvertop at play here, from what may be a strong tornado that is on the ground. If you're in Silvertop, you got to get to shelter. After Silvertop, it's coming into the Adams Crossroads area. Thompson Crossroads may pass just north of Thompson Crossroad, getting into the Taylor Crossroads area. Really strong rotation. Evidence that we may have a tornado, perhaps a significant tornado that is on the ground right now. Here in Middle Tennessee, north of Waverly, and passing really close to Silvertop. It is going to be a close call if you're in McEwen, close call for Fewchapel, but it may pass just to your north. Ruskin, though, Adams Crossroads, Yellow Creek, you got to be sheltered. If you know somebody in this area, let them know that there's a developing tornado headed their way. Another spot out here near Taylor Crossroads that's going to be impacted by this tornado down the line, and Van Leer eventually down the line may be impacted by this tornado as well. Let's put a track on this. It's moving to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. We'll call it east-northeast at 35, and because this is a supercell, I'm more comfortable with putting the track pretty far out. Look at that rotation. My goodness, that may be a strong tornado on the ground with this cell. North of Waverly, Tennessee, north of Tennessee City. Here's the track. It is headed east-northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Here are some approximate times of arrival. Thompson Creek in 16 minutes. Ruskin in 17 minutes. Taylor Crossroads in 26 minutes. Pond in 26 minutes. Into Barry in 30 minutes. Promise 36 minutes. Hamble in 44 minutes. White Bluff in 47 minutes. Fox Bluff 52 minutes. Into the Marlboro area in 67 minutes. Forest Hills 82 minutes. Ridgetop 93. So we're now getting to an hour and a half out or so. Closer to 2 hours into 2 Chestnut. Walnut Grove 111 minutes. Hendersonville will be a spot that could be eventually impacted by this. Nashville could be, North Nashville. If this storm stays cyclic and continues, this could be a long track supercell that eventually gets pretty close to Nashville. And right now, still, there is evidence of strong rotation on this. So you've got to be in your safe spot with this storm. Okay, there we go. National Weather Service changing the text to observed. That doesn't surprise me. We talked about that. We knew it was pretty much on the ground here. Really strong tornado ongoing at the moment north of Gorman, Tennessee, and headed east towards Van Leer, Charlotte. This is a text from the National Weather Service, a new updated text. A confirmed tornado was located over McEwen or 7 miles northeast of Waverly, moving east at 30 miles per hour. So there's McEwen. The tornado is just north of there right now, near Silvertop, headed towards Adams Crossroads, Ruskin, and Yellow Creek. If you know anybody in those areas, let them know that there's a strong tornado that is headed in their direction right now. And they need to move to a safe spot. Now, there is no formal tornado warning yet out ahead of this storm, but we can always think smarter, right? And know that if this really strong rotation continues, or maybe it fluctuates a little bit, as these supercells sometimes do, they can recycle, but let's just plan on the supercell staying strong for a while. Then down the road, you may get another tornado warning that is drawn up like that, something like that, out to White Bluff, Kingston Springs, and the Charlotte area. And then after that, you could start to get a track that goes something like this into Nashville, into Mount Juliet. Not necessarily saying that we're going to have a tornado in Nashville, but this particular cyclic supercell right now in its current path would get really close to Nashville here in the next hour to hour and a half. And something else I want to show you, whenever you see a pronounced drop in the reflectivity in a part of a storm where you think there's a tornado, it's the reason that happens is because more than likely there's a tornado that's on the ground, and within the tornado there's not much rain occurring, and so you see that drop in reflectivity values. And so that signifies, there is absolutely a tornado that is either on the ground, was on the ground a moment ago. The velocity scan is still concerning north of McEwen. This still looks like a tornado on the ground headed east towards Adams Crossroads, Ruskin, Thompson Crossroads, Yellow Creek here, Taylor Crossroads here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Somebody asked about what's happening down in Memphis, which we'll do in a second, but a new tornado warning is coming out now and has just been issued. And I'm going to change, this is for a Lexington, Tennessee storm, new tornado warning on this. So I'm going to change radar over to Memphis for a second to get a better vantage point here. And this one looks pretty wrapped up as well. It is radar indicated rotation just for now, but it is a tornado warning for Henderson County, northeastern Madison County, and northern Decatur County until 11 o'clock. And there are some signs of rotation here that we've been seeing for the past 30 minutes. We had somebody ask about Lexington maybe almost 45 minutes ago or so, and they were concerned about what was happening in Lexington. And, for good reason, too. I let them know, and we kind of talked about how you should be prepared for a supercell with big hail and maybe a tornado warning, and that's exactly what we're seeing. And the storm itself is moving east at 35 miles per hour. Let's pull the velocity scan on this, and it doesn't look quite as strong as the velocity that we saw with the storm that's getting closer to Nashville, but still, this is a pretty good couplet in here. Out near White Fern and Russell's Crossroads, there may be a developing tornado. There may already be a tornado on the ground. Somebody asked about reassurances in Cleveland, Ohio. Just want to let you know that you're in pretty good shape for tonight. There could be some strong storms moving through. Some of them could be loud. The chances of tornadoes are exceptionally low, not zero, but very low. And most of the storms that you see tonight should be sub-severe, meaning below severe status. Can't rule out a couple of gusts up to 60 miles per hour. But right now we're focusing in on two storms in Tennessee that really have my attention. And for now, this is the Lexington, Tennessee storm. We'll go back up to the Nashville storm in just a second. And obviously there is some rotation in here, pretty strong rotation out near White Fern, Russell Crossroads, enough so to the point where the National Weather Service has issued the tornado warning, and it continues to move east here. I think it was at 35 miles per hour. So let's give you an approximate time of arrival of rotation and possible tornado here coming into Lexington, Tennessee. You do have the rotation, possible tornado into the community of Life in 11 minutes, Hinson Springs in 16 minutes, Lexington 20 minutes from now, Rock Hill 26 minutes, Dixie Mills 40 minutes, Bible Hill 44 minutes, Utah in about 55 minutes with a developing circulation, possible tornado there, heading towards Lexington. And then after Lexington would be Parsons. Just so you know, that is the area that would be of next concern after the rotation passes over Lexington. And again, Lexington, Tennessee, not Kentucky, Lexington, Tennessee. Still have our tornado warning, observed tornado warning closer to Tennessee Hill. And we're gonna change the radar site here. And the rotation has weakened substantially in the past few scans. Really substantial weakening on this storm out west of Nashville, west of Charlotte, Tennessee, which is great news. But like we've seen all day today, because there are some embedded supercell structures in here, it is possible this recycles and re-intensifies. It did look like there was a pretty good tornado down there on the ground for a few minutes. This supercell thunderstorm is headed east. We timed out when it would arrive in Nashville over the next hour to hour and a half. It could recycle and become cyclic, or it could actually weaken a little bit because look to the south, we actually have a new tornado warning here, and this storm may become the dominant storm. Let me explain that to you. So whenever you get storms that are generally in the same vicinity of each other, like you're seeing here, there's only so much energy in the atmosphere, right? There is not endless amounts of energy or instability in the atmosphere. So you have a lot of storms fighting or almost playing tug of war for energy. And more often than not, one of those storms is going to win. And usually it's the southern storm out of the two. And so as we look at this image here, you have a northern storm number 1, a southern storm number 2 down here. And it looks like the southern storm is becoming the dominant storm, which means this northern storm will probably stay severe for a little longer. It'll have the rotation to it. But the southern storm, at least for right now, is becoming the dominant storm, and it's a new tornado warning. So tornado warning for southwestern Dixon County, southern Humphrey counties, northern Hickman County until 11 o'clock. And you can see the inflow notch here coming into the storm, the hook shape, there's your hook shape. So to the north, you have maybe a little hail up here, and then you have your rear flank downdraft out here, and the inflow coming into the storm, and then your rotation that's going to be right in there. And so let's take a look at storm relative velocity. Moderate rotation here with this storm out near Cedar Grove and Hurricane Mills, and possibly a developing tornado on it as well. For right now, the rotation remains fairly moderate, but again, this may strengthen at any point. The supercell itself, the storm itself, looks pretty healthy, but watch how that happened. I mean, that's an interesting bit of meteorology there, isn't it? As you look at storm number 1 and storm number 2, you had really strong rotation and what appeared to be briefly a strong tornado on the ground with storm number 2. And then all of a sudden, here comes storm number 1 out of the south, and it became the dominant storm, and it completely choked off this northern storm now. And the southern storm is becoming the more dominant one out near Hurricane Mills and Cedar Grove. And the area of rotation and possible tornado is tracking towards the east. This is another storm that might impact Nashville. So you do have 2 tornado warnings west of Nashville, severe thunderstorms surrounding Nashville. if I were in Nashville, I would be paying pretty close attention to the weather. Nashville is a very weather savvy city. They've had a lot of violent tornadoes even over the past 5 to 10 years in the vicinity of Nashville. So this is no surprise that we have more strong storms in that area. And then developing circulation, possible tornado out near Hurricane Mills and Cedar Grove, tracking to the east at 30 to 35 miles per hour. Here's the track on it. Let's actually do maybe a bigger track, right? And take it out even further east at 30 to 35, and there's moderate rotation on this, maybe a developing circulation. Here are some approximate times of arrival into Hurricane Mills in the next 8 minutes, Bold Spring in the next 18 minutes, Spot in the next 28 minutes, Salt Lick in 31 minutes, Nutley in 40 minutes, Lyles in 50 minutes, Dogwood Flat in 51 minutes, Spencer Mill in 61 minutes, Mill Seat 65 minutes, and then obviously you start getting into places that are going to be after an hour from now, into an hour and a half, almost 2 hours, the duplex in 102 minutes. And so because of that, we'll be cautionary about what time we say exactly those storms will reach those zones and how strong they'll be when they get there. But for right now, definitely the storm to the south here, out of these two storms, Storm 1 and Storm 2, the southern storm is a lot stronger, and the wind field here is stronger as well. And you can see the whole mesocyclone rotating as this heads east. Eventually it'll cross over Interstate 40 on its way east out towards Nashville and getting into some of those prominent western Nashville suburbs down the road. Still a ways out. We have time to watch it, but obviously this storm is more concerning to me than the northern storm. And then we have our other tornado warning that continues, that is radar indicated out near Lexington, Tennessee. And the rotation on this one is pretty strong now too. It looks like there could be a tornado headed for Lexington, Tennessee, or at least some very strong low-level rotation, a wall cloud, perhaps a tornado that may develop at any moment that is literally a few minutes away from impacting Lexington, Tennessee. So, here is the timestamp on this into Hinson Springs in 9 minutes, Lexington in 13 minutes. We're going to watch this unfold, as this is another spot with really strong rotation and the possibility of a developing tornado coming into Lexington in the next 30 minutes. Right now, it is moving east along McCaney Mill Road. Eventually, it'll get up to SR 459 and then into Lexington from that point forward. So 3 tornado warnings right now in Tennessee. Interestingly enough, we had the tornado warning to the north here, that was out across Tennessee City, north of Tennessee City, that did drop a tornado, at least briefly, and it could have been a strong tornado. But then you had the storm just to the south of it, storm number 2, that started cutting off its inflow, and it started weakening a little bit more. And so now, because of that, that rotation is the dominant one. That is south of Hurricane Mills all clear, and then east of Cedar Grove. I'm curious in the comment section if anybody is in any of these areas in central Tennessee that are either being impacted by the tornado warning or about to, and where you are, and we can really get down to it and talk about what's happening where you live. Lexington, Tennessee is about to be impacted really significantly by rotation and possible tornado. This is probably, again, out of these two, 1 and 2, this one looks better organized and I think is getting stronger. Still, you could have, a tornado down with this one too. They're not really fighting for each other. They have enough spacing where you could have 2 tornadoes on the ground, 1 and 2 here. This northern storm, the inflow is being choked off a little bit by the storm just to the south out near Hurricane Mills. A few people commented and said they're out in Dixon, Tennessee. I hope you're staying safe. I hope you're in or getting ready to head your severe weather safe spot. Notice how Dixon, right this second, as of 7:27 Central Time, is not under a tornado warning, but you do have the storm to the southwest of you here out near Hurricane Mills that is increasingly getting stronger. Like I said, if you've been following, you know that's been the dominant storm out of the two. And the rotation on that one, out of those two storms, is gonna most likely pass south of Dixon. So that's great news. There is strong rotation still on the storm that's about to cross over 13 Highway out here where I have the blue circle. There might be a tornado on the ground as it heads eastward. It'll probably run parallel to or just north of Interstate 40, but stay just south of Dixon. At least that's the way it's looking right this second. Obviously, you know, you want to be in your safe spot for this one. And then a little bit of broad rotation here too with the Tennessee City storm, north and northwest of Dixon, west of Charlotte. I'm not concerned about that one at all. It does look like whatever was out there has weakened and is no longer on the ground. Can't say the same for this Hurricane Mills Cedar Grove storm as it heads east. Fingers crossed for the folks listening in Dixon that it'll stay just a few miles to the south of Dixon, but that is a strong area of rotation, and wouldn't be surprised. You know, it is pitch black, it is late at night now, and it wouldn't surprise me if there is a tornado here and we're just unable to see it at this point. So kind of bouncing back and forth here between this storm southwest of Dixon and the other storm near Lexington, moving into Lexington. The storm that's about to move into Lexington has been looking extremely healthy on radar. And here is storm relative velocity. Still looks pretty good. There could be a tornado on the ground with this one coming into Lexington right now. So, you know, we're mere moments away from whatever's happening in Lexington happening, really. And so I know that there was a couple people who had questions about Lexington way earlier tonight, about maybe an hour ago or so before the storm entered Lexington and we were watching it to the west. Not sure if those folks are still here with us, but if you are, let me know, and let me know what happens as those storms start to roll over Lexington, the area of circulation and possible tornado comes over Lexington here in a matter of moments. Really busy night. I want to let you know that the storms in Ohio continue to weaken. The storms in central Kentucky, east of Lexington now, are weakening as well. The most prominent area of concern is going to be for the tornado warnings that we have here across middle to west Tennessee. And here's an update for the storm out near Tennessee City that originally dropped the first tornado. They've let the observed tornado tag go, but they're still saying now at this time that is radar indicated. I think with this storm, Tennessee, we'll call it the Tennessee City storm, rotation is almost completely gone, not quite gone all the way, but I don't think there's a tornado on the ground. Can't say the same with the storms just to the south here, out near Buffalo, Buckshot, Bucksnort, out through Hurricane Mills. This one is looking a little better organized. And so let's pull, you know, we're kind of bouncing back and forth between radar sites. And because of that, we've had to kind of pull out and zoom in. Here's the storm relative velocity. Still really good looking rotation here. I think a possible tornado that could be on the ground near Hurricane Mills, now east of Hurricane Mills. Latest scan, not quite as impressive, but I don't change my thought process off just one scan. I think there could be still a tornado on the ground that's getting pretty close to Bold Spring, Willis Chapel as well, coming into Poplar Grove, Milltown, Water Valley, Oak Grove, Hillcrest, all spots that definitely want to be sheltered at this point. Whatever's out there will probably pass just south of Dixon. But notice how this storm, this supercell-like structure on its current path heading east would eventually get pretty close to Nashville. So that's the situation that we have unfolding there. 2 areas of strong rotation, one near Lexington, Tennessee, another one up here near Hurricane Mills, Tennessee. Both of them look about the same to me at the moment. Both are radar indicated according to the National Weather Service. But again, we'll see what happens if that changes down the road. If the radar scans continue to look better and the velocity scans look better, especially on this Lexington storm, we'll see if one drops. Questions about Louisville, Kentucky. Louisville looks good here now for the rest of the night. Severe weather threat has ended. Taking a sip of the Celsius. Lexington, Kentucky. Depends on where you are in Lexington. Lexington downtown, the threat of severe weather has ended, but it's probably still raining extremely heavily. The more organized part of the storm is out near Winchester now, about to move into Winchester and Richmond. Biggest hazard with these is some wind gusts that are maybe up to about 60 miles per hour and the possibility of quarter-size hail as well. Let's see. I'm getting some Tennessee questions. Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Let's take a peek. Well, that's going to put you in an interesting spot, isn't it? So right now, the storms in rotation are still west of you. From Spring Hill, northward, Columbia, Franklin, Brentwood, all of the rotation, at least for right now, is both west and then also north of you, which is great news. But we're going to have to keep an eye on both of these storms. Storm number 1, which I'm less concerned about, and then storm number 2, which will shortly cross over Interstate 40 and head east, will eventually be working into Nashville, Oak Hill, Brentwood, Franklin, Thompson Station, Spring Hill, Columbia, not so much Mount Pleasant. But again, down the line, those Nashville suburbs will deal with eventually these storms. Question about, let's see, North Mississippi. North Mississippi tonight will have strong storms moving in later into the overnight hours, probably closer to 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, depending on where you are in North Mississippi. Obviously, if you're up here, in South Haven down to Hernando and Como, then you have a risk of severe storms earlier in the night as compared to spots like Tupelo, New Albany, and Corinth. Just depends on where you are. A question about Chattanooga, Tennessee. Chattanooga will have the threat of strong to severe storms tonight. It's going to be mainly a wind issue for you, and it's not going to happen until we get to about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning that we see those storms move into east central Tennessee and then eventually east Tennessee, Chattanooga. Somebody said Lexington, question mark, Lexington, Kentucky or Tennessee? Hendersonville, Tennessee, seeing some questions there. Again, a lot of this activity will be moving east tonight, so it just depends on where you are. See a ton of Tennessee questions. Let me do kind of a very brief breakdown and analysis of what we have going on. But first, I'll answer the Hendersonville question. Here's Hendersonville. Hendersonville now under a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. You have storms to your west that are producing wind gusts roughly 50 to 60 miles per hour. I'd say along this whole line, there's only going to be a select few locations where we have winds gusting up to the 60 mile per hour range. But let me pull the text from the Weather Service, and then we'll let you know what time that line of storms will get to Hendersonville. It's moving east at 55 miles per hour. So you probably still have a little while of dry time, even though you are underneath the severe thunderstorm warning. Will be a super long time. Also in Hendersonville for right now, not super concerned about a tornado threat, just mainly some very gusty winds, torrential amounts of rain, and frequent lightning coming into Hendersonville in 15 minutes. So like I said, you have a little dry time left, probably no more than 5 to 10, and that line will be closing in on you after that with mainly a wind risk in there. Let's take a look here at Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Questions about Murfreesboro. And Murfreesboro is another spot that is pretty far out ahead of this line of storms right now, but it will be headed your way later tonight. Let's say between midnight and 2 o'clock in the morning is the most likely time for that line to get to you, Murfreesboro. Maybe a little earlier than that, you know, not necessarily ruling out 11:45, 11:50. And I say that because the northern part of the line here is moving at 55 miles per hour. As you drop down south and southwest, it's only moving at 35 miles per hour. So it just depends on the evolution of the line, if it speeds up or not. But into Murfreesboro eventually later tonight. Notice how you do have several tornado warnings to your west. So biggest concern for Murfreesboro tonight, I think, is going to be the potential of some damaging wind gusts there, up to 60 to 70 miles per hour, and then a couple of tornadoes too are certainly possible in your vicinity. Like I said, as we get closer to about midnight and beyond. Columbus, Ohio, the severe weather threat is done for tonight. See 2 questions there about Columbus, Ohio. No more severe weather there. That entire line has moved east of you, and it is also weakening as it approaches eastern Ohio and into western and southwestern Pennsylvania. A question about Georgetown, Kentucky. So back into central Kentucky now. And notice Georgetown, you've had the main severe show come through, and now things are improving, conditions are getting better, and you're done with the severe weather threat for the rest of the night tonight in Georgetown, as well as Lexington, Kentucky. Not Lexington, Tennessee just yet. A lot of questions about Tennessee, so let's get back down to Tennessee. It is active. Here's the radar breakdown. You have a big line of storms that is severe warned that is now moving through central and parts of West Tennessee. We have several tornado warnings out there, so let's kind of start with the northernmost and then work our way back to the south and southwest. And then I'll do you a broad scale picture of what's happening in Tennessee tonight. First of all, this northern tornado warning, it's in effect for another 6 minutes. Don't worry about it. Effectively, let's cancel it out and pretend it doesn't exist. The reason why is the rotation has weakened pretty significantly on it. The tornado warning to the south of that one, though, we're still paying attention to, as there is still some evidence of pretty good rotation in here, about to cross over Interstate 40. Where's the rotation itself? It is out near Poplar Grove, near White House, and moving northeast towards Oak Grove, Hillcrest, Robinson's Chapel. And the rotation is moderate, probably not looking at a tornado on the ground with this one right now. A little earlier, maybe 10, 15 minutes ago, it looks a tiny bit better. But for right now, moderate rotation about to cross over I-40 heading east towards Iron Hill. Somebody asked about Bon Aqua, and I do, Bon Aqua, it may be pronounced. I apologize if I'm not pronouncing that right. I thought I saw that somewhere in the chat. You are under a tornado warning right now, and the rotation is actually headed your way. So you're one spot where I would be sheltered right now, and you want to be sheltered for the next little bit. Let me pinpoint when the rotation will get to your location in Bon Aqua. It's moving east at 45 miles per hour. So here's the track, and I'm going to put on an estimated time of arrival. So in Bon Aqua, 19 minutes from now is when the rotation will be overhead. And so that gives you a couple of minutes to play with, but not a ton. So I would say get to your shelter right now if you haven't yet, and stay there. There is moderate rotation to at times strong rotation that we've seen that's tracking directly towards Bon Aqua, and it is possible there could be a tornado on the ground that's making a beeline for you. And I hate to say that, but can't rule out that there isn't one. So get to shelter and stay in shelter, and we will watch that storm, all of us here, as it gets closer to your location, thinking about you and hoping you'll be okay. You will be okay as long as you're in a safe spot. You know where to go, right? This is a pretty weather savvy area, part of the country. Let me know how everything ends up panning out. But again, right now it looks like there's some rotation and maybe a tornado that is headed towards you, or at least in the vicinity of your area. And that is one of the 2 tornado warnings that we have tonight that I'm little bit concerned about is this first one heading out towards Bon Aqua, right now rolling over Interstate 40, and then another that is over Lexington, Tennessee at the moment. And this one has its eyes on Parsons, Tennessee next. And luckily at the moment, these are both radar indicated rotation, which means aside from what we're seeing here in velocity, we don't have any storm chasers out there telling us that there's a tornado on the ground. It can be kind of tough getting into this time of night, and that's just because you lose daylight. If there isn't lightning, it's tough to see what's ongoing. I would say overall, though, in terms of our severe weather threat as a whole tonight, I don't want to jinx it, but things are slowly starting to wind down. We're going to have severe thunderstorm warnings for the rest of the night tonight. And into tomorrow morning. There probably will not be a time where we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning somewhere in the country. I'm hoping that our tornado threat starts to drop off a little bit. And let's see what the last SPC Day 1 outlook looked like when this came out. And this came out here about 7:45 or so. And they still do have an enhanced risk level 3 out of 5 from Alexandria, Louisiana, towards Starkville, Jackson, almost up to Parkersburg. They have extended it a little bit more into western, southwestern, extreme southwestern Pennsylvania, but I'm least concerned about the northern risk area here. But regardless, like I said, that kind of proves the point that it will be a long night, but hopefully and overall, rotation is starting to weaken in some of these storms. Somebody asked about Lexington, Kentucky. Are you in Lexington? If so, I hope you're in a safe spot right now. You have a tornado possibly in the town right now. And so, you got to be in your safe spot for a little bit longer. Just hang tight. The rotation and the storm is moving out of Lexington soon, but this has been a spot that I've been watching really closely. Here is the rotation and possible tornado that is in Lexington right now, Lexington, Tennessee. And so, as these storms move east into Lexington, Tennessee, deeper into Lexington, Tennessee, Parsons, Tennessee, I had a question about. Hopefully you are sheltering. Question about Parsons, Tennessee, and what's happening there. So this is, let's see, this is east of Lexington. Oh boy. There's Parsons. You're in line up next for a possible tornado. Didn't want to scare you there, but you want to be in your safe spot. There's a possible tornado that is headed in your direction in Parsons. First, it's got to get through the community of Darden, and then out towards Parsons next. So it looks like the rotation has come through Lexington. It's now on the east side of Lexington. It's going to head into Darden next, and then Parsons. And let's give you an approximate time of arrival, but let's first switch back down to the radar site north of Memphis to give us a little bit clearer of a picture of what's ongoing. There you go. There's a rotation. Winds blowing towards the radar site, away from the radar site. Where those two kind of meet up is where you have the low-level rotation and possible tornado that is actually tracking east. It's almost like it's following right along 412 there, heading east towards 412. I saw a question about Illinois. Severe threats done tonight everywhere in Illinois. Effingham, Illinois, you don't have to worry for the rest of the night tonight. Right now, again, most concerned about this Lexington storm and then the storm up near Bon Agua. Those are the two most concerning storms at this point. This storm east of Lexington has been showing signs that it is maintaining its strength with each radar scan. And so coming into the community of Darden and then Parsons next. Strong rotation, possible tornado coming into Darden and Parsons really soon. How soon? Here is first a look at how far away you are from the rotation. About 11 miles to the west of Parsons. We had somebody commenting from Parsons now. The rotation is 11 miles to your west, exactly. And giving you an approximate time of arrival, it'll be in Parsons in the next 15 minutes. So 15 minutes from now, there could be a possible tornado coming into Parsons. And I want to get down even tighter since I know we have folks watching both in Parsons and then out towards the Bon Agua area, which are two spots that right now have my attention. Here's the Parsons storm, and the rotation and possible tornado is about to come into Chesterfield, right? If you know this area, then you know where Chesterfield is. You know where Darden is. You know where Highway 412 is and Beacon Junction. The rotation is first going to impact those areas. The rotation and possible tornado first into Beacon Junction, Darden, Chesterfield, and then into Bear Creek, and then Parsons. Probably tracking near West Main Street, near Wilkeston Town. And again, like we said, we timed that out for you less than 15 minutes now. The rotation and possible tornado will be in Parsons. Now, back up to the north. Again, bouncing back and forth between storms, and we've got to change the radar site because we're in a weird spot. But here is the rotation that's coming up into Bon Agua really soon. Notice where it is right this second. Salt Lick, Pinewood, Matlock Ford being impacted by the rotation and possible tornado. And then next up will be Lyles and Bon Agua. For the rotation, developing rotation, possible tornado, it's hard to say whether or not it's down and on the ground or not, but you do have some pretty good rotation right in here. Let's count how far it is from Bon Agua. Let's count the mileage now. As it gets closer to you, pause this for a second and track out the mileage. It is going to be now only about 9 miles to your west in Bon Agua. 9 miles to your west in Bon Agua is the rotation and possible tornado. So it may get a little loud and a little scary for a little bit as the rotation passes overhead. How about a new time of arrival into Bon Agua? Let's track that for you as well. It'll be coming into Pinewood in the next minute, Bon Agua in 13 minutes, let's call it. And for those who are asking a lot of questions about other spots in the country, I'll get to that, but we have people in the chat who are both from Bon Agua out here and then also from Parsons who are watching in Tennessee. And so because of that, I want to give my full attention to them since they're directly in the path of two different tornadoes. Or let's say developing circulations and possible tornadoes. So we'll get to the rest of some of these areas soon that some of us are talking about. But yes, tornado coming into Bon Agua, into Lyles and Wrigley within the next, let's call it 10 minutes is what we want to say. Rotation and possible tornado coming into your location in the next 10 minutes. Parsons, the rotation is now only about 6 miles to your west, 6 miles to the west of Parsons, and moving into Parsons soon, less than 10 minutes from now. The rotation and possible tornado will be coming into Parsons. It's over and just about to, let's say, it's about to enter into the community of Darden. And then obviously from that point forward, it heads east, and up next would be Parsons. Which rotation looks the strongest? They honestly look about the same. And they're moderate rotation to me in both of these. There's a new tornado warning that's coming out right now for this thunderstorm cell that we're watching out near Darden and Parsons. And the National Weather Service has looked at the rotation and they've said it's strong enough to issue a downstream tornado warning out near Linden. And this is a new tornado warning for Perry County and Middle Tennessee until 11:45 because of this storm that is about to roll into Darden and Parsons. It is in Parsons. We have a developing situation with a possible tornado that is on the ground, maybe in Darden, and then now coming into Parsons less than 10 minutes from now. And then a new tornado warning that has been issued out ahead of that. So 2 spots to watch. One out near Bon Agua, another one out near Parsons. 2 moderate areas of rotation and possible tornadoes developing here. And somebody asked Tennessee 11:45 or PM. It'll be PM. PM. All these storms here and their timestamps on them are PM. Looking through some of your comments here about Louisville, Kentucky. Louisville is in a good spot now. No severe weather threat. I'm going to stick with what's happening now out towards Bon Agua and then out towards Parsons for the next couple of minutes. And then we will shift our attention to what's happening in other spots of the country. But here you go. You have heavy amounts of rain that is now stretching from Tidewell down to Iron Hill, and then rotation coming into Bon Agua here now less than 10 minutes, let's call it 5 minutes, until the rotation and possible tornado gets into Bon Agua and Lyles. And we can count the mileage here. This is now 4 miles west of Bon Agua, the rotation and possible tornado. The storm relative velocity, here's good news, has weakened a little bit. It has weakened just a hair. So what that means is it could mean a couple of things. If there was a tornado on the ground, it may have lifted. If there was a stronger tornado on the ground, it may have weakened a little bit. We can't say for certain that there isn't a tornado on the ground. In fact, look at that. On this Bon Agua storm, the National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning to the east of it. They've drawn up a new polygon. And the reason why is because they see enough rotation in this to issue a new tornado warning polygon down the road for the same storm, including Fairview, Bellevue, and Franklin, Tennessee. This is south of Nashville. The new tornado warning polygon does not, at this time, include Nashville. But you do have a possible tornado that is now, here we are, about 3 miles away from Bon Agua and Lyles. So possible tornado coming into both Bon Agua and Lyles. How about some roads that are actually being impacted by the rotation, the circulation, and possible tornado? Here is Missionary Ridge Road. Here is Rocky Point Road. That's where the tornado is, let's say, over or impacting right now, the circulation and possible tornado. And then it is probably about 3 minutes away now from coming into the small community of Bon Agua. Back to the south, we're looking at the Parsons storm, and I'm going to change radar sites for just a second. And we're going to turn on Memphis radar. I say Memphis radar, it's north of Memphis. That still is not really the cleanest image either, is it? Kind of a weird spot for the Parsons storm to get kind of a clean radar image here. We'll go ahead and stick with Memphis radar for now. And there is a rotation that has crossed east of Darden. It's east of Darden now. And it is coming into Parsons. So rotation of possible tornadoes now impacting Parsons. The rotation maybe looks like it is weakened a little bit. So to me, that would signify, again, a couple of things. If there was a tornado on the ground, then it may have lifted. If there was only, maybe some low-level rotation, not a tornado, then that has also sort of started to weaken as well. But don't want to take any chances on this. The actual area of concern is now less than 3 miles away from Parsons, Tennessee. And let's have you in your safe spot right now, and then down the line, tracking it east, this will be into Perryville in 7 minutes, Pope in 12 minutes, into Theodore in the next 56 minutes. And that's sort of from that point forward. The storm up near Bon Agua is looking still pretty healthy. Out of the two, I would say that it is going to be the storm here out near Bon Agua and south of Dickens, Tennessee, that is the more organized storm compared to the Parsons tornado warning. But both look, fairly moderate when it comes to rotation. Tough to say whether or not there's a tornado on the ground with either of them. For now, the National Weather Service continues to just use the language of radar indicated rotation. And again, the rotation right now is over, here is Bear Creek Road coming into Lee Moss Road, and And then after that, coming into Abith and Bon Agua. I'm also looking at some of your comments. Somebody asked, how far is it from Fairview, Tennessee? Let me look for you. All right, here is Fairview right now in the new tornado warning. So just by mileage, this is 12 miles to your west. The rotation and possible tornado, 12 miles to your west of Fairview. It is headed in your direction. I will say that maybe the rotation looks a little weaker on this storm than it did 10 to 15 minutes ago. But regardless, you're in the new tornado warning polygon. Tornado warning including Fairview until 11:45, and we can show you what time the storm will get into Fairview as well as it moves east at about 60 miles per hour. By the way, the rotation is now over Bon Agua. I'm not as confident at this point in the chance of a tornado being on the ground, but this may recycle. We'll see. So here is some approximate times of arrival. This may sound familiar to you if you live in Fairview. Coming up into Tidewell in 7 minutes. Spencer's Mill in 7 minutes as well. Fairview, 13 minutes from now. 13 minutes from now into Fairview is where we'll have rotation. Not as confident there's still a tornado on the ground, but we will see if that changes here in the next few minutes and the rotation tightens back up. I see the comments about Brentwood. Here is Brentwood, Tennessee. Right now, you do obviously have the severe storm and the tornado warning to the west of you. The tornado warning does not include Brentwood, Tennessee. We're sort of in a watch and prepare to act type mode in Brentwood because there's no tornado warning formally, and we don't know how the storm to the west of you is going to behave. If, the rotation strengthens, then there could be an additional tornado warning down the line, like we sort of just saw, that would include Brentwood. Right now, I would say get ready at least for very heavy amounts of rain, torrential rain, some small hail, and maybe the possibility, again, of rotation and, tornadic activity, depending on how all this plays out. Let's give you a time of arrival of definitely heavy amounts of rain, a lot of lightning and thunder, maybe some small hail and wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Here's Brentwood. Let's show you the time of arrival and track this out to the east at about 55 miles per hour. So you have another, maybe, let's see, a few minutes to prepare for this storm. Brentwood in 35 minutes. So you got about 30 to 35 minutes until the storm rolls over Brentwood. And like I said, prepare for heavy amounts of rain, certainly some very strong wind gusts, and the potential of, maybe a tornado depending on how the rotation shapes up. So again, you're in that get ready mode. 2 tornado warnings remain here across the entire country. And, like I said, it is sort of the 2 we've been watching for the past little while. The storms near Parsons and the storms out near Bon Agua. Both of those have showed signs of rotation tonight, and enough rotation as to where we have the tornado warning that still remains in effect. Bon Agua is getting hit hard by heavy rain and wind, as well as a possible tornado overhead right now. Although, like I said a second ago, some of that rotation over Bon Agua has weakened a little to where I am not confident there's certainly a tornado on the ground, but I can't say for sure. And that's why there's a tornado warning in place, because we don't know 100% what's happening. And then the storm out near Parsons has moved east of Parsons and is moving into Linden now. Tornado warning continues for Linden. It is a radar indicated rotation here on this storm that is now coming into Spring Creek, Linden, and Chestnut Grove. So be prepared for that. And then the bigger picture out there tonight continues to show a big line of storms now that stretches from northeast Ohio all the way down into almost Texas. But what we can infer is the severe weather threat is starting to wind down a little bit. We're not in a spot that I think we're going to be dealing with, really strong tornadoes into the overnight hours. but for sure. Somebody said Brentwood is in the warning now. Should I be worried? Let's take a peek. And Brentwood's still not in the tornado warning. You are on the fringe of a severe thunderstorm warning. You don't need to be worried right now as long as you're inside away from windows and you are prepared to act if a tornado warning is issued. If there's a new tornado warning polygon drawn up, if you know where to go and you're inside away from windows right now and you know how to get the warning, then you don't need to be worried. So yeah, overall, our severe weather threat for tonight is starting to wind down a little bit across the country, but we still have 2 tornado warnings that remain, and we're going to be watching both of these. If they weaken substantially, then great. If not, then we're watching them pretty closely as well. The next couple of days are going to be pretty busy in terms of severe weather. Tomorrow across the southeast. And then Tuesday, maybe a little break. There could be more severe storms across northwest Kansas and southeast Missouri, northwest Kansas, north into parts of Nebraska as well, the plains type setup. And then after that, it will be another big day for severe weather on Wednesday in some of the same spots that are being impacted by severe storms right now. Somebody asked about how Bon Agua is looking at the moment. Let's show you our northern storm. I would say there is still pretty good evidence of rotation now. Just a few miles to the east of Bon Agua, moderate rotation. So if you're in Bon Agua, things may start to wind down in the next minute or two. If you're just east, let's say east of State Highway 46. You need to remain sheltered here. Here's State Highway 46 running north to south in this area. And then let's say north of, here is 100 Highway. Here's State Highway 46. And then in this area, north of 100, east of 46 in this zone, including North Tidewell Road, East Green Cemetery Road, New Hope Road, and then into Tidewell Road. Again, heading east there along Tidewell Road, you need to remain sheltered. Coming into Tidewell, again, you still need to remain sheltered if you're in Tidewell. The rotation is moving away from Bon Agua, but moving towards Tidewell. So it is between Tidewell and Bon Agua right now, where the rotation and possible tornado is. So absolutely remain in your safe spot and let me know how things turn out and when conditions start to improve, but hopefully you're in a safe spot right now. Somebody said, how is the rotation? Is it strong enough for a tornado? I think both of these storms, maybe more so the Bon Agua tidal storm, has a little bit higher rotation to it, and I'd suspect is maybe a tiny bit more likely to produce a tornado versus our storm east of Parsons close to Linden. But certainly either of them could drop a tornado at any moment. So that's why I've not really shifted away from either of these storms, because I know for a fact we have people in the chat who are in Bon Agua, and then also we had some folks out in Parsons. Somebody commented from Linden, and because we have people actually inside the tornado warning polygon who are watching, our priority is you and making sure that we're tracking every single move of this storm and talking about where it's headed next. Let's change radar sites again for a second, go back down to the Parsons storm because we're not getting a great look at it from Nashville radar. It is east of Parsons, all clear, if I hadn't already said that, from the threat of a tornado east of Parsons. There is still some moderate rotation in here coming into Linden. It's kind of fallen apart a little bit though. So broad rotation that'll be entering Linden shortly. I'm not as worried as I was, let's say, 20 minutes ago or so about a developing tornado coming into Linden as I am now. The rotation has weakened some. If there was a tornado on the ground, it's likely lifted, but there is still some broad scale rotation over Perryville at the moment, and showing you the timing of when this storm will get into Linden. Here is an approximate time of arrival into Linden here in the next 10 minutes or so. So obviously, if you're in Linden, you want to remain in your safe spot. But the rotation has weakened a little bit. The Bon Agua storm still has moderate rotation. It's east of Bon Agua now, and it's coming into Tidewell. And then after that, it's going to be entering Daughtry Estates up through Glenhaven, Fairview. There's a new radar scan. Still moderate rotation on this. That is now east of Bon Agua, all clear from a tornado threat in Bon Agua. You can come out of your safe spot. You can come out of your shelter. The tornado threat has passed you. But there is still some rotation on this one. Out near, yeah, that's still some pretty good looking rotation. That might be gate-to-gate shear on this. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a tornado on the ground. I told you a few minutes ago the rotation looked like it had maybe weakened as it was passing between Bon Agua and Tidewell. That has changed. The rotation has come back up on this one. And now there is evidence here of a possible tornado with really tight gate-to-gate shear over Tidewell. So we can zoom in even closer. Here's State Highway 100, Old Creek Pike. There might be a tornado right now along, Old Cox Pike, and coming up into Spencer Mills Road, north of Fairview Boulevard, near Spencer Mills Road, and about to cross over I-840 is the one spot here where I think that there may be a tornado on the ground. Eventually, once it crosses east of Tidewell, crosses over Interstate 840, it'll come into Daughtry Estates. I know I'm not pronouncing that correct, but my point is just to get the warning out to you. Fairview Heights, Greens Valley, and Fairview itself. So again, pretty tight rotation on this one. It is heading east-northeast. There may be a tornado on the ground. Notice how tightly wound the velocity values are. You literally have a spot right here where you have green that is directly up against red. You don't really have any of these blended colors in here. You have green rubbing right up against red. That might be a tornado debris signature. Let's pull our correlation coefficient, and I don't see anything right now that would confirm that there's a tornado on the ground, but also if a tornado just dropped, we might not have anything from the correlation coefficient just yet. That's not looking great. I would say that there is the possibility of a tornado on the ground over Tidewell, about to cross over Interstate I-40, going up to Liberty Hill, Fairview Heights, and Fairview, getting into Valley Green Estates, Kennybrook, Bush Creek, Linton down the road, Natchez Hills Estate, in the path of this possible tornado. There's a new radar scan. I think there's a tornado on the ground right now. There is a tornado on the ground. Let's call this on the ground that just went through Tidewell. It is, as we speak, crossing over Interstate 840 between Tidewell and Daughtry Estates, coming into Green Valley, Fairview Heights, Glenhaven, Fairview, Valley, Green Estates, Oak Tree, Bush Creek. What appears to be a tornado on the ground headed in your direction. You've got to be in a safe spot for this one. The radar signature has intensified quite a bit, and the velocity signature has intensified quite a bit. Let's go back over to correlation coefficient, which again, if you're not familiar, this is just a tool that helps us show what isn't similar in the atmosphere. When you have ice crystals, rain, hail, that type of thing, we know it all looks the same in the atmosphere, and it looks the same on this product. When you start to see changes in that, or a drop in the color here, so if we were to see a ton of blue pop up all of a sudden in here, that's what we would call a drop in the correlation coefficient, different than what we are normally seeing, and it would suggest things like tree limbs, other debris being lofted into the air and being picked up on radar. So we're going to keep checking that. Also, notice there is a pronounced drop in the reflectivity or the rain mode. I always kind of think that's suspect because if you see a pronounced drop, like right in there, of the reflectivity, or the rain, it indicates that there could be a tornado on the ground, because inside of a tornado, you don't have rain falling. Obviously, you have rising motion, a ton of rising motion. And so the radar picks up on that. It says, okay, we don't see the rain falling in a tornado, so it lowers the rain value here, if that makes sense. And so there is a little bit of a drop, not a big one, in the reflectivity there east of Tidewell, coming up into Daughtry Estates, where I think the tornado could be. And that's a good looking hook now on this storm. We got a new radar scan. Let's check back with our velocity. And that is ugly. That is an ugly looking velocity scan. There is more than likely a tornado on the ground right now doing damage east of Tidewell, coming into Fairview Heights, Valley Green Estates, Fairview itself. If you're in Fairview, Tennessee, right? If you are in Fairview, Tennessee right now, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. There is what appears to be, at least for this moment, until we can get the scan to show weakening trend, what appears to be a significant tornado on the ground. There's the latest scan. Doesn't look good. There is, clear evidence here of gate-to-gate shear and winds that are tightly wound together, blowing in opposite directions. So that signifies rotation. And the brighter the colors that you're seeing here, the stronger the wind. So obviously we have super bright colors here. And we can actually measure, right? We can get an estimate. This is a super rough estimate. If there's a tornado on the ground, how strong it is. Here's how we do that. We sample the wind. We look at how strong the wind is, where the gate-to-gate shear is. So here are, you have inbound winds and outbound winds together. So here is, let's call that 17 miles per hour and then 56 miles per hour. So let's take both of those values, and I'm not great with math, so I'm gonna do this on a calculator. 17 plus 56 puts us at 82. So there is the possibility of at least a tornado that is spitting out values here of at least 82 miles per hour. And that's just a rough estimate. It could be stronger than that. Out near Daughtry Estates, coming to Green Valley, Lakeview Estates, Rolling Acres, Fairview, here in the next few minutes. I haven't done a track in a second, so I want to get an updated track. And the storm is moving east at 45 miles per hour. It was moving watch this with me. Notice how it was moving directly. I want to say not directly, but there was sort of an east-northeast component. This happens sometimes with a strengthening supercell thunderstorm. It looks like it's on a path to move east-northeast, and then all of a sudden, you get what we call a right split or a right mover. And so now, because the storm is strengthening, again, a telltale sign is all of a sudden you get the rotation in the storm that's moving more directly east. So instead of hitting Fairview, still got to be in your safe spot, it looks like it'll come into Lakeview Estates and Fernvale and Kingfield up next. Let's put a track on this. I said I was going to do that a second ago, but I just wanted to point that out to you, that there was a subtle change in the direction from northeast to east as the storm moves now directly east at 45 miles per hour. And the rotation with the latest scan that just came in is still pretty strong. 45 miles per hour into Leapers Fork in the next 9 minutes. A possible tornado coming into Barry's Chapel in 17 minutes. Into Douglas in the next 20 minutes. Millview in 24 minutes. Ben Hill in 29 minutes. And Arlington in the next 30 minutes. If the rotation holds itself together, we might see some fluctuation. These types of storms like to kind of recycle a little bit, but still evidence. This scan maybe not as intense as the scan before, but I'd still call that pretty strong rotation that is directly south of Lakeview Estates and west of Kingfield, and it is moving east at 45 miles per hour. So on its current path, it would impact Franklin. It would go south of Brentwood and obviously go south of Nashville by a long shot as well. Still keeping an eye on this one tornado warning out near Linden. At this point in time, it looks like the rotation has weakened substantially. I don't think there's a tornado on the ground anymore, if there was at any point, but there is still some broad rotation in here just west of Linden. And if I were in Linden, I would stay in my tornado safe spot for a little bit longer. The one storm we continue to probably zone in on, and we'll stick with here for the next few minutes, is the storm that is now south of Fairview, Tennessee, coming into Fernvale. And there was kind of a stark change in directions of this storm. Initially, it was moving due northeast. Now it's moving east. Still some strong rotation in there. The scan, maybe not quite as intense as it was a few minutes ago, but it is enough of a concerning scan for me to say that there is the possibility of a tornado. Somebody asked, should Fairview stay in their shelter? Yes, please. Stay in your shelter for another couple of minutes, and I won't forget about you. I will give you the all clear in just a minute. If you can just hang tight. You kind of dodged a bullet on that one. It looked like there was maybe a tornado headed right for you, and then with some of these big supercells that go on to produce stronger tornadoes, they become right movers and go directly east instead of northeast. Just hang tight with me in Fairview. We'll give you the all clear here in just a couple of minutes, maybe less than that. Spots like Fernvale, Kingfield, not really going to be all clear for a little bit longer, as Fernvale, in fact, is actually now being impacted by whatever it is that's out there. New scan came in, might have weakened a little bit more. Still the possibility of a tornado on the ground near Kingfield, coming into trace view, eventually maybe going just north of Leaper's Fork in there. Let's turn back on reflectivity for just a moment, and you can see obviously the storm on reflectivity doesn't look as healthy as it did a couple of minutes ago either. The values, the reflectivity values, are starting to drop, which indicates rain that's not quite as heavy. However, again, I do think there's enough rotation here to be concerned, a healthy amount of concern if you're in Franklin, out through Kingfield into Settlers Point. All clear. Let's give Fairview. I know somebody said they're in Fairview. All clear from the threat of a tornado now. The tornado has passed to your south and east. Whatever rotation is out there has now passed well southeast of Fairview. It is still raining quite heavily, and it will probably continue to rain for a little while longer. But the threat of a tornado has now clearly passed to the south of Fairview. So you're good to come out of your shelter and don't need to worry about a tornado threat any longer from this particular thunderstorm cell. So hopefully everything ended up okay where you were. Franklin, though, out ahead of this thunderstorm, out ahead of the rotation, I would still stay in my safe spot here until the storm clears, or we get to the point where, I feel comfortable saying that there's no longer a tornado on the ground, which we've been able to do with the few tornado warning storms tonight. Not just quite yet with this one, but Leaper's Fork in 6 minutes, South Hall at 11 minutes, Franklin in 16 minutes, Douglas in 17 minutes, Clovercroft in 23 minutes from now. Obviously, you still have a pretty healthy looking storm. You have the hook-like feature, which indicates a still fairly healthy mesocyclone, but the rotation is not quite as strong or pronounced as it was earlier. The rotation with the storm out near Linden is starting to weaken a little bit as well. We've talked about that. I don't think there's a tornado on the ground any longer. And the tornado part of the storm, the rotating part of the storm, has passed to the east of Linden now. And the bigger picture tonight shows us just some scattered severe thunderstorms that stretch from southern Ohio back to near Memphis, and a couple of more rogue severe storms out near East Texas. Overall, though, I do think our severe weather threat is dying down. And then once we get this last tornado warning to weaken, we'll probably go ahead and wrap up tonight's coverage so we can get prepared for more coverage tomorrow. I want to let you know, though, that I'm going to do a full recap of what's ongoing across the entire country tonight, and talk about some new tornado watches in place, and then look ahead to the forecast for tomorrow. So let's do that right now. Let's begin with first a picture of where we stand with watches tonight. And remember, a watch means that conditions are favorable for either tornadoes or severe thunderstorms. So here are all the watches that we have in place. And a couple of new areas I want to mention. There's a new tornado watch for Northwest Alabama and Northern Mississippi that's in effect until 5 o'clock in the morning. So this includes Oxford, Tupelo, Huntsville, and Florence until 5 a.m. There's still a severe thunderstorm watch for East Texas until 2 a.m., I believe. It's been a while since I've checked that. 2 a.m. That includes Lufkin, eastward to Shreveport, and a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings with really big hail on these. Notice the supercells that are developing. So this is going to be an area for an overnight severe weather risk that we need to watch pretty closely, and we'll keep an eye on for you. But ping pong ball size hail, and then up to Henderson as well, Texas, you have some large hail in there. That cell is producing hail up to quarter size right now, but I think it could increase a little bit more. And then our tornado watch has expired for all of Indiana, all of Illinois, and there are a couple of strong storms here that are working through parts of eastern Ohio. I mean, it's going to be tough to get any severe weather out of that in eastern Ohio into western Pennsylvania. I'm not concerned very much at all. So, big picture. Severe thunderstorm watch for southwest parts of Pennsylvania, eastern Ohio for the next couple of hours, but I'm not concerned about severe weather there. There are still ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings moving through eastern Kentucky into western parts of West Virginia, where there's a severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 6 a.m. Then our tornado watch remains in effect for Middle Tennessee until 3 a.m. and a new tornado watch in effect for Northwest Alabama and into northern Mississippi, that one until 5 o'clock in the morning, where thunderstorms will start to develop. Now, let's take a peek at the risk area for tomorrow and talk a little bit about what I expect to happen. Turning off the watches and warnings for just a second, and then we'll turn on the SPC outlook for tomorrow. And notice there's another broad risk area here from central Alabama, Montgomery, Atlanta, Charlotte, Greensboro, and Richmond, almost to the DMV, but not quite. This is going to be an area where you still have this main line of thunderstorms that we're tracking right now. It still has to cross all of Alabama. It also has to cross into Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia, that whole line. And it will happen, but probably closer to the morning, midday, and into the early afternoon hours tomorrow. And that's where you have the enhanced risk drawn up, mainly for wind, although there could be a couple of brief spin-up tornadoes in there as well. But there could also be some hailstones, but mainly concerned about wind. Let's take a look at some of the modeling data here that we have moving into the rest of the night tonight and then through tomorrow. And this is just a really big picture here of what's happening across the US. You'll see it in just a second. So let me show you. This is, again, a computer model's idea of what's going to happen moving forward through the rest of the night tonight. And I like this computer model because it shows what's taking place right now. So 05Z, midnight, central, you obviously have this big line of storms. That highlighter's too big, isn't it? Big line of storms here. And then individual supercell thunderstorms developing across East Texas. It picks up on that. So what happens next heading into the overnight hours? Well, for one, that line of storms, the northern part of the line, across eastern Tennessee, maybe northwest Alabama, certainly southeast Kentucky into Virginia, weakens a lot. We're going to lose a lot of severe weather threat here overnight tonight across that more northern mode. And then look at where we have additional severe thunderstorms that'll start to develop later tonight. That'll be out across East Texas and western Louisiana. You have thunderstorms that are starting to blow up. That'll be the focal point for the wee hours tonight into tomorrow morning as those storms head eastward into Louisiana and through Mississippi. Look at this. This is coming into before sunrise tomorrow morning. Big complex of thunderstorms stretches from central to southeastern Louisiana. You see it there on your screen. Near New Orleans, and then up into parts of Mississippi. And I can drag down the bottom part of the screen a little bit more. So from that point forward, you're going to get more than likely numerous areas of severe wind gusts and a couple of tornadoes. And then into Monday afternoon, I'll be honest, tomorrow afternoon, the severe weather risk doesn't look as pronounced as it did yesterday, but still, you do have likely a wind risk moving through Georgia into South Carolina, North Carolina, maybe a brief spin-up tornado in there as well. But from this point forward, the area that I'm most concerned about overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, the more concerning area is definitely going to be across East Texas into Louisiana and then back into Mississippi as well. For damaging wind gusts, hail, and tornadoes, there will be some supercells in there. So essentially, this northern line is going to weaken while we get more thunderstorms starting to intensify, starting to get better organized already now across eastern Texas, and then head east into Louisiana and Mississippi during the overnight hours tonight and on into tomorrow morning as well. So that's the way the severe weather threat looks from this point forward is, yes, we still do have our line of severe storms here, our line of severe storms moving through Middle Tennessee, stretching back to near Memphis, up into parts of the Appalachian Mountains now, and southeast Ohio, this line of storms. But this will probably start to weaken here pretty soon. And then you have a new area of severe weather that's going to pop up overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning out across East Texas into Louisiana. This zone in here, I don't like blue on blue. This zone in here is going to be the focus overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. That includes Monroe, Shreveport, Lufkin, Palestine, Macomb in the Mississippi area, Baton Rouge, Jackson, Meridian. Overnight tonight to tomorrow morning, we'll start to see thunderstorms develop and pop up in that zone. And that will probably become the greatest area of concern tonight into tomorrow morning. For right this second, somebody asked, does Nashville need to worry or so over the next hour? You have severe weather actually occurring right now over Nashville, or at least strong storms with winds up to 70 miles per hour rolling through Nashville. You can see it here on the radar. Once that line moves east, then the threat of severe weather will be done for tonight in Nashville. I know we're still seeing some gusts here, generally up to 70 miles per hour along this line, but I do think soon we'll start to see a bit of a weakening trend. And for right now, the only active tornado warning that we have that we're still keeping an eye on is out near Franklin, Tennessee. As we pull our velocity, this storm had an impressive signature on it earlier. It has weakened pretty substantially now. There is some broad rotation here out near Terrace View, coming up into the Franklin area, but not enough to the point where I think that there is a tornado on the ground, which means I'm pretty confident right now that there are no areas of tornadic activity that is on the ground anywhere in the country. And like I said, yes, Cincinnati is clear. What about Middle Tennessee? So tornado watch for Middle Tennessee now through 3 a.m. There's a line of storms that right now is in Nashville, and it stretches down to about Savannah, Tennessee, and it will head east deeper into Middle Tennessee, Cookeville, Shelbyville overnight tonight, mainly looking at a wind threat, some isolated gusts up to 70 miles per hour, not out of the question there. East Tennessee has an even lower risk for severe storms tonight, mainly looking at some strong gusty winds and a much lower tornado threat, but that won't happen until about 2-3 o'clock in the morning or so, when the line finally gets to you. Somebody says your kitty wants out. Yeah, she does. She's meowing. She's actually out. She just wants attention. and is chatting a lot. But yeah, she's okay. Somebody said Murfreesboro before you go. Murfreesboro still's got a little ways to go tonight. In fact, your severe weather threat is just starting to increase. Here, at least in terms of damaging winds, you have a severe thunderstorm warning that is just to your west. And so eventually that line will catch up to you, Murfreesboro. I would say here shortly. I know that's not a super vague answer. Let's probably do a track on this to give you a little bit better of an answer. So that line of storms is to your west now over parts of Rutherford, Murray, Wilson, and East Central Hickman County until 12:15. And that whole line out to your west, Murfreesboro, is moving east at 50 miles per hour. So that would put the highest wind threat into your area here. I would estimate within the next hour, but let's get a more specific track and time on it for Murfreesboro. Into Murfreesboro, let's see here, in the next 35 minutes. So yeah, within the hour is when you could expect strong to severe storms, that line of storms moving through. Does East Tennessee need to worry about anything? I wouldn't worry, but I would say that there could be some strong gusty winds overnight tonight, and it can't hurt, especially if you live somewhere near trees, to have a way to receive warnings while you're sleeping. Lexington, Kentucky is all clear from severe weather. And like I said, at this point in time, there's nowhere, I know we still formally have one tornado warning here, but to me, I don't see an extension of it with the rotation weakening, which means things are improving on the northern end of our line here, and then we're going to get more overnight severe weather down across East Texas into Louisiana. And if things get out of hand, I'll jump back on stream, of course. But for right now, just watching. I'll put this out to anybody watching because I know that there are a ton of comments that I obviously can't see all of them. Feel free to shoot me a DM. That's an easier way to get a hold of me. Shoot me a DM on TikTok, on X/Twitter, on YouTube, wherever you're watching. I don't know if you can do that on YouTube, but definitely TikTok and on X/Twitter. Shoot me a DM and I will get back to you. I'll spend some time here just kind of laying down and getting back to you. But we're coming up on almost 10 hours of nonstop coverage. So it will be time to take a little break. And then, like I said, if things get out of hand later tonight across Arkansas into Mississippi, I will jump right back on. All clear in Lexington, Kentucky. And a lot of severe weather in the days ahead, which I'll be breaking down as well. But for right now, I want to thank you for joining and tuning in. We had a busy day, a lot of tornado warnings out there today. Now we don't have any active tornado warnings besides the one south of Nashville that will be allowed to expire on time, and the rotation has weakened. If anything significant pops up overnight tonight, I'll jump back onto the stream. And then, like I said, feel free to shoot me a DM. I can give you a more in-depth answer, and I will get back to you because there's just too many comments right now scrolling for me to keep up with. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I hope you stay safe tonight, and we'll be back over the next couple of days with more severe weather coverage during a very busy stretch across the country. Have a good and safe night, everybody.